Hey everybody, welcome to the US Open 2022 event in Chicago, USA. Today we are here for a 250-person Warhammer 40K tournament. I'm your host, Nick Nanavati. This is Zach Rockner. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing good, Nick. How are you today, man?
I'm great. I'm so excited to be here. The room is electric. You can feel the energy, all these 40K players enjoying this tournament. This is actually part of the whole US Open series. This is the fifth event?
This is, for 2022, this is our third event. It is our sixth overall, if I count correctly, which I'm not great at, but I believe it's our sixth one overall since we started doing these last year with our inaugural event in Orlando, Florida.
That's super exciting. Yeah, they get better and better every single time. It's
Sure
so
do.
exciting. If you have not made it out to one of these US Open events, they have so many different things going on. It's not just a Warhammer 40K tournament. There's Age of Sigmar, there's hobby events, there's a Warhammer 40K lore quiz, which I am exceptional at.
You should be good at it by now, Nick. You've had enough practice.
We're actually in the middle of round one. The players are already underway. I think they're in their first turns. We had some nurglings in the pipes and all that, so we're just getting a little late start. But let's get to our tables and get going on this. We have a couple awesome matches for you. First, we have Grey Knights versus Tyranids. We got Dylan Cooper playing Grey Knights versus Scott LaFountain playing Tyranids. Really exciting match there. And on the other table, we got
that sign right there. By the field of things, see if they can I'll be really impressed.
No. On Harlequins versus
not even a chance. Still 5 would have
some of the
died.
top players in the world, and they're just randomly
Alright.
Yeah, Nick, this is one of the really exciting parts of tournament play for me, at least. To
So I
see
won't get grind, unfortunately, but I wasn't going to get it anyways.
I only got 2 purifying.
So well, the tournament tables.
Another first ask Gary.
Thomas.
I have 2 better.
Round one.
Good, two purifying. I'll get 2 on banner.
Because like you said, they're both fantastic players, and I think it's going to be a great game, especially for round one at a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You can also, don't forget that in this tournament, it actually brackets out. So after the first 4 rounds, you players get seeded into different pods based on their records. The people who are undefeated go into the first bracket, the people who are 3-1 go into the second bracket, et cetera, all the way through. So after the first few rounds, you end up playing people who are similarly skilled to you, so that way there's no disparity there. And if you're one of those lucky 3-1 players who finish with really high scores and got good tiebreakers, you can actually still have a shot to win the whole thing by sneaking into that top bracket.
Yeah, and that all really comes down to your opponent's win percentage over the course of the last few games that you've played. So if you're playing a little bit tougher opponents and you are 3-1, like you said, Nick, you can sneak into that top bracket and, again, play against 16 of the best players in the world here in Chicago.
Absolutely. It's super exciting to see. Love to get some action of the Harlequins versus Tau table whenever we can. Still working on those nurglings, of course. They're infestating.
There's quite a few of them, is what it seems like, Nick. A little bit higher of a nurgling infestation than usual. And, you know, Nick, I think it's my fault. I touched the Chaos Demons Codex earlier today, and so I might have put those nurglings there on accident. So I apologize to the team.
Well, you know what? The Chaos Demons Codex, I will say, it just come out recently. I'm having a blast with it.
So a lot of people probably might know this, but I am a diehard Chaos player, Nick, and I absolutely love the new Chaos Demons book. There's a lot of fun in there, especially with Warp Locust, being able to bring down some demons pretty close to your opponent's army for some deep strike shenanigans.
Absolutely.
Always fun.
Zach, I didn't know you were such a Chaos fanatic. Tell me who your favorite Chaos god is.
My favorite Chaos god? Well, it's not close at all, Nick. It's Khorne.
Khorne.
I love me some Blood God.
Blood for the Blood God?
I do like screaming that. Yeah, my wife asked me not to, especially just randomly.
Just randomly.
Hey,
like in the shower and
I
stuff.
have to live my life, Nick.
That's everyone can choose to enjoy Warhammer in the way they want, Zach, and I'm glad you found your passion.
It's part of my journey.
Exactly. Part of these players' journeys are this round one of this tournament, which is right now underway. The players are in turn 1. It looks like we're gonna get table shots and going as soon as we can. We'll see if we can head over to our Tau versus Harlequin table, if possible. Still fighting nurglings, apparently. They're disgustingly resilient. So, Zach, tell me about these new Leagues of Votann that just came out.
The new Leagues of Votann?
Yeah.
Well, they're pretty fantastic.
Pretty fantastic.
That's all I've got.
They got really
I'm
cool
just
models.
kidding. They do have really great models. I think we have 4 or 5 Leagues of Votann players that are here today. Haven't really had a chance to check in on how they're doing, but I think it's fair to say that everyone's very excited to see how Votann do. They have made some waves competitively, and this is going to be one of, if not their first major outing, I believe.
What are your predictions?
So I think that they're going to do pretty well, Nick. However, I don't think they're going to be quite as disruptive as they've been made out to be. There's been a couple of changes. Of course, I think that everyone that follows competitive Warhammer or participates with it's aware that Games Workshop did do a very early, frequently asked question on the Votann, and that kind of reeled them back in from where they could have been. So my thought is that while they're a strong army, they're still going to require a strong player to pilot them correctly. And I honestly think any army can be good with the right pilot.
That's absolutely true. One of the things I love about 40K is there's so much room to express your player skill and your style for the game and all that. It's such a create your own adventure style of game with all the different factions and all these different play styles you can bring into it. And that really allows you to take kind of underrated choices or units that maybe conventionally seem subpar and really let your usage of them shine, which I love.
Yeah, if you can find, like you said, Nick, if you can find a role for a unit, and specifically looking at things like, obviously, primary and secondary objectives, it's an objective-based game. So if you can find units that do those jobs well, you can make something that's not quite as celebrated, something special.
Yeah, absolutely.
Opinion,
so just for those of you who joined the chat and maybe not as familiar with Warhammer 40K, there's a couple different ways to play it. This is the match play style, which you have a primary and a secondary mission to achieve. Your primary is over objectives that both players fight over. These are territory markers on the board. As you can see right now, these white discs on the table. The secondaries are actually these things on the side here, which each player has chosen. So Tom Ogden, playing the Tau, has gone for Bring It Down against Quentin's Harlequins, Decisive Action, and Retrieve Nephilim Data. The way these work is you have different categories, and you have to select 3 of them. So out of like 50 secondaries you have options for, you just got to boil it down to 3 and try to score as many points as you can on them, and they add to your score to try to figure out who wins the game. So Bring It Down is a secondary you take for killing vehicles. You get 1 point per vehicle killed. Decisive Action is going to be a Tau secondary. It triggers in either the first 3 turns or the last 3 turns, turns 3, 4, and 5, based on if Tom has gone for Kalyan, which is their Tau ability, or Monka, which is their other Tau ability. You choose one of those at the beginning of the game. So he basically has to control the majority of the objectives either on the first 3 turns or the last 3 turns, depending on which direction he's gone for his strategy. And the Retrieve Nephilim Data is all about doing actions in different quarters. So you divide the table up into 4 different quarters, kind of make a cross pattern through the table, and then have a unit do an action into each one of them to score points, sliding scale based on how many quarters you achieve. Quentin Johnson, on the other hand, with his Harlequins, he's gone for the Weave Veil, a deadly performance, and behind enemy lines. Harlequins have some of the strongest secondaries in the game. Weave Veil is an amazing psychic secondary. You cast it at an enemy unit. It's a psychic action. If you get it, you just get 3 points, and that's life. You move on. It's 18-inch range. It doesn't need line of sight. Amazing secondary. A deadly performance is the other Harlequin secondary you often see. This one's a little bit different. It's got 4 different bullet points with which you could score. So you have to achieve 2 of the following 4 in your turn to achieve the points for it. Option A is killing 2 units in the shooting phase. Option B is killing 3 units in the combat phase. Option C is holding an objective you did not previously control at the start of your turn, so just kind of reclaiming the ground. That's a really easy one to achieve. And the last one, option D, is going to be about having a unit in your opponent's deployment zone, which stacks really nicely with behind enemy lines, which is a secondary in the battlefield supremacy category. Strictly gives you points for having units in your opponent's deployment zone. So Quentin's gone for doubling down and really going to the Tau side of the board.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a pretty interesting and certainly mobile game from Quentin's aspect, just by the secondaries that he's picked, Nick, and then also, of course, Harlequins being a very fast, maneuverable army. What do you think about their secondaries?
I think these secondaries make a lot of sense. I think what Quentin's doing, though, is really interesting. He's gone first in this game as the Harlequins, and he took a very kind of passive turn 1 approach, which often you have to do because you can't just walk forward and get shot by the Tau army. You have to hide and be a little cagier, which is the Harlequin way. However, if you're sitting there around and hiding, how are you actually going to get into Tom's deployment zone to score your deadly performance and behind enemy lines? A lot of points on Quentin's side are tied up into being aggressive and going over to Tom's side, but as you can see, all of his Star Weavers are still stuck in his deployment zone trying to get Tom to come forward so that he can counter-strike. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was kind of surprised by the selection of Bring It Down, though, was what I was looking at.
By Tom?
By Tom. Yeah. Quentin doesn't have a lot of targets for that, so I wonder if Tom just wasn't sure if there was something else that he could pick that he could score a decent amount with.
Yeah, I agree. That is a really interesting choice. Quentin's only got a few Star Weavers. They only give up one each. Now, granted, Tom's probably going to kill most of them, if not all of them,
I think
throughout
he'll
the course of the
absolutely
game.
kill all of them.
Yeah, so it is points kind of guaranteed. Not that many. It's not anywhere close to your full 15 that you could score on a secondary, but it is basically points already in the bank because he's going to get those unless the game just goes totally awry. And his strategy as a Tau army is really straightforward in a way. It's kill them first, ask questions later. So he's not even concerned about the fact that his secondaries won't allow him to score the maximum scores. He's focused on damage, and now he's taking secondaries that are in line with that plan.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Of course, obviously, he'll be focusing on his primary score to run that up. So it should be an interesting game.
The mission we're playing today is Recover the Relics. The way this one works is there's 6 objectives. It's a take and hold style. These are the white markers that we're playing over on the table. Each objective is going to be worth 4 points if you control on the end of your turn, up to a maximum of 12 if you control more than your opponent. There's also a bonus primary in this one where you get points for killing units of your opponent's army. So every time you kill a unit in the battle run, you get a point as well. Really interesting mission here. This is actually a mission where you can be really defensive, and oftentimes you see people choose that because, as you can see, there's 6 objectives on the table. 3 of them are kind of right near your deployment zone, so you don't have to go very far to score your points in this one. Interesting that Quentin has decided to make a game plan of secondaries of going to the other person's side.
I believe it's Kato from Age of Sigmar. I can't remember the gentleman's last name, this Kato, but it's a pretty fantastic model, and I'm excited to see some of the great conversions that come out of that. We do have a big pile of bits over there, too, and it's always fun to see what people come up with over the course of a weekend.
It's super cool. It's basically the entire... You have this giant mosh pit of different bits from Warhammer 40K, Age of Sigmar, all kinds of stuff. And you just create whatever you want. It's a really fun thing to take a look
We've
at.
seen some pretty interesting stuff. I know in Seattle, I believe it was a Necron model that we had, and people did some pretty interesting stuff there. We've also used that at San Diego, and then we had it at Gen Con, and it's, like I said, always interesting to see what people can come up with and then execute on the table, even outside of course, some match play 40K.
One thing that's really interesting about Quentin's list here is he's gone for a lot of foot Harlequin troops, and that's a really interesting meta call. I think it's probably one that he's gone for because Necrons are a really strong force in the game, and you need to be able to kind of turn up the damage against them. Larger troop units are a great vessel for stratagems because they get a lot more efficient than the 5-mans that you put in the Star Weavers. So I like that choice by Quentin, but the foot troops are so vulnerable to the Tau here because, as you can see, those planes have already flown up. They're in the middle of the Harlequin army, basically. They're doing their bombing runs, so they're so potent to the infantry. And then they have such great line of sight angles since they could just fly right on top of you and see into your ruins. They're just going to be doing damage into those Harlequin troops.
Yeah, Nick, I've played against a similar Tau list archetype to this, and those planes are always a problem, and there's really so little that you can do in the first couple of turns against them if you do go second. Like you said, they like to fly over and drop their payloads and do tons of damage, and then if you don't deal with them, the next turn they're still in your backline shooting at you, and of course you've got the entire Tau army outside of those planes jumping around and shooting at you as well. So Quentin's got a lot of issues here that he has to deal with on the table.
It's really interesting because Quentin this is a tough match for both players. They both know and respect each other as generals on the tabletop. This is, like I said, a game you'd expect to see kind of towards the later rounds of the event, but random pairings are exactly that. Tom, who is a very confident individual with his Tau, is really nervous in this match. He was saying there's like one matchup I did not want to hit in this tournament. It was Harlequins by someone who knows what they're doing, and that is exactly what Quentin is. On the flip side, Quentin's relatively new to the competitive 40K scene. He's not an experienced general compared to some of the players who've been playing for years and years and years, some of those veteran players. And I hope that he's not getting in his own head with it here and kind of making mistakes because of the inexperience. We shall see.
Yeah, and I've actually played against Quentin several times too, and it's never really gone my way. So he's quite a bit higher in competitive skill than I'd say I am. However, against somebody like Tom, as you said, this is a pretty even match, and I'm very excited to see how it plays out. Of course, we're still pretty early, just here in turn 1. Looks like we're still at the top of turn 1 too.
Yeah. Let's check in on our Grey Knights and our Tyranids, our other table. I'd love to show that one off and talk about what's going on in that game. We've got Scott LaFountain playing against...
Pass a -2.
Good.
Looks like we're having some nerdlings on this table as well, so maybe we'll stick on Tau versus Harlequins for a bit. It's quite all right. Sorry about that, everybody. So, Zach, why don't you talk about some of the things that you can do at the GWS Open? Like, why should someone come to one of these?
Well, we've got a pretty holistic offering, actually, Nick, for all things Warhammer. So, obviously, we're streaming some Warhammer 40,000 right now, and that is usually our largest event. The Warhammer 40,000 GT, it's 8 rounds over 3 days. I think right now we've got about 212 players checked in, which will make it our biggest U.S. Open to date. Outside of that, tomorrow we've got a couple more events starting. 2 of them are GTs, or Grand Tournaments. The AOS GT, which right now has 90 players signed up and ready to go. And then our Kill Team GT. And the Kill Team GT is actually pretty exciting, Nick. One, I think it's going to be our biggest Kill Team GT to date. And we're also going to be using the new Into the Dark terrain from the new Into the Dark box that came out. If you guys haven't seen that, that's pretty cool. It's basically kill team missions on a small board, obviously, inside of a spaceship, Nick.
Inside
so flying
a spaceship.
through the warp, rolling dice at one another. So we've got that stuff going on. Of course, later on tonight, we're also doing a Horus Heresy narrative. I'm actually going to be running that. I'm pretty excited with the new Horus Heresy edition rules. It should be fun. We've got a great bunch of players signed up for that. Some pretty interesting stuff planned for them, too, that I don't think they quite expect, but I'm devious like that, and we're going to make sure that they have a good time. And, of course, outside of that, we have our Sunday friendly tournaments for the Warhammer 40,000 and the Hobby Challenge. Of course, you know what, Nick, I also forgot we've got a bunch of great hobby classes going on with the wonderful Kat and Caleb from CK Studios. They've been doing a great job teaching these classes. I'm always jealous because I've never been able to do one, and I know that my painting game could really use the help.
Yeah, I know my painting game could also. So definitely check out the classes. One of the things I love about these U.S. Open events is there's something for everybody, whether you're a competitive 40K player, an Age of Sigmar player, just someone who's interested in learning to up their hobby, or just want to hang out. What the event is really about is connecting with your friends and just making friends and being part of the overall Warhammer community and experiencing it. More Warhammer, more often, as they say. They do say that.
They do say that. I say that.
I mean, you're there.
Every hour on the hour, Nick. Sometimes I wake up at night and scream it.
Just like Blood for
Just
the Blood
like
God.
Blood for the Blood God.
It's really an oscillation between those two things.
Yeah, just one or the other. There's really no in-between there, too.
Well, I'm glad you are like a broken record with this stuff.
Yeah, I'm really happy that I'm airing it publicly, too. It feels good, finally, to get that off my
You're
chest.
live on the internet.
I am.
Right now.
I am live on the internet. So. Oh, and you know what? We've got a question in chat about AOS or Kill Team streams. I believe that we're going to have maybe one AOS stream on later on. We'll see if the judges can help out with that. And we're thinking about doing the same thing with Kill Team. However, even if we don't have the games on, we are definitely going to be checking in on the stream with how those tournaments are doing and what the results are starting to look like and getting some feedback, too.
So, as you can see, Tom is really pushed up with the Tau on the right-hand flank, getting back to the game here. And he's seeing into that bottom right ruin. What you can see there is the ruins are on these plexiglass bases. And those little outlines, they're kind of tough to see on the overhead, but you can make them out. They're a little faint. Those square patterns surrounding the ruins, that represents the obscuring terrain that the ruins are actually on. So if you're touching that plexiglass, it goes to true line of sight, meaning bend down and physically see if you can see the model. And if you can't, then you can't shoot them. But if they're behind the plexiglass, like those Star Weavers in the back there, those purple tanks, then they just can't be seen because the representation of that obscuring terrain. So what Tom is doing here is he's trying to see into the ruin physically and take that away from Quentin as a hiding spot. Really great aggressive push by Tom. Tom is actually known as an aggressive player by nature, so I'm really curious to see how Quentin adapts his play style to account for that. And it seems like Quentin's gone for a very defensive plan. However, his secondaries are not a defensive set of secondaries. We'll see how this works out for him.
Yeah, it should make him a little bit more difficult for him in the later games unless he can dish out quite a lot of damage onto Tom's Tau and retake a little bit of the board state.
Yeah. Show Shark, I don't actually think we have a 13 for bringing it down on Tom's score there. I don't know what his bring it down is. It's assassination, not bring it down.
Ah, that does make a lot of sense.
That does make sense. I mean, he has a 13 on assassination already. Wow. I'm really curious to know how that occurred. That's
a pretty big swing.
Assassination is a secondary you definitely can score a huge score on, and oftentimes all in one go, because all you have to do is kill characters, and eventually you get to them and just kind of go to Murderer's Row. But to start off with a huge score this early into the game is usually unheard of. I wonder if Quentin misdeployed and allowed Tom to get into those characters. I'm actually going to go find out what happened.
So what I'm thinking might have happened while Nick is doing that, and of course this is speaking from a somewhat uneducated viewpoint on Tau, I believe that those bombers can do quite a lot of mortal wounds, and so what may have happened is that Thomas flew over into what is commonly referred to as a castle, or basically a bunch of units, and did a drop of mortal wounds into that castle where there were several characters. Harlequins are somewhat fragile. As an army, they hit very, very hard, but they don't tend to stand up to counterpunch very well. And so their characters don't have a ton of wounds, and Thomas might have cleared out quite a few characters. All right, so we got Nick coming back. We're going to get an update on what happened. And Show Shark, yeah, I see that. Of course, he could have just rolled really, really well.
Okay.
Oh, one. All right.
I got the update.
All right, what happened,
Nick? So, Quentin, turn 1, got his Troop Master with Foot in the Future out. Foot in the Future is an amazing warlord trait that you see in pretty much every Harlequin list. It makes your Troop Master go super fast, is the long and short of it. You get D3 plus 3 inches on your advance roll instead of your normal D6, and you add 6 inches to your charge. This guy, he charges 30-something inches. So Quentin used him turn 1, sacrificed him as a trade, flew him across the table, and just went to Murder's Row on some crew. In exchange, this character died. He was also the warlord. 4 points on assassinate right there. The next 3 characters came from, as you can see, those Tau on the bottom of the screen. They came forward and basically shot into that ruin. Quentin had a unit of 10 Harlequin troops and 2 characters hiding behind them. And 1-2 combo, the unit of Crisis Suits murdered all those troops, and the characters right behind, the Cold Stars, they were able to kill those 2 Shadow Seers in response. Finally, the 3rd character got bombed by the planes.
All right, so I was right on one of those things. I thought that maybe Quentin had castled up right there in the top right, and the planes had come over and dropped a bunch of mortal wounds. So I was partially correct, but not totally.
You don't want to be giving up that many points on assassination this fast, and you don't want to be playing out your characters. Quentin, you can read it on his body language right now. He's like, how did I let this happen? How did I get myself in this boat?
Yeah, that is a big turn. Of course, even outside of doing damage, holding objectives to a certain extent, the real value of characters in Warhammer 40,000, and most of our games for that matter, is that they provide quite a lot of buffs, whether those be offensive or defensive buffs to the units around them. And so losing them this early in the game really reduces a lot of the efficacy of Quentin's list.
So the one thing I think we need to do, Zach, is address Wolf Priest Carl in the chat, because he wants to know what time it is. And I think it's time to party. Yeah, exactly that.
Try not to laugh, Nick, on stream, but it's hard. That's great. And yes, Phelps32, how did I get in this boat? That is a good one. I don't think that Nick intended to make that pun, but we're going to give him credit for it because it was pretty fantastic.
Zach.
Oh, you do? Very,
yeah.
Okay,
but these are Star Weavers. They're not boats. Be respectful to the IP.
We're just trying to have fun here, Nick. Why do you got to ruin it?
My bad. My bad. So I did check as well. Quentin is not done with characters. He has 1 Shadow Seer left, but that Shadow Seer now has to go on strict Weave Veil duty if he wants to make up those points. He has to stop casting powers to do the psychic action, and you want to take multiple Shadow Seers because Harlequins actually have some amazing powers in their Phantasmancy discipline. However, you can't cast them if you're busy doing the psychic action. So you typically bring 2 to 3 Shadow Seers so you can cast your powers that you want to cast and your psychic action to score your points. Now that he's down to just the 1 character, he's going to have to make some tough choices here.
Yeah, he definitely will. And as you can see, we've updated the secondaries. And so obviously Assassination, as we've covered, is what replaced Bring It Down. And then also it looks like Thomas has Raise the Banners. So Raise the Banners, basically what you do with that secondary is you perform an action on an objective. And you can do this multiple times throughout a turn. Basically, that action is to raise the banners. And so for every turn that you have a banner raised on that objective, you score a point. Usually, and specifically on matches like this, missions like this, I should say, you can score 15 points, which is the max for that secondary. So this is certainly a better choice than Retrieve Nephilim Data, which would have only netted Tom 12 points total if he did it completely. So I think that we've got a much different game now that we have a little bit more updated data on what those secondaries actually are. And of course, it can't be understated enough that Assassination scoring 13 points this early in the game is a huge swing.
Look at
towards
this.
Tom.
Quentin is getting pushed.
Toughness 7, -1 damage.
Reavers kind of moving backwards to react to the push that Tom made aggressively on the bottom side there. Moving those Star Weavers backwards is a good move for staying alive. A bad move for scoring behind enemy lines and deadly performance. Quentin's going the wrong direction for those secondaries.
All right, do you think that that's the right move? I know obviously he's moving away from his secondary completions, Nick, but do you think that with the state that he's in right now, it's a better option to fight for primary points, run up his score as high as he can, and effectively cede the game to Tom if he does that? Do you think that that's the correct move?
Well, I think Quentin is between a rock and a hard place after getting hit so hard on turn one. He's kind of reassessing the board state and trying to figure out a new game plan. How do I win from here? And before he figures out how he can win, I think he's first trying to figure out how do I stay alive?
How do I stay alive? You can't really win the game if you're not on the table in round 3.
One of our famous sayings here, Zach, since you're new, is when you're out of models, you're out of game. And Quentin's trying not to be out of game just yet.
That checks out. I thought through it really quick, Nick, and that does seem to make sense. So I think I might adopt that. It's quite nice.
We've got quite a few of them. We also have a consolation group for people who have CP rerolled a 1 into a 1.
Yep.
If you're not a member of that group, just play more 40K. You will be soon. And we have a support group for you.
Nick, the best advice I've ever been given with CP rerolls is that you never reroll a 1. You only ever reroll a 2.
You only reroll a 2.
Because a 1 will only ever reroll into a 1. A 2, however, has the ability to turn into something different.
No, see, I think I actually ones can't get worse when you reroll them. It's only upside at best, and it can't get worse. If you reroll a 2, you know you just spent that CP to get it to a 1. It's already happening.
I guess that's fair. So are we advising against rerolls then? Is that where we're landing on this?
Just don't spend your CP.
Just don't spend
Just don't spend them.
You come home with 12 CP at the end of the game.
CP are like victory points. The more you have, the better off you are.
I missed that part in chapter approved.
Oh, it's in the
I'll
new
need to
balance
reread
status.
it.
It's
Okay.
out soon.
Oh, good. Okay, got it.
Don't take that seriously, folks.
Yeah, don't take that.
Vex Vocal Lord, you've rerolled a 2 into 1. Who joined the club?
Only reroll 6s from Boba Fett.
Just a taunt.
Just a taunt. Yeah, that's a flex. I like that.
Oh, yeah. You got to be rolling 6s. So over here, Grey Knights versus Tyranids. We got Scott on the Grey Knights, or Scott on Tyranids versus Dylan on the Grey Knights. They've got a bit of a different game going on. Scott has gone for Psychic Interrogation. Interesting choice versus the Grey Knights. This is going to be about performing psychic actions against the enemy characters. Pick a character within 24 inches and basically interrogate it for its information. However, Grey Knights are an army made of Psychers. So Dylan's going to be able to attempt to deny the Witch with +1 because Grey Knights have that inbuilt in as one of their army-wide rules. So it's going to be hard to actually score Psychic Interrogation effectively here. Then he's gone for gunning them down as well. This is about killing more units in the battle round than your opponent killed of yours. This is a fine choice, especially for the Leviathan style of Tyranids. However, Grey Knights are a really good defensive army, and because you cannot make these points back if you miss them, I think Scott might find a 0 for the first 1 or 2 turns could cap that score a little lower than he likes. And then Raise the Banners is a great secondary. It's nice. It's really good in this mission. It's all about playing the objectives and scoring them. Then we've got Dylan on Grey Knights. He's gone for Purifying Ritual. This is all about scoring, performing actions on different objectives. Assassination is getting points for killing enemy characters. And Raise the Banners High, which is another secondary. It's the same one where you basically plant banners and perform actions.
Yeah, so we've seen in our first round, we've got 3 players that have raised the banners. So obviously you guys can see, you know, on this mission specifically, how good of a secondary that is for these boards. You know, clearly, as you guys can see, there are 6 objectives on the board, so there's plenty of opportunities to max out raise the banners. All you need to do is hold 3 banners on 3 objectives for the entirety of the game. And of course, you also score at the end, so you have a little bit of extra room there. Definitely good choices right there. All right, so it looks like that we have switched back to the Tau versus Harlequins game. Let's see if there's been any updates there.
Yeah, so as you can see, actually, Tom has gone for raise the banners high as well.
Yep, we have 3 out of the 4 running that today. So
this is a great mission to run behind raise the banners high. It's actually placed in your own deployment zone or right outside of it, so it's really easy to just kind of keep your banners up and defend them. Honestly, I think this is probably the most banners-friendly mission that exists in the Nephilim data pack.
yeah, I would say so too. Like I said a couple of seconds ago, Nick, with it being a 6 objective mission, there's just ample opportunity to score those points, and I think it's right on the money to take that as a secondary. Getting a little bit of a closer look at some of the Tau Empire versus Harlequins action here.
Oh yeah, you love those close-ups.
Very nicely painted Tau army. There's some crew doing their greater goods work by standing on an objective and raising banners, I would assume.
Yeah, and I really like the purple and blue Harlequins that we're seeing as well. It's one of my favorite paint schemes for the army.
Yeah, both of these armies have are really nicely done. And of course, you know, we tend to look for those nice armies. To show them off to you guys.
We don't have to look very hard.
We don't, actually.
It's actually amazing. This quality of hobbying in the Warhammer community has really leveled up over the past few years. I'm so proud to see it. It used to be a challenge, per se, to find good-looking armies to put on the stream and stuff. Now, you know, walk through the hall, you have a plethora of options. You get to be picky and choosy now.
Absolutely, you know, and like you were saying, Nick, I was walking through the hall during registration earlier this morning looking at some of the armies, and I will tell you that our group that does paint judging is going to have a very hard time deciding who exactly is going to win Best Painted for this one.
I think I'm going to win Best Painted, Zach.
Oh, Nick, are you playing?
No. Just
okay.
I personally am the Best Painted.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. I'll go get your trophy right now. Can you handle the stream for a second?
I got it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. There's no trophy for you, Nick. Sorry.
Yeah. These Harlequins do look shockingly similar to some other Harlequins that I've seen a lot.
Purple is a very beautiful color, Nick.
Yeah.
Very vibrant.
Very vibrant. I'm a big fan of purple. So we got a good question in the chat here. How come so many tournaments in the U.S. use the GW, U.S. Open terrain, whereas in Europe you see a lot more of the other formats out there? Part of it is just regional. The WTC is held in Europe. It's the World Team Championship, and they have their own terrain format. So a lot of the European countries adopt it through proximity, I imagine, and because they often train for that event as their kind of finale. The U.S. Open Series, much like the name implies, is currently only in the United States, so a lot of the United States events kind of adopt that due to proximity. But there's no right or wrong way to play Warhammer. The right thing to do is enjoy it.
Absolutely, and I think the person, I should say, that asked that question had another one in chat about the event using GW terrain layout. Yes, we will be using the GW terrain layout through the entirety of the event. What's
really exciting is, Zach, you get to go on an adventure, I guess, tonight and reset all of the tables for tomorrow.
Oh, no. I've delegated that task, but that will be quite the adventure.
Well done.
No, I'll be running the Horus Heresy thing. So, yeah, I kind of, nicely got myself out of doing that by running a narrative event, which should be a lot of fun.
Why don't you talk about this delegation of duties? Why even bother redoing the terrain for 200-plus tables?
Why even bother redoing the terrain? Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we kind of figured out pretty quickly when we were trying to figure out a good terrain layout for the U.S. Opens a couple of years back was that not every mission does well with just one standard layout. So what you guys are looking at right now is our terrain layout 1. Tonight, as Nick said, after round 3, we will switch over to terrain layout 2. Of course, if you guys tune in to stream tomorrow, you'll see that, and we can talk about it a little bit more then. But terrain layout 2 is specifically built for the last 5 missions that we're going to be playing. In fact, 9th edition was pretty much designed using this terrain. And so having I guess, bespoke, customized layouts to the missions just leads to a more balanced overall play style for the players on the terrain.
Absolutely. I really like having that dynamic format because the different deployment zones dramatically change the orientation of what your terrain is. As you can see on this hammer and anvil style game, where the players play long ways, the terrain needs to be able to reflect that, whereas if they play the short board edges versus each other, the orientation terrain should be different as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really does do a lot to help level the playing field between different style of armies. So, from a very high level, armies kind of fall into a couple of different categories. So you have board control armies that are a little bit more durable, shooting armies, close combat armies, and things like that. One of the things we really wanted to avoid was allowing things like shooting armies or close combat armies to have too much of an advantage just from the outset of a game. And so the layout, especially with how much line of sight blocking there is, does make it so shooting armies have to risk it and maneuver, while also offering a little bit of cover to those more assault or melee-based armies, but not giving them easy charges directly into other hiding spots and good stuff like that.
Yeah, that balance between combat and shooting is super hard to strike, and it's kind of a bit of a moving target. So I really like the U.S. Open format for being it's so simple to look at, right? It's 6 ruins on the board and just different orientations and some forests. But it's so effective at really balancing the game out. It's kind of beauty in the simplicity. Over here, back to the game, we're seeing Tom's planes going for yet another bombing run, now going for those Starweaver Castle that Quentin moved back defensively as a reaction to Tom's aggression. Unfortunately, Q Money needs to bring down the planes, and he's just not able to do so. At turn after turn, these things are going to just take their tolls. This is a brutal spot for the plane for Quentin right now.
Has Quentin been able? You were over there a second ago, Nick. Has Quentin been able to respond and pick up any of Tom's units? I'm looking over at the board right now, and it doesn't look like a big dead pile. Unless I'm just not seeing it.
No, so. I don't know that Tom has lost anything besides a handful of Kroot, to be honest. I know turn 1 he went for a Troop Master play to charge the Kroot, but on Quentin's turn 2, I think he responded by kind of running away and doing dances, as the Harlequins tend to do. And as you can see, there's not been much damage to the Tau army. Tom is in a really strong spot because he can just keep on laying the aggression down if Quentin doesn't do something about it.
Yeah, Tom can definitely be super aggressive right now. Obviously, like you said, he made quite the damaging run against Quentin in round 1 and has really kind of taken over the momentum of the game right now, and looks like he's just piling forward with that. Like you said, Nick, he's a pretty aggressive player, or is known to be at least, in his play style, and he's just leaning into that right now. Looks like he's bringing out some crisis suits perhaps into the middle of that long firing lane, just to make sure, most likely, that those boats aren't there at the beginning of next turn.
One of the interesting things about the Recover the Relics mission is it creates this no-go zone in the middle of the board. As you can see, the center of the board is clear of terrain and clear of models and clear of objectives. There's just nothing there. It's this huge no man's land nobody wants to cross. There's no incentives to getting in the center. There's no reason to do it. It's just this giant zone where the Tau will shoot you if you go there. So Tom is really trying to corral Quentin into the center, which is unfortunately working for him, or for Quentin. And he's really focusing on the sideboards and controlling those side objectives, which you can see there's a crisis unit on each flank now. Really clever play from Tom. I think it's a subtle distinction. A lot of players kind of go for the center because it gives you a great avenue to attack the rest of the board and explode out from there. But there's nothing besides death waiting for you in the center versus Tau.
Yeah, and Tau, of course. Tom is making a smart move right now with this Tau of not getting overly aggressive, just aggressive enough, I would say. He's moving forward to take objectives as they clear off. However, he's not just running forward crazy-like and hopping out there in the middle. Of course, this is preparing for any eventuality where Quentin makes some pretty crazy rolls and does a ton of damage and can come back to try to swing the game. Tom's just setting himself up to prevent that, is what it looks like.
Yeah. One of the things that's really interesting is playing Tau in this aggressive stance, because I think it's a fine line between getting too aggressive with Tau and going up there to get line of sight and then just getting counterattacked and charged and murdered. Because Tau are not good in close combat. They don't want anything to do with that. So you want to move forward to get line of sight and range, but you don't want to get charged in response. A lot of players typically Tau play Tau as a more defensive faction, waiting for the players to kind of try to assault their castle while you just shoot them. But Tom takes a much more proactive approach to the game, trying to find his own angles and create his own line of sight.
Yeah, and he's definitely enabled to do that just by the way that this game is shaken out so far.
Yeah. I saw we had a question earlier from Wolf Priest Carl about what kind of food and diets do we do to keep ourselves going during the stream marathon going on right now. Personally, a lot of coffee and a lot of party. That's about it.
For me, it's a ton of caffeine. In fact, we just had a coffee delivered here. Nick, I'm not sure if this is for you or if this is for me. I'm going to drink it if you don't want it, though. I just had a Red Bull. Sweet.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
Help yourself.
So keeping in mind with that, I'm now on coffee number 5, and I had a Red Bull earlier when I sat down. So I will crash later on, guys, but we're going to make it through. We're going to have a good time, and we're going to potty with Nick Nanavati. Worked it in.
That was beautiful.
I felt good. that was enjoyable. That won't happen when the caffeine wears off. But yeah, so that's what I do. And of course, I guess I drink water a little bit, like a sip a day.
Zach,
to get me through.
I'm just so happy you used the line.
I know.
I really. 10 out of 10.
I mean,
12 out of 10.
I do feel like my soul left my body when I said it, but I think it was worth it, Nick. It felt good.
Blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood god.
There we go.
More Warhammer, more often.
See,
there we go,
it's
guys. All 3 of them.
All 3
right there.
So it looks like Tom has also gone for Mont Ka. The way you can remember that is Mont Ka for move, Cao Yan for kill, and that you move in the beginning of the game is how I think of it.
And you know what? I'm actually happy that you've put that in my head, so now I can remember it.
Hey, I'm here to make dreams come true.
So he started. Which one did he start with? I'm sorry, Nick. You said he started with Mont Ka for move, or
yeah, Mont Ka for move.
All right, so
because he's moving around.
If I remember correctly, he has to switch in round 3. Is that correct?
No,
to the third one. Okay.
You choose whether or not you're doing Mont Ka or Cao Yan. That's a pre-game decision.
You only get it. Okay.
And
gotcha.
then, if you do Mont Ka, your army gets better in the first 3 turns of the game, and then it really peters off on the buffs. You don't get any buffs on turn 4 or 5. The other flip side to that is Cao Yan. You get a lot of buffs on the second half of the game, turns 3, 4, and 5, but no buffs turn 1 or 2. So Cao players often have to decide, am I going to front load all of my plan or am I going to back load all of my plan? And I think Tom has decided in this case to front load it all. And as you can see, he's getting super aggressive into Quentin, and it seems to be paying off for him.
He absolutely can do that too. I mean, he's got control of the board right now. If I look at it, is it only the Void Weavers or Star Weavers that Quentin has on that right field objective right now? Or does he have any other? Oh, he has a few infantry, it looks like, on the top right objective.
Yeah, the top objective has a few infantry and it looks like a Shadow Seers on it as well. The objective on the far right with the Star Weavers and the planes, I think there's just a Star Weaver or 2 on the objective. Maybe even 3 are all towing in because you just have to have the tip of the nose on the objective to actually count as controlling it. And that whole white marker is the objective itself. But I think Tom, if he has anything to do with it, might be shooting Quentin a bit. We'll see how much stuff Quentin has left.
Yeah, usually you would do that with Tau.
It seems like the plan.
Well, with them being a shooting army, as I said.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you, yes.
It's interesting, though, because we keep calling Tau a shooting army, and, that is absolutely true. But 40K, as we like to say, is not one in the damage parts of the game. There is not really any victory associated with murdering and killing your opponent. It is actually rather you score your points for controlling objectives and taking board control. And that is done all in the movement of the game, your opportunities to move. So that could be the movement phase, of course, but also things like the charge phase, the fight phase, disembarks from vehicles when they die. Any opportunity to affect the board state materially through movement is what the things the players focus on because they can control those elements.
Absolutely. And of course, by taking Mont Ka for movement, as you said, Nick, Thomas has done a good job of ensuring that he's able to move around the board. And of course, by doing so much damage to Quentin's army, even though he's not in the more damage-focused Cayenne, Thomas has really enabled himself to have board control and be able to move around and do some great stuff.
Zach, looks like we have a wonderful update from our table over here. We have an explosion on the table.
All right.
This is a fun thing Paul and I do.
Explosion tally number 1.
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's get an applause for that. This is very important.
Fantastic.
So, real quick, what Paul and I do, Zach, just so you're aware, is we like to guess across the course of the 40K tournament about how many explosions we're going to see. Now, quick maths real quick. We got 8 rounds of 40K. This is the first one. We've got 2 tables per round, and that's 16 games of Warhammer. So across 16 games of Warhammer, 2 players per game, that's 32 different armies on the table. Out of these 32 armies, there's going to be a couple explosions. Vehicles, monsters, anything like that, auto-explode stratagems. How many explosions do you think we're going to see this weekend?
Dude.
Did we get another
Well,
one?
hold on. I think
did we just get another
one.
Oh.
There was yelling.
You can't make that
Yep,
up.
2 explosions from
2
the table
explosions,
bottom.
just like that.
Well, this really changes stuff, Nick, because I know you were just asking me how many I thought, and I was going through a very complicated math problem in my head and was just going to answer 8 because that's Korn's number, and that's what I'm good at is repetition and not actually, thinking through math. It's very hard, which is why I'm so great at 40K.
It's a well-known fact.
Joke at myself. All right, great. So I was going to say 8. We've already had 2, though, so I guess I'll just bump that number on up to an even 10.
What if you bump it up to a clean 16?
Clean 16? You think 16?
No, but I'm saying Korn. You got to keep the 8 theme going.
Nah, because if you do like 8 times 2, it's not 8 anymore.
No, it's true.
Yeah,
it's
if it was
not
888 or 88 or something like that, then that would work.
So 888, is that your guess?
No, because we're not going to have that many numbers.
We're not going to have that many numbers.
Yeah, numbers.
We
We're
can't
not
count
going to have
that
many
high.
numbers.
Okay.
Yes, I can only count to 10, guys.
Got it. Double digits. I'm proud of you.
Maybe I should have led with that.
All
right, so what do we have in chat
Hold
here?
on. Do you want to know my guess?
No, Nick. Yes, tell me
I'm
what
sorry.
you want.
Okay, I won't tell you then. No, I'm typically always correct without anyone's influence on them. I'm 100% with these guesses. So I think there's going to be a solid 12.
You think there's going to be 12. So we've got 10 and 12. Okay.
I'm feeling I want more distinction between our guesses. I'm going 13.
You're going 13?
13.
13's a nice lucky number,
It's
too,
a lucky
Nick,
number.
so that's going to work out really nicely for you, I think. What do we have in chat here?
We got 64, clean 64.
60, a nice clean 64, 8 times 8. Okay, yeah, that works.
18 question mark.
18 question mark. 19 was our first guess, it looks like. 20 explosions. I like that they did specify that they're talking about explosions. Thank you.
Important.
That's good.
Yeah, context clues.
Multiples of 7. And guess what? And it's from Nurgle Matthew. Hi, Matt. Fantastic to see you again. Of course, 7 being the number of Nurgle.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I don't think 7's enough. I think we need at least 10.
420 explosions, 69 explosions, 16 explosions. I don't know if we have that many numbers.
I told you I can only count to 10. Like, you said 13, and I'm not even sure what that means, Nick.
We're still trying to find
I'm
that.
still trying. Yeah, I'm on Google right now.
I can get you a dictionary or
Thank
something.
you. Please do. Yes. Wikipedia doesn't answer me.
Guys, chat, all of you, if you guys can help teach Zach about numbers, we just need to.
You guys need to send me to math school.
All right, let's check out our Grey Knights and Tyranid
I like that
friends.
one right there really quick. 18 with only 7 actually killing anything. Yes,
that's a big
that
distinction.
is truly the
actually.
most disappointing moment in any 40K game when an explosion happens and nothing dies as a result.
The worst feeling is when you don't even need to roll it because it doesn't matter if it happens or not.
I still roll it, Nick.
You
I want
need to
know.
roll
I
it.
want to know how many mortal wounds the ground around.
I need the
by
players to
Leviathan.
understand that this explosion counter is truly the only thing that matters.
Absolutely, it
This
is.
tournament
That's
is
why we
just-
have this game.
The tournament is why they come. The explosions are why we come. As you can see, the Tyranids are absolutely swarming the Grey Knights, running through midfield right now against Dylan here. Scott's really designed a list to kind of stat check people right off the board. He's using Leviathan Tyranid Warriors, which is they have an ability to only ever be wounded on a 4+ no matter what, never better than that. So with the high volume of wounds that the Tyranid Warriors bring to the table, plus the stratagems like the 5 of Feeling Pain from Catalyst and the 5 of Invulnerable save from their Synaptic Link, they really can just be hyper durable while they cross this midfield. So one of the challenges to playing the Tyranid army of this style, there's so many different ways to play Tyranids, but this style of Tyranids, they're large based models, and it's hard to really hide that many bases and footprint size units are behind the terrain on the table. Smaller armies like Eldar might be able to hide effectively, but Tyranids of this style really cannot. So Scott has gone for, all right, I'm not going to hide, I'm just going to put all my resources into defense, durability, and offense, and just run at you, and we're going to see if you can do something about it. really strong approach from Scott here. We'll see if Dylan can do something about
Looks like he's got a commanding lead, too, right now in primaries. Of course, we're in turn 3, 23-8 on primaries. I don't believe that Dylan has had his turn 3 yet, so I'd expect that to hop up a little bit. I'm actually a little surprised on Psychic Interrogation that Scott has 3. I would have really expected that those Grey Knights would have been trying to deny that Psychic Interrogation action as best they could, but looks like it's worked out. So looked out well for him so far, Nick.
You know what? Psychic Interrogation's turn 3. You can score 3 points per turn on it, and you can't make it up later. So he could already be at a 9. He's only at a 3. I'm sure he's attempted it every turn. So Dylan's definitely doing his due diligence in denying effectively with the Grey Knights, but sometimes you just roll bad, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's check back in on our Tau and Harlequin friends, see how they're doing. Looks like the...
All right, here we are. Yeah. We're right back. Looks like one of the boats is off the table.
Oh yeah, we're down to just the 2-star Weavers on the far right over there. Now models are taking some damage on this side. Looks like we're actually getting a turn swap right now. Quentin just rolled up his luck dice and added a command point to his counter. So going into turn 3, Quentin's gonna have to figure out how he can salvage this situation. Looks like he's planning out his turn. What's one of the things you always can tell the mark of a great player is they don't just start doing stuff when your opponent says it's your turn now. They doing this. It's one of the P's that we talk about: planning, pre-measuring, palling. You got to have your P's in 40K.
And Quentin's actually not doing too bad right now on his secondaries and primaries. Obviously, he'd like to be quite a lot higher, I think, because he's going to run out of gas here pretty shortly in terms of losing models, especially for scoring those primary points.
This is a very Harlequins versus Tau kind of game. Harlequins are an army that runs around in circles and just scores points. They're just made out of points. And Tau are the opposite. They're all about damage points will come once you're dead. So it's going to come down to whether or not Quentin can just do his dances and get so far ahead in the scoreboard while Tom is trying to turn the corner on damage quickly, kill all of the Harlequins, and then figure out his own points. And in that vein, Tom has picked all secondaries designed to give him reward for killing the Harlequins or raise the banners, which he can do once the Harlequins are all dead across the 6 objectives. So both players are actually, in a way, performing their strategy really effectively. It's just going to be a matter of which one actually comes out on top at the end of it.
Right.
I'm actually going to go take a look at the table from the bird's eye view and get some updates on exactly what's going on.
All right, and we look forward to that. Looks like Quentin is just setting out some models right now. I'm wondering if he's doing a deep strike or a disembark right now. Can't tell exactly what those are right now, guys. We will let you know at the second that we find out where we're measuring from. And so yeah, it looks like we're disembarking out some Harlequins from that remaining transport and then moving them over to contest that objective that Thomas is possibly on.
Yeah, it's a big move advance play going on from Quentin right here. I just got an update from the table themselves. Quentin, he's going for his Hail Marys. He's like, this is going so awry. Everything is going poorly. We need to turn the ship around right here, right now. Both players know what Tom's feeling real good. He's feeling relaxed. He's not taking it too personally or anything, but he's like, you know what, Tom? I'm going to try to win this game. My turn. So that's what he's doing. He's getting out his boats. He's making plays for the objectives, and he's really just trying to throw this game back somewhere into his control.
Got a pretty interesting question here in chat that I'd like your opinion on, Nick. So Moostradamus, which is a hilarious name. Good work on that. Any factions in 9th right now that you think could slug it out with Tau and shooting? I'd say that Votan probably can.
I was going to say, this brand new faction I've heard some stuff about.
Yeah, I know not a lot of people were aware that Votan came out, but they did recently come out, and of course, yeah, they're very strong when it comes to shooting. So I think that they're definitely one of the factions that can compete with Tau in their shooting strength. Votan's a lot less mobile, though, than Tau is.
Zach, I know you have a direct phone call line with James from James Workshop.
That's
over
true.
here.
He's actually my uncle.
He's your uncle, okay.
Yes.
So
through marriage, we're not We're not blood relatives.
I know.
Okay. Just making sure.
obviously.
Yeah, I know we talked about this last night, Nick. I wanted to remind you.
Yeah, of course. So, when's the last time you talked to your Uncle James?
Earlier this morning.
Morning.
It was afternoon for him. He's in England. They're ahead of us on time.
Yeah. So Uncle James over here from the workshops, they came up with this really cool army. It's called Leagues of Votan, and they're pretty good. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that army and how it works and why it's so awesome?
Yeah, so Leagues of Votan, of course, like we've said a couple of different times, brand new army from Games Workshop and basically a brand new faction. Essentially, they're dwarfs in space, is what I would say, which is something that we've had in Warhammer 40,000 for the entirety of the IP's life cycle. However, they've never had their own dedicated faction. And Votan is kind of an evolution on that concept. So basically, Votan are these very technologically savvy leagues that come together to discover data. However, the artificial intelligences that they're using are starting to slowly degrade, and so it's taking them longer and longer to figure things out. So effectively, their super space Google isn't working quite as well as it used to. Now, how does that manifest on the tabletop? Like I said, they're kind of a little bit of a slower army. Of course, if you're a dwarf, you're a little stunty. It takes you a little bit longer to run places. So they don't move quite as quick, but to make up for that, they have some incredible firepower.
Yeah.
Nick, what do you think about their firepower?
I think you don't want to be on the receiving end of it.
I think that it's going to make things like hiding behind buildings very important. If you
Yeah.
haven't already figured that out, guys, I'd recommend doing it.
I definitely think Votan are one of those armies that if you try to challenge their ability to kill you by being durable, something like Death Guard or Knights might approach the game like this, you might be in for a really rough time because they don't really fail the damage checks. They got that under
No, they
lock.
sure don't.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, you can outmaneuver them. So if you're a faster army like Eldar or Drukhari, you can really kind of play around with your speed and not give them the angles they need to get line of sight to you and kind of outscore them that way. It's going to be a really interesting shakeup for the meta. This is the first time Leagues of Votan have been legal at a U.S. Open event. How do you expect them to fare at this tournament?
For Votan, I think that they'll do pretty okay. To be honest, I don't think they're going to win the event. Just because
the internet already thinks they will.
Oh, the internet. Okay, well, then I'm wrong. Okay, that's
the
good.
internet is
good
always
to know.
right.
Okay,
Well,
my
well,
bad.
facts.
I think that they'll place well. I would assume that we're going to have 1 to 2 Votan in the top 16 in that top bracket. However, I've seen a couple of lists that some of the other top players in attendance have, and there's some pretty fantastic ones out there. There's actually, I can't remember exactly who's playing it, but there's a Cult of Duplicity 1,000 Suns list out there that also has 15 Flamers from the Chaos Demons Codex, and I'm very excited to see how that player does. I'm not going to call my shot with that player winning the event, but they will place well, and I bring that up just to say that having a lot of repetitions and games in and essentially practice with an army, to me, is more important than what seems to be the hottest new thing in the meta. Of course, Votan are going to do good, and once we've got some players that have quite a few reps with them, I would absolutely agree that they're going to be a very strong force in the meta. But right now, I think we're just a little bit too early for people to fully understand how that codex works across an entire game of 40K. What do you think, Nick?
No, I think you're definitely absolutely right. The lack of experience with the Codex is going to be telling. But you know what? The best ways to get practice with your Codex is to show up and play it.
Exactly.
Ain't no practice like the real thing.
I believe we have 4 or 5 Votan players to answer a question in chat. I don't remember specifically off the top of my head. Yes, Putty Pounce. Yes, World Eaters hype. Big World Eaters hype.
I think one Votan's going to sneak into top 16.
Just one?
Just one.
You think so?
Token one.
Yeah. We'll see. Of course, the players are a little bit limited on their model choice right now to the army box, and so that does kind of limit their options. The Hackathon Land Fortress is not making an appearance in Chicago.
And what if they converted their own Hackathon Land Fortress?
Unfortunately, that was not allowed for this tournament.
Not allowed.
Yes, yes.
How many people tried?
2 people, I want to say. Let's not say they tried. I had 2 people ask me if that would be approved for this tournament. And I think they were actually happy with the result. I'm not going to share who those 2 players were, but they were very interested in playing lists that they had already selected and painted and seemed relieved that they didn't have to.
That's good. That's very good. So one question I have for you, Zach, and you know things about this game, so you think you're the right person to ask. Are Votan Imperial? Are they Chaos? Are they Xenos? Are they their own little thing?
Votan are kind of their own thing.
Their own thing?
They, I would, if I had to put them into one of the 3 super factions, I would not.
You would not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're like Fate Weaver.
But I think they're kind of like, yeah, like Fate Weaver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I'm interested in seeing a combination of Thousand Sons and Demons. Feels odd about this codex for Demons. That's interesting.
I think we talked a little bit about the Demons Codex and Warp Locus earlier, Nick. I think the Demons Codex on its face, if we really want Zach's hot takes, looks like it's not a very interesting codex, but there's a lot of nuance in that codex. It's certainly a major play style change for Demons.
I personally love it.
Oh, I do too.
I'm a Demon player at heart. Not Blood for the Blood God. Fate Weaver for the Fate Weaver gods.
Yeah, but you bring a Bloodthirster, right?
Who doesn't bring a Bloodthirster?
Yeah, I don't know.
Crazy people.
People, yeah. I haven't met him. And of course, you got Be'lakor in there too, and he's pretty fantastic.
Big beast Be'lakor.
Big boy. All right, do we have any changes here? Looks like Quentin's doing some maneuvering around with those Harlequins that hopped out.
Maybe we can get a close-up of that shot. Looks like, hopefully. Let's see. But yeah, the troops are getting onto that objective, ready to charge. Into the crisis suits here, or maybe a character definitely stealing this objective back. Quentin needs to get some offensive momentum going from his side. He can't just keep getting pushed around by Tom. But easier said than done because Tom is so good at zone clearing out these Harlequins. Just area deleted, and then move his Tau into those new safe spots he creates for himself.
Yeah, and Tom's actually, you speak of zoning, Nick. Tom's doing a good job of actually kind of blocking out those Harlequins from, looks like they'd like to make a charge on that suit down there at the bottom, but Tom's got those drones in a really nice spot, and so it's going to make actual base-to-base contact kind of difficult for Quentin.
That's
what
true.
It looks like.
Do you remember Harlequins have the ability flip belts to allow them to move through enemy models as if they're not there? Now, you still can't physically land in the middle of an enemy model. You have to not be on their base. But that does mean he can go through them, not around them, which will save him tons of distance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're all good points, Zach.
Yeah, very well.
We got sharp pencils out here.
All right, we've got some more Harlequins popping up in the top left of the screen.
Yeah, the Harlequin's also charging in right here. Looking at charge on the top left. Oh, look at that.
Look at that single Kroot model there, alone and unafraid.
That's a shaper.
You'll love to see it.
Maybe that's Derek the Kroot.
Derek the Kroot?
Yeah.
I don't know Derek. Is he a nice guy? Yeah, where's he from?
No, Derek is a real model that exists in the game.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a solo Kroot character called Derek the Kroot.
Very well.
I don't really know what he does.
All right.
But he does exist.
This is exciting.
This is exciting. Zach is off to find out what Derek the Kroot
Yeah,
is.
I have to go call James, my uncle.
I'm not sure what the point of this Harlequin charge is. Usually Harlequins charge to move around the board effectively, steal objectives, and do that kind of thing. But I think he needs to really turn up the damage here to have any sort of actually turning this game around.
I find nothing about Derek the Kroot,
You
Nick.
found nothing?
I didn't see anything.
Well, you need to work on your Google skills.
I can only do so much.
Blood for the Blood God.
Exactly. More Warhammer, more often.
It's time to party.
It's there. Hey. Hit the thing, Nick. Yeah. Soundboards are great.
Soundboards are good.
Derek Grutt.
I'm not
You said
unhitting it.
Derek. Thank you, Arcanius.
Let's check back in on our Tyranids and our Grey Knights, see if anything's going on there. It looks like the Tyranids are charging in onto Grey Knight Castle. Yeah, it's coming. So right there you can see Tyranid warriors have made connections, are making connections. It is not going well if you're Dylan right now. You needed to do way more damage to the warriors before they got to this point.
Tyranids are really good at reaching out and making friends with people, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. One of the things that I think is really great about Tyranids, and of course is good for any army, is their ability to do damage and activate throughout every phase of the game. They're hurting you in the shooting phase, they're hurting you in the psychic phase, they're hurting you a lot in the assault phase.
They can hurt you in the charge phase and the fight phase. They really do impact mortals.
Tyranids are very hurtful to everyone.
They are not here to make friends.
They're not.
They're here to eat things.
Yep, and I think that reflects across the tournament today. I don't know the exact numbers, but I saw quite a few Tyranid armies coming out to play today.
Well, you know what, Zach? Tyranids have been a strong faction all through the season.
That's true.
They even won the U.S. Open, the first one this year in Seattle. John Lennon, one of the strongest players, he's actually here again today with his Tyranids.
Is he playing the same list, or has he changed it up a little bit?
He's changed it up quite a bit, but Tyranids are Tyranids. And John's got a very eclectic style of Tyranids. He plays the Kraken build, totally different to what we're seeing here. This is Leviathan. He's got a lot of one-of unit choices like Pyrovores, biovores, those kinds of things. So it'll be really interesting to see how it all performs for him on the table.
So, Nick, I've got a question for you. Let's say that I'm new to Warhammer 40,000, and I'm hearing you speak about the differences between things like Kraken and Leviathan. What does that mean?
So in Warhammer 40K, there are factions in the game, right? You could play Tyranids, you could play Space Marines, you could play Chaos Space Marines, Orcs, what have you. But within those factions, there are sub-factions, chapters, legions, in this case, hive fleets. So there are different kinds of Tyranids. Not all Tyranids are the same. Some of them are Leviathan, some of them are Kraken, some of them are Jormungandr. There's a whole bunch of different kinds, and they're based off of kind of the lore and the narrative, what they're supposed to be doing and how they operate and what their strengths and weaknesses are of this specific hive fleet. So Leviathan is one of the classic builds, and they're focused on durability. All their stuff is just tougher to kill than everybody else's. They're a great, very straightforward, very strong Tyranid chapter. Kraken is the fast one. Kraken's all about speed bonuses, auto advance 8 inches is their stratagem for 1 command point. Kraken, their spell is reroll charges. They're all about getting there. And that helps you blitz people off the board, create a control style army. It's a very different approach to Tyranids rather than taking the best data sheets and just taking them times maximum. Kraken is more about taking a wide variety of units and controlling your opponent.
Okay, fantastic. So is that kind of thing replicated across all the armies? Like, do each of the armies have a couple of different sub-factions that they can use with different like special rules and whatnot? No, just Tyranids?
Just
okay,
Tyranids.
Interesting.
Well, actually, that's not true. I lied. Every faction's got their own sub-factions. You could play Blood Angels and Space Wolves are both sub-factions of Space Marines, same with Imperial Fists and Dark Angels and Salamanders, and each of them has different chapter-specific rules. So in addition to your normal data sheets you can select by playing Space Marines and the rules you get for playing Space Marines, you'll get bonus rules specific to your faction, bonus stratagems specific to your faction. Sometimes you'll get bonus spells specific to your faction or relics. It all depends on your specific codex. The only army that doesn't have this distinction is actually demons.
That is true. That is a little bit of a change. Of course, in the last book, you could take a Khorne-only faction or a Slanesh-oriented faction that only had models with those keywords, and you get bonuses from it. But you're right, that is a big change from the last codex to the new one.
Do you know why that is, Zach?
Why is that? I'd assume it's because they wrote the book that way.
I mean, it's because of your Uncle James.
Oh, right, yes. Yeah, I forgot.
You forgot your uncle? What kind of nephew are you?
I mean, we don't really talk that much.
You said you called him this morning.
Yeah, it's like the first time in 6 months.
Oh.
Why are you bringing up these deep family issues
I'm sorry.
on stream, Nick?
I'm sorry.
Nick, I already had to go through counseling on stream about screaming things in the middle of the night, like Blood for the Blood God, more Warhammer more often. And now we're talking about my family.
Well, it's time to party, Zach. So.
It is time to party with Nick Nadavati. All right, we're back on it,
Never gets
guys.
old.
Never does. I love it. I love the soundboard. It's a new. Is this a new edition? Or have we had this?
We've had it, but often nerdlings get around, you know.
Yes. They're everywhere. Hey, Vex actually asked a question in chat a couple of minutes ago, Nick, about coming down to the U.S. Open here at the Chicago downtown Hilton and hanging out. No, Vex, you don't need a ticket to come down and hang out. Of course, you are more than welcome to just show up here at the hotel. Come on down to, I think we're in Salon D is the name of the room, and come say hi. Like I said, we've got a couple of great different things going on this weekend. We have the Warhammer 40,000 GT, of course, that we're streaming right now. Tomorrow, we're kicking off our Age of Sigmar and Kill Team GTs. We'll have a Sunday-friendly tournament that's not full yet for people to come out and play 2 nice, relaxed games of 40K on the wonderful U.S. Open terrain. Of course, we've also got hobby classes going on throughout all of that and the hobby challenge. So plenty of stuff to do. Of course, I forgot to mention the Horus Heresy narrative. I'm excited for it. We have a pretty massive display board that I'm going to be using for those games, Nick. I've showed it to a couple of the players, and they're already pretty excited.
So are you going to, if you use the display board to play your games, isn't it just a gaming board? It's no longer a display board?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just checking.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick.
No problem. Wanted to make sure.
I love being corrected in front of hundreds of people. It feels great.
It feels wonderful. Well done, Zach.
Thank you.
So
I will say, if anybody is planning on coming down on Sunday to just hang out, the Chicago Marathon is on Sunday, and it starts very, very close to here. I think right out by the lake, in fact. So plan that into your travel time. There's going to be about 1 million people in downtown Chicago.
A million more Warhammer players is what I see.
1 million more Warhammer players.
More Warhammer more often.
Yep.
Somebody says that.
Yep, someone does. I think it's everyone.
Everyone.
Of course, Vex, if you're coming out to Kansas City, yeah, man, we're looking forward to that one too. That's here in about 2.5 weeks as we're going to kick that bad boy off. Kansas City's shaping up to be a great event. There we're also going to have the Blood Bowl GT.
So right here, we're getting some updates about the events and what's going on at them. But let me just talk about these maneuvers on the table. Looks like Tom is still flying around with those planes, just really causing absolute havoc on Quentin's lines. I don't know that Quentin had the turn he needed to there. As you can see, there's still a big unit of Crisis Suits still on the top left objective. They were not killed, murdered, maimed, or just removed from the board by the Harlequin troops. I think that needed to occur on the top left there. The bottom right's looking a little bit better for Quentin. He's got a lot of Harlequin troops stuck in close combat with Tau drones. But, the Crisis Suits are all pretty much still intact, and I think that is going to be not good. These are Sunshark bombers. There are multiple different Tau flyers, but the Sunsharks are the ones you typically do see competitively. They have such an amazing ability with their bombing runs, and their ability to just get line of sight and angles, plus all their ion shots. It really gives the Tau the element of mobility to circumnavigate around line of sight blocking terrain effectively. You'll see most competitive Talis bring a solid 2 Sunsharks these days. Really great choices there. So, looks like Zach is heading back. Wonder what kind of updates he'll be bringing us. Very excited to see. And
All right, and I am back.
What'd you got for us, Zach? Anything interesting did you learn just now?
In regards to the stream, no.
No, okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, my
All
bad.
right. Production, ladies and gentlemen.
Production, it's going great.
It's going great.
The head judge does say hi, though, guys. So
Oh,
there we go. Justin Curtis and Mike Brandt saying hello from the Warp.
From the Warp?
From the Warp, yes. Wow. Just a quick question about a rules interaction off the stream. Dealing with some Chaos Knights and stuff. Got it all figured out.
Well, Zach, you're actually a 40K judge. That's what you are doing here on the Norm. But you're joining me on stream today because
Correct,
you just love the way I smell.
I do. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, we know.
Yes. All right. Have we had any developments in this in Tau vs. Harlequins game since I've been gone, Nick?
Yeah, the planes are still planing, and by that I mean they're not dead. They're flying over. They're bombing more stuff, and they're continuing to shoot Quentin. So I don't know if it's a new development, but the things are still being developed.
Yeah, it's the same as it's always been. Did Quentin take down one of the planes?
No, it's hard to see.
Okay.
It's right there under the little
okay,
ticker.
yes, the ticker where it says live right now. Got it. Neat.
Well, the plane is alive, so it's very
and
it's
much
coveraging. This is this is
nice.
Can't make that up. I need some more explosions though. We're a ways
we do.
off.
We're low on explosions. Nick, can the planes explode?
Oh yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
they can. Good. Well, maybe we'll get a chance.
Quentin
here
has
a
to
little bit,
kill
guys.
them for them to explode.
That is the first step. Yes.
Okay.
All right. We got a hammerhead.
We got a hammerhead on Quentin's home
About
field objective. That's not where you usually see hammerheads.
Nope, not really. Usually it would be on the other side of the board, from what I understand of Tau, Nick. Shooting at
Tom
things.
doesn't play Tau like normal people play Tau. Tom goes forward.
It is. It's working out for him so far.
Tom is ranked one of the strongest players in the world. Like we said, this round was a little bit premature. I'm glad we got it on stream for you, just because these are two amazing players. But because of the way Tom plays, he's not letting Quentin demonstrate his skill for you, because he's just lights out. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, to the Harlequins is his first plan. Quentin's definitely trying every maneuver he can to try to squeak out some points here, but he feels like the wheels are coming off due to the material deficit that's going on. Tom's only trying to exaggerate that. What is the likelihood of team events becoming more of a staple at GTs alongside singles? That's a great question. I personally love the team event 40K format. This is a singles event, as all the U.S. Opens currently are. But, you know, team 40K, favorite 40K, if you ask me. Hopefully we'll get some more of those style events in the future. Zach, you do things and stuff about Warhammer
I
tournaments.
do things and stuff. Yes, professionally, in fact, for Warhammer and stuff.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Do you know if there's any thoughts, works, or opinions on the team formats in general?
Yeah, I can tell you. I mean, my opinion, just like yours, Nick, of team formats is that they're absolutely fantastic. Depending upon the size, you know, you have anywhere from 3 to 8, I should say.
3 to 8,
I believe the largest teams are 8-man. Is that a
WTC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, anywhere between 3 and 8 of your best friends going out to play, other groups of best friends, And it's just an inherently social and positive experience with team tournaments. Having had said that, yeah, we've certainly considered having team tournaments with the U.S. Opens. Obviously, it's not something that we're doing this year, but we continue to look at it. And, again, everybody on the team loves team tournaments. I know I played at ATC, didn't do too great, and a couple other guys on the team were also at ATC, which is, of course, the American Team Championships in Chattanooga every year. So, yeah, it's definitely something that we continue to look at.
Yeah, I had a great time at ATC. My team was actually privileged enough to win, so that was a big fun.
You guys did pretty well.
We did well.
So I actually I played against Paul, who I'm standing in for.
You played against
ATC.
Paul, that's right.
Yeah, it was really, really unfortunate, and I'm concerned that Paul thinks I'm a terrible Warhammer player as a result.
You're not a terrible Warhammer player, Zach. You're a Warhammer judge.
I am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That seemed like a backhanded insult.
It was a compliment.
Oh, was it? Was it backhanded?
it was a straight-handed compliment.
Sure. Let me see your hands, Nick.
Right here.
Oh, good. All right.
No, but if Games Workshop does start producing some team tournaments next year, I'm super excited for it. Unfortunately, we may not stream them because I'm going to be playing in them.
Well, there you go, Nick. We'll talk about that later.
We'll talk about that later.
We'll have a performance review here in a couple of minutes.
I see.
All righty. And it'd be great if we could take another look at that Grey Knights game that we have going on and see if there's any updates over there. It's like a little bit more active.
Yeah. Looks like we got some people in the chat actually got to play against us at the ATC. That's really exciting. Dionysius King played against John himself. John is here right now with his Tyranids. And also we've got Jack, one of the other team members on that team here as well. He just won the Nova Open, which we were streaming just a few weeks ago with Necrons. He's actually switched 180'd his army as well. A move that Jack typically does is play an army he's never played before at these things, which is real unconventional. But
does Jack get mini practice games in before those events with brand new lists?
You really would think yes, but honestly, the answer is no.
Good for him.
Good for him. Today he's playing Harlequins. I think it's possible him and Quentin are using the same army. They worked on it together, I know. I don't know if it's point for the point the same or anything like that, but they're definitely similar in concepts. We just got a handshake from our players on table Quentin versus Tom. Let's see if we can get them on for a player interview. I'm going to try to get Tom in just a minute here. Zach, if you want to hold the fort real quick.
Absolutely. All right, yeah, so just to recap on what Nick said, it looks like we had a handshake over on one of our tables. Of course, that table being Quentin Johnson versus Thomas Ogden. Quentin was playing Harlequins. Thomas was playing Tau, and it was a little bit of an unconventional game in that Quentin made a couple of risky moves right there at the beginning and ended up losing, I think, 4 characters, including his Warlord, right off the bat. Of course, that really set Thomas up because Thomas had taken a secondary called Assassination, which is all about killing characters. So Thomas scored very quickly and took a lead and really reduced the overall efficiency that Quentin had throughout the game. And, yeah, we did just get another handshake, so it looks like that game's over. Yep, and we're going to actually bring Thomas on with Nick, and they're going to talk through a little bit of how the game went and get a little bit more of Thomas's perspective on how that went.
Got Tom stepping into the booth right now. Very exciting stuff right here. Get that going in just a moment for you.
Where do I look?
Looking great, Tom.
No, where am I supposed to look? Oh, right there.
The camera right there. As soon as, So, Tom, this is your first U.S. Open event, am I wrong?
Yeah, no, it's my first one.
First one. What do you feel about the ambiance right now? How you feel in general?
I like the environment. I'm obviously a fan of the terrain. We at Death or Glory events, especially our flagship at Motor City Mayhem, we kind of did our own spin on GW terrain. We like it a lot. The format, event stacked, so I'm pretty excited about that. I think someone's telling me there's like 12 of the top 15 in the U.S. are here right now, or 13 of the top 15.
Yeah,
so
it's a
kind
tough
of cool.
field. It really is. Congratulations on your win, by the way. Well done. Yeah, it's a very systematic approach to killing the Harlequins. You said you were nervous about that matchup.
No, I said I wasn't nervous. I said I don't like playing against Harlequins right now because they're spiky. Mm-hmm. And Quentin's obviously fantastic. I think he's on Art of War, right?
Yeah.
You guys, fantastic player. A lot of fun to play. Very sportsman-like. I liked. I had a moment where I did a good sportsman, but he had 2.
Oh.
So I got out sportsman that game.
You guys are having a contest to see who could be the better sport.
Oh yeah.
You love to see
he
that
beat me
stuff,
on
yeah.
it badly. I hate being beat for best sport.
And I know you run your own tournaments and you have your own community that you run. And one of the things that you focus on is sportsmanship, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So our team is actually based only on sportsmanship. We don't care about tournament wins. Don't care about. We care about just if somebody plays somebody with a DOG jersey. That's a good game. You had fun. You enjoyed it. Everyone walked away from whether win or loss. So that's our focus. But like I said, I finished my first comment. I wasn't nervous for the game. I was like, you took me from a table that was like very favorable in my terrain to when I had a lot more terrain. I'm okay with it though. I'm not gonna be upset about that things because my goal was no matter what happened in that game, me and Quentin had fun.
Yeah. Love to hear that, Tom. Thank you so much.
So
I got a couple more questions for you. So there's this tournament. It's 8 rounds. This is your first one's done. Then it's going to cut to top 16 after the first 4. Are you here to win it? Are you feeling good about it? What are you worried about?
I never go to an event to win it. I go to it to have fun.
Yeah.
I have
It's a great
so many friends on different teams. It's a fun time. The best part of the tournament is not actually playing the tournament. It's the hangout afterwards, finding a place to sit, board games, drinks. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. It's the community and all that stuff.
100%. That's what I come for. People who just focus on winning, they probably hinder their performance a little bit because that's all they're focused on instead of being relaxed. I don't know, just the after event's the best thing. I mean, you know that. We're both a fan of that.
Hey, well, some will say that we like to party ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Tom, thanks so much for coming on. I wish you luck in your games to come, and hopefully we'll get you on stream again. You're a pleasure to watch and commentate.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic job to Art to have Quentin. Like, he's a great sport. He got super hyped because he had the first turn, and then dice didn't go his way. And never one time in the game did he ever let that affect his attitude, his mentality. And I don't know, it was a great showing for you guys' team.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
No
Really
problem.
happy to hear that, Tom.
Pleasure again.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. All right, let's check back in on our Tyranid table. Looks like there might not be too many Grey Knights left. I'm not entirely sure there are any Grey Knights left. There's definitely a Dread Knight. You can see him there on the right-hand side objective. Looks like the players are kind of figuring out their scores and trying to get a read on what's going on the board. Maybe I can get Zach, who's heading back to the table, to try to figure out exactly what's going on. Also, chat, lovely to see you all. If you have armies or players that you want us to put on stream, right now is the perfect time to kind of let us know who you're excited to see, what factions you want to see, which players you want to follow and get the stories from. We have all of the ability to show you the action.
All right, so I am back. Took a lap around the tournament just to see what was going on. Saw plenty of handshakes out there too, Nick, so it looks like the first round is wrapping up. Plenty of good smiles. A couple of tight games out there too. I would have loved to have stuck around and watch them. But we've got this game right here to come back and look at. So it does look like Scott has pretty dominating control of the board right now, and Dylan only looks to have the one Dread Knight on the table.
Handshake on that table
Oh,
as
we
well.
did just get a handshake.
Yeah.
All right, so I think that Dread Knight got picked up, and that probably tabled Cooper from what I looked at.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be game. They're getting the final scores. Do we have the final score of that Tau match as well? Yeah, we're going to try to get that as well. A lot of people are looking for all kinds of different armies and factions players. Oryx, Death Guard, Chaos Knights, Zinch.
All right, so for just to check back in, the Tau game and Harlequins game with Tom playing Tau and Quentin playing Harlequins. What was the score on that one?
97-25, absolute massacre. And then 86-point win for Scott's Tyranids here as well. Really well done. We're going to take a little bit of a break as before we get into round 2. We're going to need a little lunch break, kind of reset, hopefully get the telestrator up and running, get all of the nerdlings out of the systems, and make sure the noise brains aren't causing any havoc as well. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. It's been a pleasure streaming this round for you. I'm Nick Nanavati, and it's time to party, and this is Zach.
And I'm Zach, and I don't have a catchphrase.
Well, hello everybody. I'm Mike Brandt. As promised in the chat, we are live about as soon as I said we would be. I'm getting waved at by the players. They are super excited to have us live as well. Apparently, I was loud enough for them to hear me all the way over there, so I better watch my sound when we talk about the tactics later. Mostly spearheaded by...
I'm Nick Nanavati, and it's time to party.
I'm learning these new effects that you guys have added to the stream.
Welcome to the
experience.
stream,
It's
Mike.
really, really good. So we are looking at two really interesting games right now. We're quite excited about them. So what we were able to find in the hall amongst all the different players that got through round one and are really having a good time today, we have on one table an actual Astraeus and a Deathwatch army, which
Oh, yeah. I'm super excited
is
about that.
A, massive, and B, it's an Astraeus in an actual, like, I'm just so excited to see it.
And we're also showing off the brand new and shiny
Phenomenally well painted,
Leagues of Votan.
totally authentic,
Like, these are real.
2,000 point week-old Leagues of Votan army.
Oh, it's so awesome.
A real Leagues of Votan veteran on one table to talk, to see everything that he can do with his massive amount of experience, having played one tournament game with them. And on the other
he's
table,
an experienced Leagues of Votan player here.
very, very experienced, veteran, seasoned player. And on the other team, we have the Astraeus. So tell me a little bit about, why don't you tell me about your game? Because we had a talk with the players before we got here. I'm very excited to talk about the fact that each one of them gave us their game plan. And actually, I think yours... I'm going to go with mine first. I think I'm going to start with...
Before we get into the players and their plans, I just want to let everyone know, for those just joining us, we are at the U.S. Open Series event in Chicago. This is the third event this season out of 5.
It is the third out of 5.
What about the other events coming up, Mike?
Well, so we have Kansas City in just a couple of weeks, and that's very exciting. We like to go to different cities. We like to explore different parts of the country. In the future, we're going to be exploring different parts of the world. And when we do that, we go to different places. So Kansas City's coming up next, and then in really just a couple weeks after that, we've got the grand finale in New Mexico, and we'll talk all about that during the round. We'll use some of those slow moments when somebody's figuring out the next step in the game plan to go all into it. Suffice to say, it's going to be an opportunity to change the actual canon of Warhammer 40,000, and I couldn't be more excited about hosting what's really going to be kind of a red carpet, immersive, phenomenal event, and the competitive finale with players from all over the world coming, and referees from all over the world coming to judge this really exciting finale alongside the grand narrative. So excited to talk about that later, but that's what's coming up. And in the meantime, why don't we talk about these games?
Oh, yeah. So we got two really exciting games for you. On table 1, we've got the Deathwatch featuring the Astraeus versus the Big Bad Necrons. And on the other table...
They're not as big and bad as the Astraeus in terms of physical size, though.
Astraeus is big and bad.
It is,
that's what I'm saying. But on the other table, we've got the good old-fashioned Imperial Knights versus the brand new and shiny Leagues of Votan.
Imperial Knights being one of the newer armies in themselves until now, joined by not the Squats. It's not a word we use against them. It's actually considered offensive in their race.
They're Space Dwarves.
They're the kin. They're the Leagues of Votan.
Oh.
Space Dwarves is, I feel like you're veering way away from the IP here, Nick. We have to talk about that offline here in great detail. So we actually wanted to get a feel for what the players were trying to do to inform us and understand things as they're going. We basically played the role of sideline reporter at the same exact time. And so I went over to the table with the Deathwatch versus the Necrons.
You got a 4-1-1 from the players.
I got a 4-1-1.
Lay it to me straight, Mike.
So I talked to the Deathwatch player first, and he had a really interesting answer. He says, I don't have very many units in my army. I'm going to play a KG game. He's going to focus on the long vigil. He's going to make sure that he takes advantage of his opponent's mistakes when he makes them. He's a pretty passive game. It's a pretty good answer. A little in-depth, showed me a little bit of tactics, what he's really considering doing.
Yeah.
And I went to the Necron player and asked him what his plan was. Give me his elevator pitch for his strategy with his army. And he kind of sat there and looked at me. And then he pointed at his scarabs and went, OBSEC?
That's the truth. That's the answer. Am I right?
That was it?
That was it. Well, that's what they do.
Tell me about your games.
All right, so I had a similar approach. First, I'm talking to our Knight player over here, and I'm like, you're going against the brand new shiny Leagues of Votan. What is your plan? And he's like, talking about abandoned sanctuaries. That's the mission we're going to play, about the objectives and the primaries and how he's going to try to push the Leagues of Votan off of those objectives and really try to score points that way, put pressure on for the primary. Really good answer.
Yeah.
And then talked to our experienced veteran Leagues of Votan player, Apollo, over here.
Uh-huh. Makes
And
sense.
I was like, Apollo, what you going to do about these Knights? And he said, I'm going to walk down the street, and I'm going to shoot them with my beams.
I like it. We got two thoughtful players and two jokesters, and we'll see which one comes out ahead.
Right.
Is it humorous strategy that will win the day here at the U.S. Open in Chicago? I don't know, but we're going to spend 3 hours with you guys figuring out the answer to these very critical questions that all of us have thought about and wondered for the last 5 minutes more than anything else in our lives.
So this is Abandoned Sanctuaries. You can see it here is the mission we're playing. It's a take and hold style mission, so we got these 5 objectives, these black discs on the table, and these are what the players are going to be playing over. It's going to be 4 points for each one that they control to start their turn because it's a take and hold style mission for the primary. And then there's a bonus points. You get 2 points every turn if you control the central objective at the end of your turn. So the players have a lot of incentive to just go into the middle, which as you can see is this barren wasteland killing field. So it's kind of this area you need to go to score your points and a very dangerous spot to be.
I suppose it's probably worth mentioning, Nick, that when we talk about it being a barren wasteland, there's, of course, these outlines of the terrain which count as cover and also count as part of obscuring. And we've made a slight amendment to our number 1 layout that we usually use during these events. Normally, there's an extra 4 inches here between the 2 pieces of terrain. And I forget how you erase this thing. And then the reality today is that they're actually a little bit closer together because we found from feedback from running a bunch of these U.S. Open events that there's a little too much space between during layout 1 and for these first couple of games, and so it's a little bit tighter than it used to be, and so it's a little bit more, a little bit less of a killing ground in the middle field, you might say, than it has been in the past.
I like that distinction, and thanks for pointing out these wonderful plexiglasses. They might be hard to notice on stream. We actually outlined them with a black marker last night to try to make them a little bit more visible, but that actually does represent the area of terrain that blocks line of sight. So in theory, this knight over here cannot see this knight over here because of the obscuring terrain. So really, there's a lot more terrain on the board than meets the initial eye.
I think there's a good question in the chat. How many players are at the event? It's quite a large event. In total, the number of unique attendees we'll have here at the U.S. Open in Chicago is going to be close to 1,000. In the GT alone, we've got over 200, which makes it one of the larger events in the country. Well, and a very exciting time for all the folks who are here.
That's a really interesting point you just made, Mike. There's 200 people plus in the tournament, and almost 1,000 people in the convention for the whole weekend. So what else is there to do with these things?
There's a lot. So we've really tried hard to make them a well-rounded experience for anyone who's a fan of Warhammer, because it's kind of neat when Games Workshop themselves come to your town and set up an event that everyone can come and attend. And so what we've got is we have, obviously, a store. We have the largest Forge World store in the world outside of Nottingham and Warhammer World, the home of Games Workshop itself. We have a whole bunch of hobby classes, so paint classes ranging from master classes with really advanced techniques through basic learn to paint classes. We have the hobby challenge where everyone who participates in it, there's quite a few of them over there, I think 30 or 40 already. What they get is they all get a shared miniature, and then they get access to a mountain of sprues, and they take all of that and they basically create this really exciting thing. Munchie Dragon, we are going to be going to places in the world other than just the U.S., so no spoilers beyond that at this point. And when besides that, we have an Age of Sigmar tournament, a really big one. It's over 100 players. It's going to start tomorrow. We have a Kill Team Grand Tournament. It's going to start tomorrow. The Kill Team, AOS, and 40K events all yield golden tickets to the competitive finale in New Mexico this year, which is we cover their flight and their hotel. It's a really red carpet experience. Really reminds people of how exciting it is to be part of the Warhammer hobby. And then we have a Horus Heresy event for the first time in one of our events here, including a giant board. Maybe at some point we can get a picture or walk a camera over there. But we have right near the stream, actually, an 8-foot by 8-foot, 64-square-foot recreation of the Isfahan drop site massacre. That, for anyone who's been to Warhammer World, is of the same quality and grade as the dioramas you see at Warhammer World itself. It has over 500 models on it from all the relevant legions, and then it has the actual photo from the cover of the basically the book of Fulgrim, right, with Fulgrim in pose, getting ready to strike down Ferrus Manus, and they're elevated above the battlefield with everything going around them. It's really, really cool. So maybe later on during the day we'll take a picture of it. Yeah, it's really exciting. There's, I think, 8 of the Age of Darkness launch boxes that comprise all of the different models that are on the board.
It's quite the sight to behold.
So there's a lot to do here. And, of course, tomorrow evening we'll have a team trivia pub quiz, like a classic Games Workshop pub quiz.
The fluff and the lore?
Yeah, with fluff and the lore and a little bit of humor. And it's a very good chance for everybody to get to meet each other and feel like it's a social experience. Because really that's what Warhammer is, right? It's a chance to build community. It's a chance to build friendships. It's not something that you do over a computer. It's something you do in person. And we like to actually see people come back to each of these open events, no matter where they are, who have built friendships and relationships with the Games Workshop staff, with the different attendees that are at the event, and sort of, again, build community, which is the whole point of not only the hobby, but of specifically events, because that's what makes an event tick, is the community feel of it.
That's my favorite part about coming to these things. And, Mike, that's how we met eventually, 10, 20 years ago.
I cannot believe. So I first met Nick coming to the first Nova Open, and it was in 2010, I think. And Nick was this 15-year-old, seemingly wet behind the ears, like beginner player who made it to the top bracket and nearly won the whole thing. I think he came in 4th place in the first thing he was in. And it's just been amazing to see how far you've come, but also how much the hobby has grown and how all the different people we've met over the years in the events, the thousands and thousands
so
of
cool
parts
to
of the
see,
community.
especially because people come in and out of the hobby, and you see them after years of not seeing them. It's like, wow, and the friendship is still there. The people you meet along the way. It's so fun.
That's the reason I love Warhammer.
It's the reason to love Warhammer. But you know what the other reasons to love Warhammer are? The game itself. Let's break this down a bit. We've got Jeff Bultima versus Grayson Garrett here. Jeff's playing the Death Watch. Grayson's playing the Obsec Scarabs, as he referred to them. And this is an interesting one. So Jeff's gone for the long vigil, grind them down, and psychic interrogation for the secondaries. Grinding down and psychic interrogation are basic rulebook secondaries everyone has access to. Players have to choose 3 secondaries out of a variety of different lists to make up their secondary game plan. Grind them down is going to be scoring 3 points at the end of the battle round for killing more units of your opponent than they killed of yours. Great secondary for Deathwatch, especially against an army like Necrons that are just going to be running on to die, basically.
And even better if you get a chance to go second with that army.
Yes, it's a huge advantage to going second with Grind Them Down, which I believe they haven't actually rolled off yet, so we'll find out soon. And then we have Psychic Interrogation, which is another rulebook one. This is an interesting choice because Necrons do have a Deny the Witch ability with the Silent King, and they have a 4-up Deny the Witch extra stratagem they could use with the Silent King. However, all you have to do is pass a psychic test on an enemy character within 24 inches, and boom, 3 points. So there's a lot of upside to this secondary as well. Long Vigil is a Death Watch specific secondary from the Codex. That's about having units, keeping enemy units outside of your deployment zone. So kind of playing that more defensive game plan.
It matches with what Jeff said he was going to do at the start of the game, which is play defensively, take advantage of the secondaries he's chosen. This also plays into Psychic Interrogation as well, because in theory, the Necron player doesn't want to expose the Silent King when the Marine army still has potential to do serious damage to him. You would imagine that Jeff's going to try and angle for psychic abilities he can use that are far enough away from the Silent King to prevent that double deny that they can attempt. And that kind of works into his game plan.
Yeah, so one thing that's really interesting is that the Necrons, they have a really good game plan themselves. It's kind of baked into their secondaries. Purge the Vermin is a great Codex secondary for them. You get 1 point per quarter that your opponent is not in at the end of your own turn, so literally purging the Vermin out of the quarters, plus a bonus point if there's no enemies in your deployment zone. And I don't think this defensive plan from Deathwatch leaves any room or desire for them to go into the Necron deployment zone. That should be free money. Code of Combat is about killing units with your noble characters. This is really the Silent King secondary. Every time he kills a unit or that Command Barge Overlord kills a unit, the Necrons are going to get 3 points. There's no cap to this. You could score it all in 1 turn if you do.
It's still capped at 15.
Of course. Yeah. And then we've got Ancient Machineries, which is really powerful Necron secondary as well. This one is about performing actions on objectives. You get points based on how many objectives you do, and if your objective secured, which this entire Necron army is, you will complete that action immediately as opposed to the next turn. With this plan, Necrons are really good at just kind of scoring points, a lot of points, and you really have to get aggressive on them to get ahead of this secondary plan.
It creates a really interesting challenge when you're playing against the Necron players, especially as a more casual or passive player in terms of how you maneuver your models on the battlefield, that you really can't go right at the army if that's not what you want to do. But if you don't go right at the army, the Necron player has the ability to rack up quite a few points in the process of existing. They also have the ability when you go at them, of course, to then leverage that code of conduct, right?
Yeah.
And because you're able to actually take out those units with your key characters, because he's got a couple of good characters that are really effective at finishing off enemy units when he needs to. It's a really interesting challenge for the Deathwatch player because effectively he needs the Necron player to play into his plan, but his plan doesn't work at all if he doesn't keep the Necron player off of his standard way of scoring points each turn. It'll be really interesting. Someone asked, what is that tank?
This is the Astraeus. Yeah, this is actually the reason we really wanted to get Jeff on stream with this Astraeus. There's only one of these in the event, and it is a sight to behold. Mike, what is an Astraeus? What is it?
An Astraeus is basically a giant repulsor. It's one of the creations of Belisarius' Call. It is a really interesting take on what if bigger, the general philosophy. And, of course, we know that that's the philosophy of Belisarius' Call because he was like, I need to make better Marines.
Look at this thing. It barely fits in the deployment. So it has to go sideways to fit.
But it does fit, okay?
But it does fit.
It's an important part. Also,
that's true. There are rules for what happens when you don't actually fit.
Which
it's
basically means you kind of fit. That's kind of what we got going on right now. The Astraeus will be fun to watch. Hopefully it doesn't get too much aggro early on from those Necrons. I think we should make a request to the OBSEC Necron player which is his official name now, based upon that strategy he talked about early on, to not kill the Estrays too quickly, because we want to see it shoot those giant accelerator cannons across
He
the table.
promised us that he would get shot by.
He made that promise?
He did.
Okay, good.
It
We're
was
going to
part
hold
of
him
his
to
plan.
it. We'll throw some dice at him from over here if it doesn't work out for us.
Yeah.
On the other table, on the other hand, we have, for everyone's joy and pleasure, a phenomenally well-painted. Hopefully we can get some close-ups with that mobile camera or something like that.
Yeah.
A really well-painted Leagues of Votann army, and I got to tell you,
I asked
it
them
is
how
shocking.
I asked them how he achieved this Leagues of Votann army, given that it came out like yesterday, and he said basically it was a collective work between two people, and they did it in 44 out of 48 hours and only slept 2 hours each for 2 days.
I'm pretty sure I saw a picture on social media of them painting in the airplane
in the airplane.
as they were heading over. But for an army painted under those circumstances, it is stunningly well painted.
It's amazing. It really is.
And I think we're going to get an angle on it here soon. And
Yeah.
you guys can see it's got weathering on every single shoulder pad. It's got shading and hand. It's not airbrush painted. It's quite a lot of hand painting going on.
Look at
All the
that
details
shot.
are picked out. It's got edge highlighting. I'm just really pleased and tickled to see an army put together that quickly.
I'm with you. This is it's beautiful to see. It's like Leagues of Votann done in this scheme. I think it's a beautiful scheme for them. I want to give a special shout out to Tech Priest Warner for getting this shot. Well done.
Excellent job, Tech Priest Warner. And what's also cool about this army, or at least, I don't know if it's cool, it's quite predictable. There's really only one way to build a Votann army in a week with the launch box available.
So what actually comes in a Votann launch box? I don't think a lot of people might be familiar with what Leagues of Votann even are.
So we've got the Pioneers, right? We've got the Bikes. We have the Warriors. And we have the Cows. That's more or less what they have in the army.
Yeah.
They have the equivalent of the captain for the Votann. These are the guys that lay out the judgment tokens extra. They're the ones that are responsible for guiding the Votann to pick the right targets and prioritize the right things. Of course, they're much more experienced. They tend to have more of a war focus about how they approach things, whereas many of the Leagues of Votann members are miners. They're basically citizen soldiers, right? So they are both combat capable. They're wearing void suits that enable them to both fight in combat but do their day job, if you will, which is looking for resources to support the expansion of the kin. And that's part of why the kin are expanding as well, is the fact that they've been sort of in the Galactic Core for quite some time, and they are expanding to find more resources. That's their main driver, is supporting their raison d'etre as they go through their experience of the galaxy.
I really
like
the model line they've got here, too. I think it's really cool, just a different take on a 40K army.
They actually look, so I was trying to articulate this earlier. They strike me as very tactile as a bunch of models because they're quite compact. They're not space dwarves, they're not squats, they're just compact little guys. And so it reminds me, kind of like connects with the nostalgic youth in me when you're putting a bunch of little Votann warriors out on a battlefield, because they're very compact models, and it almost feels like when you're setting up army men or something like that when you were younger. It's very lovely, kind of regimented feel to them. There's a lot of infantry in these armies because it's the only real thing you can have so far. And so it's quite cool to see the army deployed. It looks like an army, which is what you always want to see. And I say it looks like an army. I think folks know kind of what I'm talking about. There's a feel of there's infantry
quite a lot
mass.
of them on the table right
there's
now.
a
Just
couple
swarming,
characters
really.
leading it, and then there's the cavalry as well. So it almost has an old school, almost medieval feel to the army design right now. And of course, we're seeing it maneuver and behave that way immediately, where the Bikes are starting to move out, and the Warriors are moving up in their blocks a little more slowly in the center.
So what we're seeing here is some really interesting play from Apollo and his Leagues of Votann over here. Leagues of Votann have this cool mechanic called judgment tokens. How it works is they put tokens onto enemy units. As you can see, there's a 2 right by this little guy right here, and they accumulate over the course of the game. So units with 1 judgment token mean that when you shoot at them, 6 hit will automatically wound. This is really good against an army against knights because they're so tough. You get bypass their high toughness and their vehicle stature. Once you have 2 judgment tokens on them, 5s to hit automatically wound. You can see how this starts to add up real fast. And then once you have 3 judgment tokens, well, you are going to be judged and forced to hit auto wound real bad for knights. So there's a lot of interesting back and forth here because our knights don't want to be judgment tokens shot off the board effortlessly. They want to really lean into their toughness, but they have to. The way you accrue judgment tokens is by doing actions, which they want to do, being on objectives, which is how you play this game, killing units, which is certainly a thing you should be doing. So, the knights playing their natural game will actually make them much easier for the Leagues of Votann to kill. It's a really interesting dynamic there.
It's quite tricky for the Knights as well, because while the Votann army that we're looking at doesn't really have that many weapons that are directly anti-Knight, as you point out, they all become anti-Knight once enough judgment tokens have been built up. There was an interesting question on the stream. These are the special edition objective markers you can get at Warhammer Global Events. That's the only place you can get them. We have them for every faction. We have them, obviously, for just Warhammer Standard, but that's what you guys are seeing on the table. And it's hard for me not to rep them because the guy Luke in our design studio did a phenomenal job putting them together, and I always find myself struggling not to buy more when I'm here. So when the Votan move up, you've got, of course, the problem that Nick talked about with the Knights, but how do the Knights actually deal with that? And with this particular range of units that are available to Apollo, with the amount of time he's had and with the fact that other units aren't released yet, do they have enough firepower in those units to kill Knights even though they win them automatically?
They definitely have the firepower to do it. This isn't like a Knight-killing Votan list. Maybe when the new models release and more options become available to the unit line, then you'll start to see some real anti-tank going. But as you said wonderfully, Mike, just your regular guns become anti-tank weapons when you have such powerful judgment tokens. The way that Ryan is playing this, our Knight player, is actually really clever. So he's taken these combat-oriented armigers with the Meltas and really made them the first line of Knight attack, basically. Putting them on these objectives, forcing reaction from Apollo to deal with them. And you're seeing that reaction. All these bikes are coming up on this flank, these bikes are coming on this flank, this little guy's coming out here, and all these infantry are basically lining up shots onto Knights. And what you're going to do is, once these bikes are exposed, as they are, then the Helverins pop out and unload firepower, then this Knight steps up, then this Knight gets involved. And he's trying to basically trade the little armigers that aren't really the most valuable because you don't need Meltas versus this much infantry. You'd rather have the value of your Helverins. That's when he's exchanging these ones kind of like their pawns and using his more valuable Knights. Really clever play here.
He accepts and understands the fact that some of his armigers are going to die, and he's chosen the right ones to expose, forcing the play by the Votan player, who has come out quite aggressively against them. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not the return fire from the big Knight and the Helverins are going to be enough to take care of him without just getting waxed in return on the subsequent turn.
Yeah. What's also really interesting is that Ryan didn't go for the central objective here. He's notably not on it. Now, if he went onto it, he would have just picked up a free 2 bonus points for controlling the center at the end of his turn. I wonder if he wanted to be a certain distance away from the Leagues of Votan army to try to get them closer for a counter-strike thing, and he opted to kind of bait the Leagues of Votan even closer forward rather than get those 2 points.
Could be a movement thing, too. If they deployed behind those ruins, there's quite a bit of ground to cover.
That's true. If you tried to deploy
and if his
safely,
advance roll was not especially good,
that
might have just fallen short.
That's fair.
So, what now?
What now? Let's check in on our Astraeus.
I'm thinking the other game in that Astraeus is where I want to see. Ooh, the Astraeus has moved up. It is.
It's coming.
It's power sliding up the board, moving sideways rather than forward.
Optimal way to drive a vehicle.
The Subaru approach to Astraeus driving, and I like it.
Yeah.
We've got the Drift Astraeus, and I think that's what I want to call it from here on out. So the Drifter has moved up the board.
Is that an IP?
It's not an IP at all, but on the other side we have 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts, and that's the correct way to refer to them, moving up the board.
Yep, those guys. So what's interesting is with Space Marines, they're a very self-supporting type of army. They have a lot of auras that they want to stay together to benefit from. Objectives secured for units within 6 inches, real ones to hit, real ones to wound for units within 6 inches. You really want to keep your army nice and compact. However, we're not seeing that kind of play from Jeff over here. Jeff's got 2 Dreadnoughts over here. He's got the Astraeus over here. He's got unit here, unit here, unit here. What do you think is the thought process behind spreading out like this?
There's a couple of directions he could be going. The one of which is that Necron army by nature is quite good at racking up its points just by kind of playing a passive game of its own, as you talked about, or basically with Purge the Vermin and other things. He may be trying to spread threats out enough to tempt the Necron player into stretching in return, which it kind of looks like he's doing, and maybe create a situation where he gets some unbalanced matchups on one part of the board and can take advantage of it to score points off of them later on and change the nature of the game as being a fairly passive one where you're falling behind the army that scores more secondary points at a better rate than you do. On the other hand, he could be just seeing what happens. He mentioned before the game that his approach is generally to wait to see if his opponent makes a mistake. The final possibility is that looking at what the Necron secondary situation does with Purge the Vermin and everything else and is challenging him to change his game plan and try and spread across more of the board and see what happens. Any of those things seem possible to me, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a common mistake I find a lot of players make in the Dawn of War style deployments, this long board edge style deployment that we're using here, is they occupy the entire thing. One of the challenges to this deployment style is there's not much depth to it, but there's a lot of width to it. So players often deploy across the entire thing, as you can see. However, that makes your army very easy to isolate because you can just go hard at one flank, and then crush it, and then the stuff over here is not going to be able to react effectively. So there's a big weakness to that style of deployment, but both players have seemed to have gone for it here.
It could also be part of the fact that when they do the alternating deployment, there may have just been a thing where you sometimes will see players in all sorts of different games where they tend to mirror what their opponent is doing. And so what started off as an idea to force one flank or to be centered and go tends to change it up because they see their opponent doing the same thing, and it ends up becoming a bit of a ping-pong game on the deployment front. It's where you get tactical instead of strategic, and things can kind of pan out in an odd way in those situations.
Absolutely. So really cool to see how this is unfolding. I'm really glad Jeff went first. I think the Necrons wanted to go first for sure. They get their 6-inch pregame move. They get to just go forward right off the bat, and they can really start swarming these 3 objectives on turn 1. And that really puts the Death Watch on a very heavy pressure cooker because they have to get ahead of those points before the 12 start coming on primary. But now that Death Watch has had the opportunity to move up the table, it's going to be a lot harder for the Necrons to walk in and actually claim this killing field.
Well, and the Necrons, they make that choice to take that move after they see whether they're going first, right?
Yeah.
And that's, of course, why they didn't get to go up the board. So it's important for players to know if they're not tracking that would be the reason they didn't really take advantage of that ability very much. You can tell that they're basically deployed 10 inches up.
You know what I actually just remembered about this mission, Mike? It's one we don't typically play at the U.S. Opens, but I'm glad to see it work in its rotation. There are no scout moves before
They're
the
not
game
allowed
starts.
to do it.
They can't do it.
Oh, my goodness. How did we miss that one, Nick?
Well, we didn't. We just caught it later.
I thought you were good at this game.
I'm not. That's why I'm here.
The truth has been set free finally. This is true, by the way. Nick is definitively better than me, but yet I think he's 1-9 against me lifetime, despite his superior play. You did. You won a game. When did you win a game? You won. We were playing a playtest game. We can't say which factions.
Oh.
And you may have been using some pointy-eared folks.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
remember?
Right.
Yeah, we can't tell people about that game.
No.
Carry on. Move.
Carry on.
Change
You didn't hear
subjects.
anything.
Nick did beat me in a game once, though.
Proud of you.
Unfortunately, he's also much better than me, so we can go into the details of how that ever happened some other time.
Some other time. Let's check back in on our night, friends.
All right, what do we got?
Looks like the shooting phase. So this is a thing that happens often on stream, Mike, as the players get real excited and they start rolling dice at each other, and the hands start waving, and the models start dying.
The models do start getting destroyed. We just saw a pipe go flying off of its piece of terrain. It's okay. That's why we use the bases. Makes it really easy to keep those things in focus. If something gets knocked, the whole piece doesn't change where it was located. We're going to call it a win.
I also want to talk about the fact that things get knocked all the time. 40K is a physical game, so people do roll dice. Models get knocked over. I am clumsy and hands go places they shouldn't. But because the way you can kind of restore the game state effectively is by pre-measuring and communicating with your opponent really openly about your intents, what the game state is. I know I'm 17 inches away from this thing, so if I move 12, I'm 5 inches away. That's what I have to roll for my charge. Having those kinds of conversations before you get into the argument phase is a great way to keep the game moving and happy and healthy, and it's being represented all through these halls.
It's also, I think, an important thing to riff off in terms of talking about what Warhammer really is. Warhammer 40,000 is definitely not a computer game or chess. And when I say that, a computer game is always very precise in reality, and that when you use a unit or an ability or something like that, it will always do what it's been coded to do, barring any bugs. When you're playing chess, square is a square is a square, and when you move around on the board, you move precise amounts, and it's impossible to mismeasure those things. When you're playing Warhammer 40,000 and using a dice and moving your hands around and using a bunch of different models, it is a fact that no one ever measures perfectly correctly. They either accidentally move less than they meant to, they move a millimeter further than they should. It's an impossible thing to measure correctly when you're using a tape measure, hovering around the table, and so on and so forth. And I think it's really important to remember all those things you said about communication and camaraderie, and remembering what kind of game you're playing, that it can be competitive, it can be fun, it can be even pretty balanced these days, as we've seen, but it is not a game where you're playing or even able to play a perfectly precise experience. And so communication across the table, being on the same page as your opponent, building a relationship and building a friendship across the course of a game is critical to having a good experience. And you'll note the best players, the ones who win consistently, the ones who don't even often meta chase, those players often are some of the best human beings to interact with you'll ever find, because they have to be able to be consistently successful. The game as imprecise as playing effectively toy soldiers.
Yeah, I actually want to take a moment and just talk about the kind of culture of the events that we've been cultivating at the U.S. Open Series, but also just the Warhammer community in general. I've watched it grow over like 20 years of playing this game and a few years now as commentating, and it's so healthy. Not just the state of the game, right? There's so many different factions in the top. Even right now, the undefeated bracket, it's only been for the first round. We've faction representation all over the place in the top 10 and whatnot. that said, the players are the healthy part here. And the communication is really clean. Intent is all over the place. There's just no arguments or upsetness or anything. It's just nice, sporting, good fun, and that's what it's all about.
Speaking of being really nice, when I do the opening speech, the intro briefing here at the Opens to start each round.
Do you want
to do it?
Yeah.
Do you want to do the speech?
I wanna do the
All right, do
speech.
the impression of the final bit of the speech.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Open at
Is
Chicago.
that what I sound like? I already hate it.
No, you do sound like this. Welcome to the U.S. Open in Chicago. Look to your left. Look to your right. Look at the people all around you. They're all losers. Only one of you makes it out of here undefeated, maybe. The vast majority of you will all lose a game this weekend. And that's not what it's about.
That's about right. Yeah, we make a big focus on the fact that everybody's going to lose, except one person maybe.
Except one person, maybe.
Usually gets a good chuckle, though. I don't think I've ever had anyone be offended.
I mean,
It says a lot about the community.
says a lot about my memory.
Or perhaps we've done this too many times over the years.
You never know.
So we've got a close-up of a bunch of different things here on the board, right?
Okay,
What?
this is something we need to talk about.
Well, we've got screenshots coming in from the field, guys.
We are interrupting this broadcast of Knights and Votan and Necrons and Deathwatch because we got World Eaters in Tau on the screen. And you know why? Because the World Eaters are charging the Tau. How are they doing that?
3 11-inch charges
You know what?
in the first turn.
No one just charge. It's just one speed. It's called forward.
It worked.
It's-
Forward worked. And the World Eaters got into the Tau.
This
Well,
is,
that's impressive. I wonder what happens in that game as we see it later on.
I mean, I think the Tau are not happy about what's happening to them.
I just got to give credit to Tech Priest Warner for his updates from the field. Getting these pictures in and sharing it from the field. We've got the judges out there who are sending things to the stream as well, so you guys get to hear. Yeah, one speed, yes, Notley, is the best way to say it. So we have a lot of Votan shooting going on, I suspect.
Zach,
Nothing dead yet.
your predecessor in this commentating seat, was telling me that he has an maybe unhealthy obsession with just screaming blood for the blood god randomly at all times in his house.
He does do that. He does it during meetings as well.
He does during meetings.
And I got to tell you, like, I've had to write him up twice over it. He did it in an HR meeting. It was really not well accepted and appreciated in the community. Games Workshop is still a corporation. It's a large company. You got to respect people. And,
blood for the blood god.
some people
Well,
may
I'm
be Blood Angels fans, and they're really not
They shouldn't.
accepting of that. Basically, the entire HR department is a bunch of Blood Angels fans. So anyway,
There's a blood angel right behind you, Mike.
that's true.
That's true.
It's
So right now, I haven't seen Knights get picked up yet. I wonder how deep into the shooting phase we are. It's hard to get a play-by-play read at the moment, but looks like right here this unit is determining its shooting at that thing. I think that's the body language reading players.
Oh, I can see Apollo counting one finger at a time. Dup,
That's
dup,
the
dup,
most
dup, dup
efficient
through his
way.
unit. I think so too.
Yeah. He's got a little dice tray on the side there. I like that the players use their little gaming aids to make their ease of play a little bit better. Whatever players all have their own little unique quirks about them, from anywhere between whether they use dice tray, having a specific line of sight tool that they use, or even just the way they roll their dice with their hands. It's like a signature.
I think I noticed that yesterday, so we had an interesting conversation where everyone kind of, well, I may have pointed out that Nick has a very awkward way
It's
of
not
rolling the
awkward.
dice. And suddenly everyone around piped in who'd played him before, and they're like, yeah, Nick, you ever really... So we did a video of everyone's dice rolling.
Can I chime in here?
I don't know. I feel like I want to talk about the fact that the way
Keep
that
going,
Nick
keep
rolls
talking.
dice is quite awkward. And you're right that people do have a lot of quirks, a lot of interesting things they do. You can talk now. You don't want to say anything anymore, do you?
I have nothing to say. Just,
Yep,
just
that's
keep
what I
on-
assume.
keep,
So
keep
yeah,
it rolling.
awkward rolling Nick. Anyway, moving past that, the little gaming aids were an interesting one. I went through an arc years ago before I joined the company where I started to use gaming aids for everything. Little tokens for this and tokens for that. Until I got to a point where I had no idea what any of my tokens did anymore. I was playing in the ETC for Team America a couple of years ago, and I went and got like a wound dial counter for every one of the characters in my army. But I had
50 characters in the
11 characters in the army. So there were more wound counters, like base-wise, than there were most anything else. They kept getting in the way of things. That was the point at which I decided to go back to just using dice to mark most things and kind of reconnect with my roots as a hobbyist and
You
maybe get
strike
away
me as
from a million
someone
aids.
who would get really into like using a lot of random widgets during
Swag,
games.
man.
A lot
Gotta
of
swag up
stuff
your games. Yeah, absolutely.
on your tables. I like that. Let us know in the chat. Are you a swag gamer? Are you like a very? I'm a Puritan with this.
Yeah, I wanna
show
see a
up with my
poll.
dice and a tape measure. That's all I.
I want to see a poll. I want to see how many people are Puritan gamers. They just use dice and a tape measure and they mark things with that. I want to see how many people use like, one set of like little aids, and I want to see how many people use an infinite number of aids and just cannot stop collecting tokens and markers and all sorts of other things through the experience.
There was one buddy of mine, Rich, from back in the day when I was playing up in New Jersey. He would show up to every single game with a tackle box sorted with a widget, a different style of widget for everything. This is like the unit is
token tackle box.
This is the unit is shooting. I'm like, you're telling me the unit is shooting. What is the representation of the marker?
Well, there's no way he forgot that they'd shot before.
There's no way he forgot.
Oof.
There's no way anyone could forget.
The neoprene objective markers are quite cool.
We're using all the Warhammer 40K ones. That's these central objectives that you're seeing on screen right here. But we have faction-specific ones for almost all the factions in the game. I wanted to get you some Leagues of Votan ones for this table, but they didn't have any yet.
They're still on the way.
They're on the way.
So we will have Leagues of Votan limited edition objective markers, probably in Kansas City.
And
We're
these,
lucky.
the specific faction ones, they're actually really cool. Like, we can show some off.
I'm shocked we didn't put them down for this round. We're going to have to hold that against the head judge over there, Justin Curtis, who's walking around, patrolling the tables.
It's definitely his fault.
It's probably his fault. Absolutely, Nick. So I haven't seen the poll go up. Oh, the poll is up. I'm very excited to see the result. We'll see what happens there later on. So looking at the table, of course, what we're doing right now is we're trying to kill a little bit of time because killing is happening. And we noticed that there were 3 armigers there when the Leagues of Votan started shooting.
There's still one less.
There seems to only be, well, the middle
one's gone.
is gone.
Middle one pooped, but I think the rest of them are still there.
That would be really bad for the Votan player if those 2 did not get removed as well. What do you think?
If this one's just going to walk right in there, it's not going to be good times.
Well, of course, then there's an Overwatch he's going to have to survive as well.
Do you think the Overwatch, can Votan put out a powerful Overwatch?
Depends on how many of those wounds are left on that armiger if it does survive this round of shooting, right?
So Overwatch is like a last-ditch effort. It's a one command point stratagem that every army has access to. You basically fire your guns on a last attempt to shoot the enemy before they charge you with the axes. The Tau probably should have used that versus the World Eaters. But the effect of it is you hit on 6s. It's really unreliable unless you have like severe bonuses to this. It's very hard and rare to get bonuses to this, which is why I ask and don't really know if Votan have anything to stack up here. But like you said, if it's down to like 1 or 2 wounds limping into that combat, all it takes is a 6.
On the other hand, he's got a big knight that could lead the way.
The Big Knight could lead the way. This thing needs to get involved. That thing is a powerhouse.
It is certainly going to get involved this turn. As far as I know, they don't have any way to move those models again now after they've shot this turn. So that's definitely coming down on that flank. What do you think the Knight's play? Do you think it's working out for him, what he was expecting at this point?
I do. I think the Knight player is happy to see only one armiger go down. Like, there's no way that he was expecting no Knights are going to die this game. Like, Knight players know Knights go down. That's part of the name of the game. The question is, do all of the Knights go down, or how quickly, at what rate? Those are the things that you have to answer, actually.
Well, it doesn't look like they had too many Judgment tokens deployed yet, which may be a part of the problem for how much damage he's outputting. If he's not rolling those 6s to hit, he's not doing the damage he would expect because he's resorting down to his lower strength and trying to get through those Knight's toughness.
That's true. Judgment tokens are an interesting mechanic because they get more accrued as the game goes on. They compile fast, but in the first turn, most things don't really have Judgment tokens on them, and certainly not 3 yet. So a lot of the firepower the Votan army is capable of is not being expressed at this moment. So I like Ryan's ability to kind of force the issue early, and I think Apollo might be over-aggressing before it's the right time.
It does seem very aggressive. I think, though, that kind of goes back to his strategy, right? I'm going to walk up the street and shoot my beams at Knights was basically his approach, and that's precisely what he did.
He's a straight shooter.
I like how both of these players have committed to their bit. On the other table, on the other hand, which we'll get back to eventually, that Astraeus running right up the table certainly doesn't sound like Jeff's claimed plan of a careful beginning. It'll be interesting to go over there and see. Nick, I think I'm going to take a walk around the tables here real quick, and I'll be right back.
Before you take a walk on the table, I want to just let you know that 50% of the people in the poll decided they had some gaming accessories.
Okay, so we're basically we're minimalists in comparison.
Yeah.
We're not the
Well,
norm.
You're the mostalists.
It's just dice and a tape measure.
Not when you had 11 of the.
Well, back in the day, I was.
Yeah.
I've changed. Okay, look, you can change.
Yeah, people can change, Mike.
We can get better over time.
Go take your walk.
All right, let's go see what's going on these 2 tables. I'm going to get that first bird's eye view. I'm going to get the close perspective of it. Maybe I'll annoy the players and ask them a million questions. I'm just kidding. I won't do that part.
You're not
and
allowed
I'll
to
be
talk to the
right
players,
back.
Mike. That's
I'll
a
be
rule.
right back. I'll follow that rule. I may have made that rule. I don't know if I did. I'll be back.
Who's in charge of who over here? These are the real questions. Okay, so Mike's putting his mic down. We're using a lot of mics in the sentence, which means you got DJ Stream Master Nick up in here. And I am going to carry you through this wonderful experience for the next little bit here. Let's check back in on our Death Watch and Necron's table and see how that's going. Looks like one thing that the Astraeus can really do here is push up into this quarter. And if it can actually just kind of plant itself on this side of the field effectively, the Necrons aren't ever really going to be able to do anything about it. And that's going to be a big blow to the Purge the Vermin secondary choice that Grayson's taken. Because if he's not able, they basically get 1 point for having a unit in having no enemy units in every quarter of the board. So if the Astraeus jumps into the Death Watch quarter and the Necron quarter, and the Necrons can't remove it, that's just going to be taking points off Purge the Vermin. And I wonder if that is what Jeff is really trying to do over here. It does fly. I believe the Astraeus does have the fly keyword, so it can hop right over that ruin in the next turn. I still am interested in seeing what those two Redemptors on the right are really doing. They are a little short for wares as far as line of sight goes. The angles of the plexiglass are really cutting tight here. They're only going to be able to see pretty much directly to the limits of that ruin, and that ruin's very hard to see through. So anything in the middle here is pretty safe. Anything on the side here is pretty safe because of this ruin. There's not much for the Necron, for those two Redemptors to shoot at from the Necron side. These players might be going a little slowly. Maybe we can inform one of our judges just to help speed them along a bit. There's no chess clocks in this format. We just have judges actively wandering through the tables and keeping the games on pace, helping the players as necessary to resolve things in a more quickly and time-efficient manner. And they just need to be alerted sometimes, and then things get going. So we'll see how that goes. Over here, we're watching the Knights come up. So it looks like, indeed, only the one Armiger died. That is not good for Apollo. He got very aggressive and needed to see some good return on that aggression. Without that, he may find himself in a bit of trouble. So this Armiger has come up, holding that objective down very nicely, probably looking to attack those bikes right there. The other ones come up on that central objective, looking to charge that character on it. And then I'm sure on the top there, we can get to the top-down view, you'll be able to see another Armiger, coming up on this objective right here, that yellow one on the left. And now the Paladin is coming up to try to see these bikes on this side and really get around and shoot them. Killing the bikes is going to be really, really helpful. The Leagues of Votann bikes are some of the most powerful bikes in the game. They fly, they can move up to 24 inches and still shoot their shotguns. They can move 12 and shoot all of their firepower. They have so much firepower between those autocannons, the rotary cannons, the shotguns themselves. 3 shots each. They're strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage, and it's just such a high volume of shots. With the strength 7 and the judgment tokens, it's really good at ripping these Knights apart. A lot of the Knights are -1 damage built in, so that will help blunt the efficacy of a 2 damage gun, but through sheer volume of dice, it really can just wear the Knights down. Unfortunately, I think these bikes are about to get absolutely knighted. So we'll find out and see how they survive. If this Knight fails his charge, he's very likely to pass, but if this one fails its charge, that's going to be a big swing in favor for Apollo. Apollo needs to have a lot of bikes at the end of this turn, and I'm pretty sure Ryan sees the opportunity to go for the bikes, and he's like, this is the go time. It was a beautiful two-turn setup. He basically put the one Knight Armiger out there to get whatever response he could out of Leagues of Votann. Leagues of Votann came forward, responded, and now we're going to see what the Knights can do back in response. However, I think they're in great shape. We got Mike Brandt coming back to the booth here, relieving me from this non-stop Nick action.
I believe that the Blood Bowl team should be called Mutanboas. I think that's better than Mutanbo Mambas. Actually, they both sound really good.
That was your triumphant return to the stream.
I'm just helping out with the question that they have there. Look, I'm here for the people who are watching. I'm here to help them with the important questions that they have. an important question was asked, and I gave the answer that I had.
I understand.
Just looking out, man.
Just looking out. That's good.
Death or Glory, Pete, I'm sorry my voice is low for you. I have been told I have a bit of a baritone, but I think he's talking about the volume. Anyway, moving on with the actual game, what is the situation on the board?
So we have the Knights are kind of in the response part of their turn. They're figuring out their moving. They're planning, they're pre-measuring, they're palling. We use our P's
I'm
of
afraid I
40K.
asked Apollo a quick question when I walked by the table. I said, Apollo, did you do the damage you were hoping to?
What do you say?
No.
No. He, in fact, walked up down the street, shot them with the beams, and the Knights did not die.
Apparently they were beams of light today as opposed to beams of damaging particulate matter.
Yeah, well, you know, Paolo didn't say that shooting the beams was going to work. He just said that that's what he was going to do.
He did do it.
He did do it.
He stuck to the plan.
He's still stuck to it.
There is a countercharge coming.
Yeah, well, I'm saying this is a very easy charge to hit, but if this does fail, it's going to be an enormous swing. One of the challenges to playing Knights is you don't really have – you just kind of roll the dice and you are subject to these little fate cubes that we all play with. They're an army that definitely embraces the RNG to this game instead of tries to –
Speaking of fate,
Yeah,
if I understand correctly, Fate is your favorite
Fate Weaver
character.
is my favorite character.
Warhammer 40,000.
What's your favorite character?
My favorite character is Colonel Ironhand Strachan.
Strachan.
I am a huge Catachan fan. I think one of the things that first drew me to Warhammer 40,000 was the idea of these dudes in basic combat gear that was really fairly analogous to like modern day soldiers getting sent out into a galaxy in their millions and billions and having to basically use machine guns against horrifying demons and monsters and giant tanks and titans and getting blasted with nuclear weapons from space and whatnot. There was something ridiculous about it, but still connected to that sort of like childhood nostalgia of Army men. And the Catachans just take that to 11.
Yeah.
And I play in a rock band, so I like the idea of taking things to 11.
So
and you know, it was just perfect. And Strachan, of course, is the most. I'll never forget when I was playing in it was the 4th or 5th edition with Strachan, and he punched a Land Raider to death. And that was basically the whole thing put into a microcosm for me. A little dude in a T-shirt ran up to a giant, terrifying future tank and punched it into exploding.
Just kaboosh.
Yeah. But why do you like Fate Weaver so much?
Fate Weaver he's just the best. It started with back when the Demon Codex first came out. We're talking 4th edition, back in the day. That's how long I'm playing this game. He was awesome. He was an aura of re-rolling saves. He had 3 wounds, which back then was like a very...
So many of wounds.
There was like a lot of wounds back then.
I mean, with his save, it was like, wow.
He was like unkillable with his
I have
3
to do like
wounds.
30 or 40 wounds to him to get rid of him.
Yeah, it was...
Which was a lot back then.
The game is just different now. So, you know, that's where I kind of fell in love with him. But then later, we got more of a bond, right? Because I used to play demons in like 6th and 7th edition and 8th edition, and that's when the Warp Storm was happening. That's when you rolled randomly on the table at the start of each of your shooting phases, and cool stuff would happen. I wish they brought that mechanic back. And Fate Weaver gave you a lot of... he allowed you to re-roll it and add stuff to it and manipulate it, and then he gave you a once-per-game re-roll when no one else had one. It was a command point before they were everywhere, and that was really cool. And he's got 2 heads, and they bicker, and he's really bad at combat, and I think that's hilarious. Not anymore. He just
Highly relevant, too.
Yeah.
The last time I played against Fate Weaver, guess who was playing Fate Weaver?
It was me.
Jack Harpster.
Jack
The winner of the last event we streamed.
Yeah.
And Jack was in his youth, really? His youth. And he was playing a flying demons army back in the day of you had to ground them.
Oh,
You know, when you
wow.
got hits on them and whatnot. And I managed to ground his Fate Weaver and charge it with a Lone Wolf and Terminator armor, the Storm Shield. Talk about a nostalgia play.
Wow.
And they just spent the rest of the game standing there.
I played a game against the once late and great Tony Kovac, where he played a Lone Wolf, and I played a Fate Weaver, and my Fate Weaver got grounded, and the Lone Wolf charged. Very similar situation, but I kept trying to turn that man into a spawn, because that used to be a rule.
Did it work?
I think on like turn 4.
Well, when it was no longer.
We got him.
You called him the late, great Tony Kopak, so I'm going to have to
He's not punctual.
mention the fact that he's no longer great, according to you.
No, he's still great. He's also late.
I
It's
see.
2 different things.
All right, the walk down memory lane aside, we're getting into a situation where those charges, have they already begun here? Or is he still rolling his shooting attacks?
No, I think we're still doing shooting on that
Yeah,
right
it does
table.
sure look like that.
Yeah.
We're about to see how well a bunch of mining bikes can deal with getting charged by a weapon from the Dark Age of technology. Of course, the Dark Age of technology is sort of a term that doesn't work for the Votan. They come from human origins, but they really don't have any attachment to the sort of fear of new technology and change that the Imperium carries with it. So for them, the very notion of using Dark Age technology isn't a phrase they'd utter. It's just technology. And of course they'd use it.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't use technology? We're using it right now.
The Imperium.
Imperium. Actually, I was talking to Zach about this on our last stream. I was asking him, are Votan an Imperial army? Are they just kind of their own little thing that exists? Like, what are they?
The Votan were sent out, presumably many, many, many moons again from Terra, long before the Imperium was a thing, and they have no memory or knowledge of it themselves. And so they wound their way out into the universe, I believe, to the galactic core. Don't quote me on that part. And their job was to gather resources into mine, and who knows what went awry or how they ended up where they were headed. They've got these AI ancestor cores that are supposed to guide them and tell them what to do, but of course, very old computers start to do some quirky things, and there's some interesting backstory, I'm sure, that will be better developed over time for them. But suffice to say, they're willing to work.
They're willing to work.
With the Imperium.
They're
also willing to
do their own thing.
get rid of the Imperium. It's all about collection of resources for them. That's their main goal, is take care of the kin, expand the kin, get more resources for the kin so they can continue to operate. And they're kind of loners doing their own thing to achieve those goals.
Will they negotiate with the orcs?
I'm not sure the orcs would negotiate with them, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not enough of a lore master to tell you officially what the Leagues of Votan would negotiate with the orcs.
As the official lore master commentator of the Warhammer community stream, they would negotiate with the orcs.
Is that what you're calling yourself now? Officially, everyone, he is not the official lore master of anything.
Okay, Mike. All right. That's what you say.
Except for Fate Weaver.
Except for Fate Weaver.
All right, so we've got the charges going on here on this board. We're looking for our tech master. Probably we should take a look at the Strays game. I think this one we can kind of leave the suspense and see what happens when we get back.
Oh, the Necrons are responding on this
They
table.
went right up the board.
Yeah, so we've got a command barge coming out to start to interact with this Astraeus. Scorpex also definitely looking to charge in. Scarabs and Tombblades. Tombblades doing the action on the objective, I'm sure. Ancient Machineries. And then Silent King holding down the fort. That's a very kingly place to be silent.
He's also very symmetrical in that objective right there.
It's very pretty to look at.
It satisfies the need that I have for order and things. So they're very much committed to the Astraeus, it sure looks like.
I really like when the players listen and they orientate the objectives so that they all look the nice, pretty way, and then they put this pretty Silent King on the objective, and it's all just pretty.
It truly is a gorgeous board. And of course, a random bunch of orc terrain that these Marines and Necrons are fighting over. Perhaps it was an orcish encampment that Tomb World has risen out of.
I think this is that orc negotiation we were just talking about.
Absolutely.
What else would it be?
So, why is he focusing so much energy on the Astraeus off there on that one objective?
Well, I think it's because it's the only thing to focus on, if I'm being honest. Most of the Death Watch are pretty defensive, which was definitely Jeff's plan going into this. He's like, I'm just going to chill and see what you do.
Is it a risk, though, that he's committed those portions of his army forward to where those hidden units can respond and potentially go after those Necrons next turn?
It's almost like Jeff is doing to Grayson what Ryan is doing to Apollo, meaning instead of using the armigers to the least valuable armigers to kind of scooch on the objectives and get the response out of the Votan so the Knights can counterattack, which is what's happening in the other game, right here we are using an Astraeus to get a response from the Necrons so the Death Watch can counterattack. Really interesting approach. A lot of competitive Warhammer is setting up deficiencies in trading. In games like chess, it's very easy because pieces are literally equivalent. A pawn is a pawn for both players. And you kind of know that if I trade a pawn for a pawn, that's an even trade, and if I trade a pawn for a queen, that's amazing. So in 40K, it's a little more hard to quantify because you have points to kind of arbitrarily value units with, but it's not the most accurate system because once you start playing the game, the point values units no longer are relevant. You've already purchased them. So trading, knowing what units to basically throw away, what kind of response they'll get from your opponent, how you'll react to that response, that's a very hard challenge to come up with effectively. What do you think of that, Mike?
I think trading is a natural part of the game. It's actually one of the things that can be difficult for me because I tend to view the units that I take in my army as sacrosanct. Like I don't want to lose any of them. My general approach to play is to try and prevent any of the units that I have in my army from dying while still achieving the game requirements. Now, that doesn't work that way. You always have to take those consequences, and I frequently do. But when playing, it's also about, you mentioned trading, I think that's a big part of it, but it's also about playing above the table and taking advantage of mistakes. No game is played perfectly, and it's your ability to leverage those nuanced mistakes or blatant mistakes that your opponent may make strategically as a general that can oftentimes make the difference between just playing a trade game and seeing about the math between the power levels of the two armies and actually making it matter more. Necrons are considered to be a much more powerful army right now than the Death Watch are, but perhaps by leveraging as his power sliding, drifting Astraeus as a trade target, that's actually going to be something where he's expending a large percentage of his army to do it, but creating an opening and creating an opportunity, as we mentioned earlier, for it to be not just be the standard game that Necron play, and to create a little more interesting turnabout in the experience that's going to happen on the tabletop.
Definitely. I wish the Redemptors, and this is where you really want to keep the Redemptors near the Astraeus and kind of keep the army together. I'm still not sure what Jeff's going on with the two Redemptors over here, but if they were over here somewhere able to support this Astraeus after the Necrons come in, I think that would really go a long way. Although Death Watch do have some teleportation tricks. I don't think the Dreadnoughts can teleport, but maybe he's thinking bait the Necrons this way, bring this unit over this way, and just start swinging hard over here.
It could do that.
A lot of options.
Do those units have the ability to deal with those Necron threats that are right up in front of them, do you think? So he's got a big unit of Assault Marines right there. And then he's got another unit hiding behind the other side of the ruin. Could they combine to deal with that threat that's right there in front of them?
I think they definitely could. Necrons are tough, but they are far from unkillable. Space Marines have a decent offense in the game, and certainly in the Necron durability. So I really do think they can react effectively to this Necron push. We actually got the Teleportarium stratagem up on our screen. As you can see, you can actually deep strike a Death Watch Dreadnought. So the army is super flexible. It can go this way or that way at this point.
So you're saying you can actually re-deep strike it during the course of the game using the teleport approach that you might have with like a Terminator unit?
Yeah, absolutely. And deep strike is, for those of you who are not familiar with the term or maybe newer to the game, it's a old school term that we just kind of have passed along. It represents any unit with the ability to come in through reinforcements during the game, and that usual 9-inch away from enemy units, that kind of thing, is whichever rule you're using for your specific faction is just blatantly called the deep strike.
Yep, blatantly called. Yeah, well, that makes sense. But it did look like that was a deployment-based strat when you give it to them, right?
Oh, perhaps. In which case, it wouldn't be used right now in the middle of the game. I didn't check the timing of it. But there is a relic they could take as well, which most Death Watch lists do pack, which allows you to once per game teleport. It's actually, Necrons have a similar relic called the Veil of Darkness, which they pretty much always pack as well.
Yep, it is a common thing that's occurring in most of those games. So when we look at this battle, we've kind of got this figured out. It's really going to determine what happens with this charge that's happening on the Astraeus right now. I think the dice are being rolled and the outcome is being determined. But what do we got happening with that night battle now that the shooting is likely done and the charges are about to occur?
Only one way to find out. Let's get on over to that night table. And looks like one knight has charged into these bikes, but all the bikes still seem to be here. We've lost a few of them.
Looks like the large knight did not commit to the bid at this point in time.
No, well, so he may have tried to charge, but he's got to wheel himself around this ruin.
Quite a difficult role.
And that's actually quite hard. You can't just, move your knight around the ruin. You have to physically move the inches to wheel it around the ruin. So measuring a knight properly is actually quite a challenging thing to do, and getting around those ruins can be very costly to your movement.
And tell me he didn't fail the charge on the other side.
I don't see the charge shot. Did I manifest that into reality?
You may have called that shot.
Oh, they call me Nickstradamus for a reason.
Well, I think I'm going to have to go investigate, Nick.
Investigate away, Mike. Investigate the signals.
Enjoy the dulcet tones of Nick Nanavati for 30 seconds while I discover the fate that has befallen a knight player on that battlefield.
If Mike's back, I like that. That's good. If Mike's back in 30 seconds or less, I will eat my hat. Not wearing a hat. Not much of a hat guy, to be honest. I really do think the knight's... He's not charging yet. Okay, so the knight here is just 1 inch away. Looks like he's charging, which makes perfect sense because there's way too many bikes on the board for the shooting phase to be over. Yeah.
Here's what's happened with the charges.
They
haven't happened yet.
I got that from the whole interaction.
The whole interaction.
Yeah,
They haven't charged yet.
I know you were gone for 30 seconds, Mike, but you really walked 5 feet away from me.
We're going to go recruit a couple extra table bosses. We'll have Dylan giving us some updates here real quick, and we'll try to stay on top of it. But I think it's actually quite exciting that we've gone right back to where we were.
Definitely. That's the table boss tab.
Oh, my goodness. It's right there waiting for me.
Mike just found it.
This is what happens when you guest stream a live stream.
Now we have live updates. Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
Now we're charging.
Charge phase now. Okay, good. Table boss updates.
Very exciting.
This is the roll.
Looks like a pretty good roll.
That's a 6. That's a clean 6. No one's moving models yet.
keeping us in suspense.
Just move the
We-
models. Remove the suspense from it. They're just thinking about stuff. What is there to think about?
It's like the guy's waiting to the last second to snap the ball.
Charge the Knights.
Should we give him a delay game penalty? I think we can do that at this point.
Mike, you're the tournament organizer. You can do whatever you like.
I mean, there's consequences to everything in life, Nick.
Well, you can do whatever you like.
Abuses of power go a far way. It is interesting to be a tournament organizer. There's a lot to keep track of. Right now we've got, I think we have 7 judges patrolling these tables. I can see those vibrant yellow shirts as they're working through any questions that the players may have.
Yeah, it's really cool because they're so spottable. This is a hall of over 250 people all playing Warhammer. It's hard to find any specific person quickly, but the bright yellow shirts the judges wear make them very easily identifiable.
If you don't have them, you can always wait for that glorious sound of "Judge."
Oh
Scream
yeah,
that across the
someone's
hall.
going to yell that at some point.
It will happen. All right, so the rolls have begun, and the outcomes are.
This is the slowest. Like what? Look at these dice moving very slowly.
Very carefully.
Very careful dice movements. Okay, so here's a 3 on him. Perhaps there was an Overwatch.
Autocannons did go in
There is an Overwatch going
4
on right
wounds
now.
did go through, and the beam weapons also went in and pulled off the auto wound. So there's quite a bit of damage that's been going through there.
4 wounds have gotten through so far. We're still rolling dice on that Overwatch. He made the charge.
He did survive.
Okay, survived.
He's charging in.
Yep. I wonder if he's degraded, though.
It could be.
Could be.
Several wounds got through. 4 of the autocannons went through, and those are, 2 damage each, yeah?
Yeah, but this one might be -1 damage. I'm not sure. Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Yeah, that's true. 3 wounds left on the Helverin.
Okay, it's definitely degraded.
Yes. And what does degrading do in the Helverin? There, Nick?
Makes them slower, and it makes them hit worse.
Does it make them hit worse with their close combat, with their shooting, or with both?
I'm not sure. But it could be. It's got to be one of the two or both of the two.
Okay.
Really narrowing it down.
Counting on that expertise to come to play here shortly.
There's a lot of rules in 40K. Some
Does
people
seem
say.
to be true. Well, while we're waiting for those charges to finish, I might ask, what do you think has happened in the combat with the Astraeus over on the other side? Because
Oh no! Oh no!
I think I see
No.
Astraeus slow. No.
No.
Wait.
It just moved. It just moved, Mike.
It's alive still.
It's
Oh,
alive. It's
goodness
Every
gracious,
time
that
it moves,
was-
we all just have
Like
to.
my heart
we have to
stopped as he
haul.
put his hands around that
Yeah.
Astraeus. It power slided backward,
No,
it looks
no,
like.
no.
Oh,
Warner, we need to
Touching
get
it
on the
again.
Astraeus table.
what you guys can't see right now is that there's an extreme amount of touching happening on that Astraeus
There's
over
a
there.
lot of fiddling. It can't be dead, right?
It's
Don't
alive.
tell me it's not.
That
dead.
Astraeus is alive.
That's
It's gotta
alive.
be.
It survived.
It's still with us.
You see the score?
The-
It fell back.
The
score
drift
effects-
Astraeus has moved backward
Yeah.
successfully. So those assault marines are moving up, and that countercharge we talked about is occurring. The dreadnoughts, meanwhile, have moved up on their objective. They're certainly eyeing down on those last 2 OBSEC scarabs that are sticking there on the side. And we've kind of got an interesting, like, double-pronged battle going on for the game, where it's wheeling, just as you talked about, where the dreadnought push that doesn't have much responding to it on the one side, and where the assault marines are going to try and stabilize that flank and just basically recapture it. Well, it's interesting that neither player is going for the center objective. And the game of the center objective is worth additional points.
It's a byproduct, I think, of having no terrain in the center on that objective.
just
It's
feels scary to be out there,
So
doesn't it?
scary to be out there, and yeah, you get 2 bonus points for doing it. This is where you see players use things like the 3-man scarab units to really come out there and just go out there, get the 2 points, get killed when you're done, call it a day. You can keep that up for a while, but neither player's really going for that. I think they're opting to play the sides and can control the board that
And it
way
does
instead.
offset. If neither player is getting the advantage, then neither player is getting the advantage, and there's really not much to it besides that.
Another thought is that Jeff did take Grind Them Down, which he scored in the first battle round as well. So he killed more units of Grayson than Grayson killed of Jeff's. And if Grayson starts throwing out the 3-man scarabs onto that central objective, that's a really easy way for Jeff to kill a unit for free functionally to get a Grind Them Down. So you're almost getting 2 primary points to give them 3 secondary points.
And actually, there's an interesting thing here where the Astraeus surviving and being a proper chunky boy has actually helped him out a bunch and given him those grind them down points. Already, the Astraeus has been the MVP of the battle as
He's
far as
the
I'm
MVP of this
concerned.
tournament, Mike.
It is the most important and most valuable.
the most very important.
Is it an MVT, though? Kind of the most valuable tank?
I don't know that I'd call it a tank. I think it's more of a majestic beast.
It is a majestic, hovering beast, actually.
Yeah, well, it's not actually a beast. Beast is a keyword.
I don't think we can call it a beast. I think we have to call it a majestic, hovering majesty.
Majesty.
Yeah, that's
I
my
like
creative word
majesty.
use today.
That's
I
a
think
good
so.
word. That's a winner.
There's at least one person sitting at home painting and going, should I change the channel? I think we're going to change the channel first. Except I forgot completely about the old school Catan. that is right next to the Astreus.
That is just wandering through that. The Astreus survived the Satan, the Overlord, and the Scorpax.
It's a pretty good
That's
Astreus.
a lot,
It's
right?
an amazing Astreus.
The Satan hates. That's the Nightbringer.
I'm going to call this a really effective and successful day for the Astreus.
I wanna know how many
Basically,
wounds
the greatest
it has
thing
left.
that's happened is a Catacomb Command Barge, Scorpec Destroyers, and a Catan, Shard of the Nightbringer, it looks like, charged an Astreus after a whole turn of shooting on it.
They could not bring down the Majestic Beast.
It's still with us. Ah, we have a great excerpt. You guys are going to wonder, what is this thing on the screen that's coming up? It is from the Hobby Challenge. So the way the Hobby Challenge works, and I'm very excited to talk about this thing. It's like one of my favorite components of what we do here at the U.S. Opens. We just had one at the Golden Demon event in the UK last week as well. Every single one of our attendees gets the same miniature. You can see it featured here in the center of the diorama. It changes every single weekend, so it's always different. And they have a giant mountain of sprues that they gain access to as well. And those sprues come from all across all of our ranges. None of them are quite complete models, but they're all different parts. They can range from parts of Bellicor all the way through. So it's really fascinating. And when they get that, they can take all those bits together and create whatever they want out of it. They could just make the standard individual model, or they could build an amazing diorama. And then they get a chance to prime it, paint it, etc. And at the end of the weekend, we have a very casual, very lightweight, and celebratory juried art exhibition of all of the pieces that the dozens of people participating put together and painted over the course of the weekend. This is the first one to be completed so far, so a lot of people are still working on building it. And it will subsequently be painted over the next couple of days, presumably, so we'll give you guys some updates on the Hobby Challenge as it goes. I was really excited to bring this as an event to sort of what we're doing at the Opens and across the Warhammer event scene as a whole, because it's something that can become kind of an integral part of going to events, where every single time you've got this really interesting side part of the event that connects players' experiences and emphasizes a little bit of art. It was inspired by juried art exhibitions and street art exhibitions where folks use the same canvas or the same model or something similar, and it's what they do with it thereafter that differentiates them from others during the painting experience. And so that's what we've done with this Hobby Challenge, is sort of created a juried art exhibition, street art feel to the use of these little plastic figurines during the event. So Nick is rejoining me at the table. He's gone and done a quick little patrol to see what's going on. That Astreus really did survive a lot. Nick, did you get a little more information about it?
Yeah, I did. It has 18 wounds left.
It still has 18 wounds?
Perfectly healthy.
Wow. So
apparently it's got a bunch of void shields, and a lot of the damage got absorbed by
he
the
rolled
void
those.
shields.
He rolled those
Yeah.
saves. Well, that's a fantastic experience. Age of Sigmar does start tomorrow. We've got over 100 players signed up. We also have a very large kill team event, our largest kill team tournament so far at the Opens. I think it's about 40 players. So those things start tomorrow. I'm quite excited about them when they get going.
I quite enjoyed at the Nova Open, which we commentated as well, and we put on that show. You and I played a bit of Age of Sigmar doubles.
We did experience Age of Sigmar for the first time.
None of us play Age of Sigmar.
We thought it was so. Pete Foley is the head of the Book and Box Game Studio. He's responsible for 40K, for Age of Sigmar, for Underworlds, for Warcry, for Kill Team, for the whole works.
Just to be clear about this, he is not James Workshop.
He is not James Workshop.
Yeah.
James Workshop's true identity is James Workshop.
Right.
And he's only supposed to be alive at Christmas.
Except when he makes YouTube videos.
Yes.
Yes.
So when we got to the event at the Nova Open, Pete and I thought it would be cool if Pete, who's really kind of one of the great thinkers
Pete's
behind
great.
Age of Sigmar and inventing that game in a lot of ways, and I would play in the Age of Sigmar doubles, and he dragged this long-term 40K player into Age of Sigmar. And after the first round, he was like, I should drag Nick in, too.
I was going to be their coach.
Nick
upgraded
Nick
to player
attempted to coach us in the first
round
game.
2.
We didn't win, so it was Nick's fault probably. So then Pete coached us in the subsequent games.
That worked.
And we went 2-1 in the Age of Sigmar
The
doubles.
games, I am undefeated in Age of Sigmar.
Yeah,
Mike
unfortunately,
cannot
I've
boast
taken
such
a
thing.
loss in Age of
Yeah.
Sigmar. Now. That's unfortunate. But so it was a really fascinating game. If you haven't tried Age of Sigmar out, for me, it actually just reminded me of a different play on 40K in some interesting ways, in that it has there's much less emphasis on shooting. There's much more emphasis on big
stuff,
crazy things,
Yeah.
doing big crazy moves. We had the giant they called them lettuces, the Age of Sigmar lexicon. They call them the cabbages, and it's the mega boss on the Mach Russia.
Right.
And it could in one turn go like 36 inches and then charge something, which was mental to me coming from a 40K perspective, but it was fine. It didn't feel like over the top or
Yeah,
anything.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
just kind of
This is what they do.
Age of Sigmar does, and
This
it
is
was it was really exciting to play. I think
It was really fun for me because I don't really know what any of the data sheets in Age of Sigmar, or War Scrolls, I think they're called. And I basically just kind of applied orcs hit stuff in combat. We were playing orcs, which is very, they're straightforward. So we were playing orcs, and I just applied some 40k strategy to Age of Sigmar, and it worked.
it did work.
It really worked.
I enjoyed it. Frankly,
It was great.
I knew I was going to have fun given the company and given the fact that it's Warhammer, but I had way more fun than even that I expected to have. So what do we have here that's popped up on screen for us?
Nothing yet, but soon we will have it to share.
Oh, yeah, the preview to folks on the stream.
Yeah.
Forget that there's an actual lag here, guys. We get to see your reactions to things we said quite some time ago by the time it actually makes up there.
So this is a Gene Stealer cult player who has brought a third armed. You can see it. You can see the third arm right there.
I think
Right
this
there.
is maybe the most ingenious cosplay ever because he's invading this planet. And he wouldn't be dressed like a Gene Stealer cultist model from some Imperial hive world. He would be dressed to fit in with the local populace of the world that he was invading. And yeah, he's an actual Gene Stealer cultist playing a Gene Stealer cult's army. This is one of the best pieces of cosplay I think I've seen in years.
I think so. I have a medal that I've been awarded this weekend for being the best narrative faction. I think I need to give it to him because he's really the best narrative
It's time.
faction.
Yeah, that's
I gotta
exactly
give it
what
up.
time it is. Speaking of which,
What were we speaking about?
well, I was going to talk about Gene Stealer cults a little bit.
Okay, I like Gene Stealer cults. They're a cool army. They uprise. They sneak. We actually have some kill team stuff surrounding us. There's a Gene Stealer fighting a Blood Angel behind us. There's
This
a lot
is true.
of
This is
infestations
true.
going on.
It's all over the place, and I can't wait for more infestations to happen at other events. Out of context, that sounds wrong. So we're going to move on to the main point I'm going to make, which is at the Grand Narrative coming up in about 6 weeks.
Talk to me about the Grand Narrative. I think that there's a lot of curtains and mystery behind this thing.
I think so because it's never been done before. Narrative events are done on a somewhat regular basis, not nearly as frequently as tournaments, which is something I'm trying to inspire people to do more of. But the Grand Narrative is going to be kind of an aspirational, like super fan, once in a lifetime kind of an experience event. We're having it at an amazing resort in New Mexico. The moment that you get to the airport, if you're participating in the Grand Narrative, you have to submit your warlord name before you attend in order to board transport, which will be driven by an Adeptus Mechanicus tech priest. To get on the transport, you have to use your warlord name, and then they'll take you to the resort. And at the resort, when you check in to your hotel, you need to use your actual warlord name to get into the hotel. So they'll check into your room based upon the character that you're playing. There's an enormous amount of immersion. We've actually created new canonical characters in the Warhammer 40k lore to be actually in it. They'll be in full garb and attire and appropriately IP gorgeous.
There's people walking around in this stuff.
Oh yeah, and they'll be the GMs. So the faction GMs of the Interlopers and Chaos and the Imperium are all actually new canonical characters. They'll be in full attire. They give all the briefings in character and stuff like that. It's going to be really, really exciting. And of course, it's in a gorgeous venue. There's going to be all kinds of surprises that happen throughout the weekend.
There's surprises?
Oh yeah, it's going to be really neat.
Is there be cake?
Well, I mean, it's a resort. They better have cake.
They better have cake.
I hope for cake.
I hope for cake.
But it has to be immersion cake, so it's got to be, basically made of
Grim Darkness?
Grim Darkness. The Grim Darkest of cakes.
Yeah.
But
Blood for the Blood God.
I'm excited to see what the Gene Stealer cults are doing there because I have an inside window onto what each of the different factions, how they play into the Battle of the Cyberine system, which is an actual part of the lore, and it's where the thing is occurring. 40k canon will change based upon the event, so I'm excited about all of these things happening. And Gene Stealer cults just reminded me because we just finished mapping out the arc of the things that the Gene Stealer cults could do during that event shortly. But bringing it back here to Chicago,
These games are happening.
Votan player didn't suffer badly either, it doesn't look like.
All right, so let's talk about this. We got Knight Numero Uno right here. We got Knight Numero Dos right there. They both charged into the bikes, and there's still quite a lot of bikes left. That cannot be what you want to see as Ryan. Because Ryan's like, coming in here, my bait worked, I got all the Votan to expose themselves, now I'm going to hit them real hard. We're good. We're going to clean this thing up. And then maybe it just didn't work. It looks
That's
like
it. Ryan did not overcommit, but I'm not actually sure if it's a thing. I think when Ryan got into this, he assumed, since he's probably not played against Votan before,
Right.
that the Votan might actually really pick up his models quickly, and so he kept quite a few of his knights quite a ways back. One of his big knights is still all the way back. The other one's a little bit out of position, wasn't able to add and join in the charge. And when the Votan failed to kill those armatures in the first turn, he wasn't actually in much of a position to be able to really capitalize it and put his entire army up danger close into the Votan in return. He only got 2 charges off. and neither of those charges was entirely effective because both of his knights were in some capacity damaged from the shooting of the prior turn. So it's a bit of an interesting experience here where he played the safe game, did the bait so that he could get some shots on him while losing his least valuable knights in the process. But then when Votan's shooting kind of whiffed and only killed one of those armigers, he wasn't in perfect position to take advantage of it either. So it's a bit of an odd scenario where the Votan player does get kind of a new lease on life and one chance here to sort of recover the whiff from the previous turn and see if he can get himself back in this game.
But you got to remember, and I think that's a spot on a synopsis, but you got to remember all of these bikes are currently engaged in close combat. I don't know if Votan have many mechanisms to fall back and shoot. So if they stay in close combat, then the knights that they're fighting won't be shot at. And if they leave, then all those bikes may not be able to fire.
It's a really tricky situation for them, and it's probably an illustration of the challenges he faces by not having too many units available to him
Because
with
there's
the new
only
Votan launch boxes.
so many data sheets that actually have models at the moment.
Yep, and those infantry units don't particularly want to get into a fist fight with a knight either.
Well, it's also one of the challenges, especially highlighted by the Abandoned Sanctuaries mission, is you really want to just throw like a little bit of non-committal resources out in the middle because it's such an open killing field out there that you either go all in and try to control the center or you accept that whatever you put out there is going to just die. And because of that, we've seen a lot of standoffish play because both players are kind of cat and mousing, chickening who goes in the center first. But now I think there's like real opportunity for the Votan to push in if they can clear out what these knights are doing in the middle of the
I
board.
do think the Votan can fall back and shoot with a stratagem, however, Nick, for core units. So there's some ability to do that, but I'm not sure.
The bikes are core.
They're
so
in two combats.
So that's the only one's doing it.
Yeah, it's not going to be
right.
a perfect solution to the situation they find themselves in.
I think it's definitely this unit here. It's a little bit larger, and this one's still in combat.
More importantly, that's the side to get clear because the other side, while there is an armiger in there, there's far less pressure coming down on the Votan player's right flank than there is on the left flank.
Yeah, this flank is pretty much stalled out. That honestly can continue happening as a close combat for quite some time. This is the problem.
And he had to use his bikes and keep them there in order to hold that objective because his infantry units are a little slow. And that's a Votan downside. There's been a lot of talk about the Votan and some of the power that they can have with shooting using their judgment tokens. But one of their big weaknesses is that mobility is not a strength of the army. And so in a situation where other armies might have a quicker unit they could throw out to hold that objective after the armiger's killed, he had to leave his valuable bike unit up there, which has already taken some damage, to hold that objective and earn those points after clearing away the armiger.
Well, that's another thing to consider. Exactly what you just said. The Votan are slow, and that's by design. They are space compact creatures. And because of
Thank
that...
you for not using any of the offensive phrases.
I would never.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So now that they're playing against knights, and knights are not an army known for their swift nimbleness. They are not maybe able to capitalize on the lack of speed from the compact creature army.
It is two armies that don't exactly have the most mobility in the world. Those
No.
bikes, the one exception, but those bikes are starting to be disappeared off the board.
The bikes, I think, are staple type units for the Leagues of OTM because they're the only speed you have. You have to bring them because it's such a speed is king in this game, and if you're going to be slow, it's real bad. So bringing the fast elements are critical.
It's a pretty good looking army too. I think I sent a picture close up of those Votan warriors with their chipping on their shoulder pads and everything else to Tech Priest Warner, I think earlier during the first round. If you can find that old picture and pull it up, it'd be pretty cool for us to get a good look at it. I think it's just still stunning to me that he was able to paint the army to the standard that it's painted in the time that they had. He and some buddies did it.
On the airplane.
Yeah, and they were painting on an airplane. There's a good close-up of it. You can see they've got chipping and weathering on every shoulder pad. They've got shading and highlighting on the guns and on the eyes and everything else. It's really a well-done army for the time that they've had with it.
I couldn't paint this army if you gave me a year. They did this in 2 days.
Indeed, and there's another one. There's those pioneers, of which there are not so many as there were before.
Yeah.
Excellent work by Tech Priest Warner, by the way, pulling out a flawless picture work in a hurry.
Warner he's a good tech priest. You might even make him tech. What's ahead of a tech priest?
Well, I mean, he's going to be the Tech Priest Dominus.
Dominus.
Yeah, Dominus born.
Ominous born.
I like that.
That's a good ring.
The nice thing about Werner Born, our tech priest, the man, the myth, the legend who's behind the screen here, is Werner Born is one of our part-timers. So we have a lot of staff that they have a day job, but they spend their time working as part of the Games Workshop event staff. They are fully employed. And in his day job, he is a PhD carrying engineer. He is Dr. Werner Born. And if I've ever heard a James Bond villain name in real life before, it is absolutely the name Dr. Werner Born. So when you think about the person behind the screen here, managing these things and bringing out the cameras and bringing out the pictures, It's literally a James Bond villain, and that's how awesome it is to go to US Open and to hang out with the global events team. You get to hang out with actual Bond villains doing amazing work behind the camera. Perfectly done. So, what do we got here on the battlefield? We've got the Votan doing their best to come back, Nick, and what do we have going on the invincible Astraeus board? The invincible drifting Astraeus board. It's earning more adjectives the longer it continues.
Yeah, I'm so proud of this thing. Tech Priest Warner was like, he went through the BCP app and found one single Astraeus in the tournament, and then usually I take the lap around the hall to source the games that we put on stream.
No, he told you.
Warner was already ahead of that one. There was an Astraeus coming one way or the other.
It has definitely survived. It's lived up to its reputation. I don't even care the fact that we're only in Battle Round 2. What I care about the fact is that a Catan, a Catacomb,
and a unit of Scorpion destroyers.
charged the Astraeus and did like 4 wounds to it or whatever.
I don't even know. Like it has 18
Actually,
wounds left.
I think it has like 30 wounds.
So like a chunk.
I mean, it took some damage.
How many points is it in Astraeus? Do you know?
More. The answer is more.
More than 18. It's 550 points.
That does seem like a fair number of points.
It's more than a quarter of the points of your army.
It is the chunkiest.
So this is a very elite Deathwatch army. Every Deathwatch army is elite, let's be frank with that. But having an Astraeus and 2 Redemptors, you have almost 1,000 points of your list filled right then and there.
It's weirdly working for him, though. I think if he had 2 more Marine squads, for example, that those units would have absolutely killed 2 Marine squads, or at least rendered them inoperable.
Right.
And so it's creating an interesting threat for his army that, while you might have some folks say it's not optimal, it's clearly doing him some favors here because it's brought in a part of that Necron army to a place where he can try to deal with it, and it kept it away from the other portions of his board.
Well, I don't even know that it's unoptimal. It's a bit of a sledgehammer type of tool, So, like, there are situations where it's certainly going to feel not great. Like, you play that against Tau with triple railguns, and you're going to be like, why do I have this paperweight? But if someone who can't deal with it effectively, and it's not easy to, as you saw, it just took such a blow from the Necrons and, like, didn't even half die. So it's really impressive. And I think there's a Tech Marine back there also just kind of healing this thing.
I love that it's probably got more than 18 wounds again now.
Right, so I don't know that it's going down. I liked the idea I was talking about when we were taking a walk, Mike, where the Astraeus kind of just drives onto the Necron side and shuts down, purges the vermin a lot. But I don't know.
It's definitely not chonking over those guys in this point in time.
Yeah. Oh, we got an explosion!
An explosion is occurring.
All right, Mike, so this is a thing. This is an element of the stream that I need to loop you in on, and you may not be aware, is our explosion tally. The way this works, and I'll explain it to the whole chat as well, of course, is we're in round 2 of an 8-round tournament. There's 2 tables per round. So that's 16 games of Warhammer we're streaming to you, 32 different armies over the course of the weekend.
It's a lot of armies.
So in 32 armies, 16 games, things happen. Things explode in Warhammer. Vehicles explode, the monsters explode. Things go boom, and it's rare, but it's awesome. So we have like this really cool explosion tally where that happens.
And it's extremely exciting to me to look at the explosion tally, because anyone who has not watched these streams at every event, in which case I don't understand why you didn't watch them unless you were here, in which case that's okay. They've been tracking and betting on how many explosions they think they're going to have, and I got to ask you, Nick. How many explosions do you believe are going to happen this weekend?
I already have my answer. Everyone knows my answer. I want to know where you stand on this, and then I'll give you my answer.
I think I'm feeling in my gut that we're going to have 11 explosions.
Ooh, okay. So this is a tight. Zach said 10.
Zach said 10?
You said 11.
No.
I initially said 12, and I changed it to 13 because I was too close to Zach.
I feel like I have no room at all with my guess now. It's going to be 11, though.
It's going to be
11 on the dot, and if it's 12, we'll call it a tie.
We'll call it a tie. I'll accept 12 as a tie.
All right, so we've got guesses of 10, 11, and 13. I hope that it actually turns out to be 57, which is Werner's guess. It was a little aggressive by Werner. But
I mean, Warner, he's a doctor, so I would trust his math.
Yeah, I mean, a PhD, in fact, so even more mathy than the usual doctor.
Warner actually learned to code a program to present this stream to you in like a day. He's a pretty smart guy.
He's a pretty smart guy. The entirety of Warhammer could not code an explosion marker. Warner did it in his sleep.
In his sleep.
Warner also is running the Chicago Marathon this weekend while running the Texas.
We got another explosion!
Another, oh my goodness. Well, now we're definitely going to get to 57. 2 explosions in a matter of minutes here.
Folks, you don't see this every day.
It's
so
stunning and beautiful what's happening.
At Nova, I may have overshot a little bit. I might have said something like 16 explosions, and we didn't really come that close to that.
But we're pretty close
Well,
now.
we're getting there,
barely
climbing.
into the second round.
Well, you know what it is? It's so unpredictable. At Adepticon, we had like no explosions for 2 days, and then in one game we had like 6. And it's just like, oh, we're back in the game here.
It's a lot of explosions. I like it. I really, really like what's happening. So,
The real thing
what
is,
exploded? The Catacomb Command Barge, perhaps?
Oh, it's yeah. No, because if it exploded, it wouldn't be able to resurrect itself, I believe. Unless I'm misremembering how Necrons work. Which could be the case. Oh, there it is.
Definitely
Okay.
gone.
Definitely not on the table anymore.
We thank you, Catacomb Command Barge, for your contribution to the explosion ticker, which is really what we're all here for. The real hero of the event is the boom counter.
The entire reason we put on these Warhammer events for you, the entire U.S. Open Series, is really to get statistical information on the amount of explosions that happen over the course of Warhammer games.
Yeah, we've actually been building a large chart for it, which we plan to reveal in a future Meta Watch.
Yeah.
The percentage of explosions is really important to how we balance Warhammer, in fact.
It's a well-known fact. You can take that from someone who is responsible for balancing Warhammer.
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
So, when we look at the tables that we're at, we've got explosions occurring. We've got games going down. Not down to the wire yet, though. There's really a lot of battling to go on both tables. One thing that's important to mention to you guys, and it's already created a fascinating thing, is when different cultures clash and when different cultures come into each other, it can be really interesting to see what happens. And this weekend in Chicago, in this very hotel, it is basically ground zero for the Chicago Marathon. The Chicago Marathon has, I think, an expected 1.7 million spectators.
And 40,000 runners.
Which is a lot of people, and we've already seen some of them coming through. And I'm not going to say that you can't tell the difference between a marathon runner and a Warhammer player, but the badges are not necessary, really, when it comes to that. And it's been really interesting to see these folks come down who basically spend all their hobbies running, and apparently just as expensive as Warhammer from what they've been telling me. Show some interest, actually, and do a couple demo games over there. It's been really fun to sort of see the interactions. It's going to be crazy here on Sunday when they're all running around through it. So maybe we can get some panning of the room when there's some exhausted runners at the end of the marathon meandering their way through the halls and watching the finals here on the last day.
I'm really excited because our preview screen, which you can't see, but soon you will, has a lot of things going on it, which means there's some cool stuff we're about to show you.
Uh-oh, so what do we see here on the screen?
Nothing yet.
I thought I was going to time that perfectly.
Mike, try. Getting an update right now as we speak from our tech priests and our table bosses. We need cool names Warhammer themed for our table bosses. Table boss is a very not Warhammer themed term. I think a table boss could be more like it's like a pit boss style job. Maybe war boss. Maybe what's the thing that the run herder? It could be run herd. Could be a run herd.
Oh, run herd would be good.
Run herd would be good.
So what happened here on the screen is a bit of a sadness. So there was a shield captain attempting to finish off Cabanda, who had 6 wounds left.
No.
And all he had to do, he had +1 to wound in strength 7, so he was wounding on 3s, I believe.
Yeah.
With a veiled blade.
Yeah.
And he got 5 hits. What did he roll?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Well, I don't want to know what happened to that shield captain, but thank you for the call from the field. Also, what a gorgeous model.
I
want to
talk about this bloodthirster right in front of us.
Stunning.
Look at that thing. This is just absolutely gorgeous. This is actually one of the armies I was walking around and taking a look at. I would really like to get this bloodthirster on stream for everybody
All right,
at some point.
maybe if the Straeus and the Bloodthirster have the same record, we could have Cabanda versus Drift Straeus.
Well, even if they don't have the same
game.
record by the end of today or something, it's a 3-day marathon-style tournament running alongside the Chicago Marathon. There's a lot of puns
A
here.
lot of marathon
But,
connections we can pull there.
Where's our pun joke? There we go.
So the sound effects are good, and as we get better at using them, we will get even more on time with them. But I think that was close.
That was close.
All right.
And this is much like horseshoes, where close is good enough.
Yes. Or hand grenades. So I really want the Bloodthirster to fight the Astraeus, which could happen anywhere in the tournament
including in the bracketed portion of the tournament. How do the brackets work?
Well, before we get to the brackets, we should observe the fact that the Silent King has changed the symmetry of his experience and moved to the center of the board.
I love the way the Silent King is moving up the table.
He's very careful about positioning his Silent King so that he's centered as much as possible
Perfect
on an objective.
symmetry.
I'm pretty sure he was upset by his advance roll because it didn't get him centered on the objective.
Is it just me, or are there like not many Necrons on this table?
There's not a lot of Necrons appearing on the table.
Where did they go?
Some of them may be hiding under those ruins, of course. We've also got the Catan, who is still functional and getting ready to charge the Astraeus, probably again.
I mean, I don't know how much this Astraeus can take, but I'm also here to find out.
I think if he could survive the Scorpic Destroyers, the Catan, Catacomb Command Barge, and the Catan, if he doesn't survive just the Catan, then he's losing his title as Majestic Drifter.
Well, remember,
Astraeus.
now that the Silent King is getting involved in the action, those Menhirs that are flat 6 damage each could just start pumping into him.
It's not going to be good.
It could be fine.
I really care about it. So I really
That's a wound die if I ever saw one.
The counting has begun again.
16.
Oh,
16. 16 wounds remaining.
16 wounds is still a fair number of wounds.
This thing is chalky.
I really like what the Astraeus is doing. I'm tempted.
I'm like
feeling like
Space Marine players. I think you're missing something
I
here.
don't know if I'm going to. I feel like maybe I need to go acquire an Astraeus from the store.
How tough are these things?
Tough enough to survive quite a lot in this
Is
game.
it possible to open the Astraeus datasheet? Is that a thing?
They are kind of a gravity well model, though. The entire narrative and story of the game is centering around Mr. Chonk. And so I don't know if it's a good thing that that's all they're focused on. As you know, as a player, I tend to take as many individual little tiny units as possible.
Yeah, you love your little things all over your place.
Fighting with my motivation. Did you say stop? Don't say stop.
I didn't say anything. Okay, so we've got let's look at this thing over here. It's 30 wounds to start. It's still in its top bracket actually. It's 16 to 30 wounds
for
in
the
its top
moment.
bracket. It moves 12. It hits on 3s. It's strength and toughness 8, 30 wounds, 6 attacks in close combat. It hits on 5s in combat. It's got a 2-up armor save, armor of contempt, of course. It's got Astraeus Las Ripper, which is like 2 las cannons stuck together. It's got an Iron Hail's Heavy Stubber.
It has plasma eradicators.
It's got a Plasma Eradicator, very similar to the weapon on the Repulsor Executioner.
And of course, it has a twin macro accelerator cannon.
And another twin las cannon. So 4 las cannon shots, a twin macro. This thing is good.
I mean, the damage output that it can lay down is fairly impressive.
And it's incredibly hard to kill, apparently. And it's got 2 void shields. And each void shield is 3 shield points. There's a lot of words on that text. It explodes. And let's talk about this thing's explosion.
Oh, my goodness.
When this model is destroyed, roll 1d6 before removing it from play. On a 6, it explodes, and each unit within 2d6 inches suffers d6 mortal wounds.
I will be honest with you. If it doesn't make it to the end of this game in one piece, the only way I'll be consoled
is if it explodes.
And at which point I think it should count as 2 explosions.
I was about to say, it's got to be worth more.
It's worth 2 booms.
It's worth 2 explosions.
Yeah, that boom counter goes up too if the Astraeus goes.
Right.
Taking bets right now.
Let us know if you think that's an abuse of power. Because I also agree. I think it should be 2 explosions if it does explode. But it's not. It is 1 explosion. You know. Well, I want the chat to kind of weigh in here as an arbitrator.
I also feel like I don't know how to assess whether or not Call or any of these 41st Millennium engineers have done a good job making things that explode catastrophically 1 out of 6 times that they are taken out of commission.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the average is for tank explosion rates.
Maybe some of them are really exciting just because the explosions they happen at the most inopportune times. So I was actually just playing a game. I was playing with my Drukhari against Jack, who won the Nova Open. He was playing a game with his orcs, and I had this really cool idea of I'm going to charge all these little 5-man units into a kill rig. I'm going to make it fight last. I'm going to get all my activations in, and then it's going to die.
Mistakes were made.
And then you know where the story's going. You really do.
You know where it's...
Then that explosion counter went up 1, and all my Drukhari went down a few.
The boom counter is always ready to get you. And when you get boomed, you get boomed. So I actually found as a player of orcs, I tend to play when I play orcs. We've done it ourselves. We played on the stream last year together. Lots and lots of vehicles and lots of little characters. And I've been there before. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I gave him an entire assassinate once. When someone killed 2 vehicles, they both exploded.
Mike, you missed it in the first game, but I've never seen anything like it. Tom Ogden scored a 13 on assassinate on top of turn 1.
Oh, my goodness.
Turn 1.
Wow. Oh, was that? That was the Tau.
It was
and
the Tau and the
game.
Harlequins.
The Harlequin went for the really clever move that turned out to
Not work at
not
all.
quite work at all.
No, you're right. And then the Tau started the shooting phase.
And the Tau shooting phase is, of course, their entire
That's what they do.
Okay, so
They're built for that.
it was an experience, you know.
We had it together, and the explosion counter went up in that game as well.
I mean, if the boom counter goes up, it's a good game no matter
good
what the
game.
outcome is.
Exactly.
Actually. So
Let's check back in on our Knights and our Rotan, see how that one's going. Unfolding.
All right.
Oh, there's a lot less stuff on the board. Okay.
we went away for too long for this game.
Oh, another explosion. Okay.
The Strays blew. It happened.
No, the Strays. Let's
It
get.
did.
Wait,
Oh.
back to the Strays table.
Double boom. It's
No,
two.
it's two booms.
It
It's
counts
two booms. The chat has spoken. It counts as two
Yep,
booms.
that's a boom
That
counter,
really
too.
gets to 6
I
explosions.
cannot believe the Drift Strayus pulled off its perfect exit from the table.
You know what's going to happen, Mike? We're going to get to 12 explosions because of the bonus explosion we just awarded ourselves.
Yes, and be a
It's
tie.
gonna be a tie.
That's going to be the tie. Yeah. All right. So the boom
I
counter
can't.
went up.
Hold on. Wait.
No.
12-inch range. They rolled boxcars for
Boxcar
these.
the explosion.
We are bringing this to you live. We are not making this up.
Everything is
Look at
booming.
this. It's just the whole army is dying.
There are smiles aplenty at the table. Nothing cooler could have happened, I think, in this game. It is a 12-inch explosion.
I kind of want to get their thoughts on this moment as soon as it's done. Like
Yeah,
I
like
want
we need the
to
live
get them
reaction.
to come over
Get
here
them
and
over
talk
to
about
tell them
this.
emotionally how they're
Yeah.
feeling about.
I've
I mean,
actually-
we got to make sure they're comfortable coming on in that kind of a heated moment where
That's true, that's
such
true.
a wonderful thing has happened.
6 damage to the Nightbringer. Now the Nightbringer doesn't have face cap, so he's only
So
going
it's
to take
only 3 on the Nightbringer. But yeah.
But
This is-
yeah,
that's the
this
fourth
is
6
amazing.
that's been rolled.
Can you
out of
guys
4
calm
dice.
down at that table?
5th 6. 6 to the scares. That's 5 6s in a row.
6 more to the Scarabs.
In sequence.
Whose dice being rolled over here? What is happening?
Cannot believe this.
I'm so happy we're sharing this together.
It's really. This is one of my favorite experiences in Warhammer.
Another
6
6.
6s. That's the 6.
That's the sixth
This
6
is-
in a row.
this is
That's his own intercessors.
on the end.
So now he's blowing up his
this
face.
the real life?
This is captured on camera. You are all lucky people watching this live in reality.
I just don't know how to feel about this moment other than wonderful.
It's just a 5 on the
Oh,
last
and then
one.
just a 5.
We're keeping it nice and tame on the 12-inch exploding as straight.
6 6s and a 5.
What? I don't know.
I am so excited by this experience. This is wonderful.
This is
just a 5.
Mike and I were trying to plan what bits we wanted to use on the stream.
I'm pretty sure an Astraeus is the greatest vehicle in all of Warhammer, and this Astraeus in particular was the greatest vehicle of all Astraeuses.
This is the MVP of the tournament. How do we give this Astraeus an award?
I'm going to actually go and
24 mortal wounds to that from that
24
thing.
mortal wounds from the explosion. Just a wonderful experience.
I'm gonna see.
That player is going to get a prize for what just happened. It is absolutely happening after this game. I'm going to go find one for him. All right.
Bring it. Right now. It'll take a minute.
All right. Jeff is going to come and talk about the wonder of his only 6s Astraeus. Nick is going to interview him. We just got to catch him live. We got to share this experience with you guys. And here we go.
So we'll be getting that interview on in just a moment here.
Not yet. You want me to go?
No.
No. Okay.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Well, you're good. Awesome. Just lay that thing right there. I want to see it. I want to show it off. Thank you. Put the mic on and you'll be good to go. So just right over your head. And, yep. Jeff, thanks so much for coming on. I don't mean to distract you from your game, but we were just so excited to get this beautiful thing on stream and then to have that series of explosions occur. I don't think if someone made that story up, I'd believe it, but I literally just watched it live along with the rest of this audience. We have like 600-700 viewers right now. How are you feeling?
That's the biggest I've ever seen that thing go off. So.
That thing popped off.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good about it dying in the game? Is your whole plan all awry now, or is this kind of the thing that happens?
Yeah, he's only got, SK is still around, but
Silent King.
Silent King and Nightbringer are still there, but for the most part, it wiped out a lot of his army, so it did its job.
What makes you bring an Astraeus to a U.S. Open? Like, what is this choice?
It's my first GT, so.
It's your first GT ever?
Yeah. So
what an experience. I hope you're having a good time.
Oh, I'm having a great time.
Good.
I wanted to kind of limit the number of units I was bringing. Oh, I had it, so I was just like, screw it. I'm just going to bring it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you made the best choice anyone has made at this entire tournament. I think this is the MVP of it. I'm going to get this thing an award. If nothing else, this model gets an award for what it's done today. I don't know if you expected any of this to happen at your first GT, but I think this is an amazing first GT story.
It is. Yeah, I did not expect.
As someone who's been to like hundreds of GTs in my life, this is an amazing GT story.
Thank you.
Is so cool.
Thank you.
I'll let you get back to your game. Thank
All
you
right.
so much for hopping on, Jeff.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Ward, let's go back to one of these tables. Yeah, thank you. Oh, the game looks so depleted. Everything's dying on all the tables. We got so caught up in the explosion sauce that we have not really paid too much attention to our Knights and Votan game. Let's check that one real quick. As you can see, this is absolute carnage. Most of the Votan have been blown up. Not to say the Knights haven't also taken quite a bit of damage, but the Votan are hurting for material. Mike, you're back. He's almost back.
I don't know how to recover emotionally from how wonderful that experience was.
I got a more experience
So guys,
to share
first
with you.
GT.
First GT.
Oh, it was so
This is
cool.
First GT.
You see, Warhammer is a really wonderful thing, isn't it?
This is amazing.
And he's like nothing but joy on that face as he walked away. I mean, it was just.
Yeah, no. I asked him.
I also really excited the Astraeus.
The whole thing.
Listen to
I'm
us.
stuck
We
on
asked
this.
for it to please explode if it died, and it. Listen, I mean, this is the most
This is the
wonderful.
second.
I don't know how to feel. I'm so overwhelmed with the magic of that moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to commentate the Knights and Votan game, but I am not moved on emotionally from
No,
this.
I don't think I'm ready
We're
for
not
it.
done. We're not ready for that.
And by the way, I took a look at that board while you were there. So what the Necron player has left is that the Katana has 6 wounds left on him. So he's in pretty good shape there because the Deathwatch player, in part because of the explosion, doesn't have the combat muscle to put 3 wounds on him in combat. So he's staring down the barrel of the fact that he's not going to be able to get rid of that thing during his turn. So the Katan's probably going to do some serious damage over in that flank. Additionally, and I know we got the night game on, but I'm giving people the update, and we were talking about the update. There's basically a bunch of scarabs hiding behind everything other than that. 1 destroyer with a wound left, and the Silent King. But it actually looks like a really good board state for the Necron player because the Catan doesn't really have any answers that the Deathwatch player can put into it from that side of the board. And those Redemptors are going to be challenged to try and completely deal with the Silent King before he turns his men here's attention back the other direction. So we'll see how that pans out. Meantime, let's take a look at this board that we've got with the Votan and Knight players, which has changed substantially from the last moment we saw it.
Well, as you can see, I think the Votan are kind of accepting the writing on the wall here.
Inevitability calls.
They are now. We're just going in the center, and that's where the points be. And from here, they're sandwiched in between 5 Knights.
I mean, it's just 5 Knights.
It's just 5. Only 2 of them are large.
There's at least 3 times as many Votan models as Knight models.
I don't even know if that's accurate math.
I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Nope, it's not. It's,
Mike, leave the math to Warner.
It's actually
He's
less
the
than 3
engineer.
times as many
Yeah.
Votan models as Knight models. So perhaps a problem?
You don't, and if you think about it, the Knights count as 10 models each for objectives, and the little ones count as 5 models each
minor
for objectives.
details. I don't,
So
don't
if you
worry
think about the Knights
ourselves
actually
overly
outnumber the Votan. Only if you think about it.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they get out of this situation in it.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer the Votan are going to hold on for, but Apollo said he's going to drive down this street and shoot them with the beams.
He did.
He is.
Also, your beam doesn't stop at the Knight.
Where does it stop?
It keeps going. It hits everything on the line. There you go. Now you know how to play Votan.
Yeah, beams.
I mean,
Beams in streets.
You got that coaching workshop right here, guys.
That's
Beams
right.
shoot through things, therefore play Votan. That's how it works.
It's real simple.
So what will explode next, do you think?
I mean, what's left? Knights? I don't know if the Knights are dying. So
I think that Apollo's goal now needs to be to give us more explosions, to feed explosions to the boom counter.
I think that's been Apollo's goal. He contributed too. That's a respectable.
He's contributed only 1 explosion.
Only 1.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was 1 on
We
each
got
table.
2 explosions
Yeah.
from the. We
Yeah.
got 3 explosions. We're looking at the other table. We got 2 out of the Astraeus.
Man, I did not think Warner with the clutch pick here with the Astraeus. I mean, like, truly,
it
really
could not
truly.
have been a cooler experience, I think.
No.
In fact, if they were playing at a different table, then the slight differences in the surface of that map might have caused the 6 never to be rolled in the first place.
Are you implying that the mats have impact on the dice, Mike?
Yes.
Oh. Well, you know
Unknowable impact.
You know who really
Chaos
has
theory in
impact
play.
on the dice? Fate Weaver. He knows all. He's already seen the future. He's already seen the past. He knows what's going to get rolled.
Yeah,
Then he can change it. 'cause
He
he's
can
the Lord
never
of change.
personally verify whether or not he actually did see the future because he can't see the present.
doesn't have to personally verify anything. He's Fate Weaver.
I
He's
just
got people
always
for that.
wonder whether or not it happened. The question going on, is Mike Brandt also a content creator? No, Mike Brandt is the head of global events for Games Workshop, so
Someone could say
I'm
you're a
just a guy.
content creator. I mean, in a way, you're creating this content right
that's
now.
what I'm. Yes, right now I am. In
Right
fact,
now
now
you are
officially a
creating
content
content.
creator. I've become.
We all wear all
content
kinds of
creator.
hats here.
I am not the one who nerfed Votan. Votan and all of the rules are managed by the wonderful people in the Rules Studio. Games Workshop's a tight-knit community. We all help each other out. We all weigh in. We all do what we can to contribute. I definitely work to help collect data and input from some of the community and from tournament results and stuff. But the Rules Studio does a lot of work
Let's talk
on
about
the rules,
that
right?
real quick, because Votan came out hot fire, right? They came out and the internet was abuzz with this is so strong. And to be fair, I personally do agree as well when it came out. It was too strong. And Warhammer, the game, the community, they really took note of that and responded, what I think, really effectively and nerfed the army a little bit. Brought it back down in line with the rest of the game. And now we're watching them maybe struggle a little bit through this game, but they're brand new to this tournament. Apollo, maybe not the most experienced veteran in Leagues of Votan. This is his second game, I'm pretty sure. And what do you think of all this?
So, I could weigh in and opine on it to quite some extent, but I think that James Workshop and Eddie and Adam said it best in that video, which, Notley or someone could probably put the video on the chat just for the entertainment value, if nothing else. And, I think we got it a little wrong with Votan, right? They were a little too powerful. The math was clear as day that seemed to be the case. How and when we got there is a story for another day, but I think I won't steal the thunder or the good words of Eddie and Adam because they really nailed it, I think, with their articulation of what happened there, and I think we'll be in a better place. It's also, again, we have a really good system at Games Workshop of being responsive to player input. We've got the balanced data slate, there's points updates, and
That's
of course
coming out
there's
soon.
FAQs, and what the importance of that is if for any reason Leagues of Votan got either over-nerfed or not nerfed enough, to get right, the goal is to get them in a really healthy place along with the rest of the meta. And you can see that at this event. I did a lot of walking around and talking to the players, and more so than I've seen at any of the opens we've hosted so far, there's a great deal of diversity on the tables. And there's also this sense that every player feels like they've got a puncher's chance in every game. And I haven't necessarily seen that entirely or perfectly as much as I've seen it this weekend, where everyone is really in this, well, my army could do it, whether they win the whole event or not, but where they've got that chance to actually really get, a good number of wins under the belt, get high in the rankings, have a really good time, and not feel like they're outclassed, which is a really interesting place for the meta to be in right now. And it's because, in part, of a willingness on the part of that rule studio to make sensible changes for the game to make it better for everyone wherever they play. And that's maybe a really important point to make out, is that not everyone plays in tournaments. But at the local scene level, at the local game store, a lot of times people play, the influencers there at those stores are the folks who run the weekly tournaments or who go to the regular tournaments and play all the time. And they, the way that things are played in the tournament, if it's not fair, if it's not fairly well balanced, it can create a situation where you feel forced to play a certain way at the local store, and we want everyone to feel they can play any army that they own and have a good shot at it. It was good to see that experience across the many players here. And like most of the U.S. Opens, about half the people here are either very inexperienced at tournaments or at their first tournament. I think
Jeff,
people feel Games Workshop events are very accessible, and Jeff's a good example of that.
It was super exciting. I love giving players the opportunity to come on the stream and share their hobby. And, we didn't get Jeff because it's his first turn at GT. I found that out 10 minutes ago. But what an amazing first GT experience. It's really something.
I mean, it's cool, right? You get a chance to come out. You get a chance to get on the stream. You get a chance to have a really fun experience. You get to meet 8 new friends, potentially, that you'll, as we know, Nick and I have never lived in the same city, but we're among the best of friends because we've seen each other over the years at tournaments and really built good friendships. And so it's really cool to have that as an experience.
You can even hang out outside of Warhammer, like a true friendship kind of bonds. A lot of the friends I've made through Warhammer by playing them once many years ago or whatever it might be, now we'll go on vacations together, we'll just hang out on the weekends. This is good times.
Yeah, become for me a career too, which is a fascinating thing to have to pinch myself about on a regular basis.
You and me both, Mike. The fact that I get to be up here doing this commentary for all this, working for Games Workshop in this moment, it's very surreal.
I'm right there with you, Nick.
Yeah.
Also, an Astraeus just exploded 12 inches and rolled
I mean, it's also
sixes.
unreal. Like, I don't know what to say about that.
It seems like an imaginary thing altogether.
Well, you and I are going to be so excited about this when we get the round ends up and we're on
We'll go run around and tell everyone
every
in the
single
hall.
person in the hall is going to find this
And we will do that. We're just going to walk and be like, dude, did you know what happened on the stream? It's going to be fun. So we one of the things you mentioned earlier that's interesting about the format that we should talk about is bracketing, because it's going to happen not this round, but 2 rounds from now tomorrow morning at noon. What happens is we really work hard at the U.S. Open to make it an event that's for everyone.
Well, we just got a handshake on the Votan table.
The Votan.
While you explain the format.
Is that what happened effectively there?
Tabling.
Yeah.
While you explain your format there, I'm going to go line these players up to come on and talk
All
about
right,
it.
we'll start bringing those players on. We'll spend some of this time talking to them. In the meantime, we'll finish talking about the way the brackets work so folks can understand it tomorrow. Is that most tournaments, I think, traditionally have been focused on kind of the winner, maybe too much. The person who goes undefeated is the one that gets all the glory. And so we work really hard at the formats at the U.S. Open to get a well-rounded experience where everyone who comes has a chance to compete within their particular way of playing. So the best overall is determined after only 6 rounds, and it's 50% based on paint score. So there's a really significant effort made that people who bring really good armies and then play 4-2, 5-1, not necessarily undefeated, have a real shot at glory by earning their name eternally on our traveling trophies and by getting an invitation to the finale. The same is true for the person that goes and wins the top bracket and goes undefeated the whole way. 30 seconds. And additionally, there's the concept of bracketing as a whole. And what we do with that is after 4 rounds, we basically split the field into people based upon their record after 4 rounds. So the 16 people about who go 0-4 will get set into one bracket. The number of people who go 1-3 will be set in a bracket, so on and so forth. What this does is mean that then those records are reset and everyone has a chance to win their own prizes and their own glory within their bracket. And so if you bring a lower non-quote meta army, that doesn't mean that you don't have a chance to show off your generalship skill. You might take a few lumps on your way to your bracket rounds, but then you'll compete against people who have similar skill as you, similar power level, similar meta level. And so if you want to come in and have a bunch of great games, you're going to get that whether or not you bring the latest and greatest army in the meta, or whether you bring an army that's just the one you've always played that you love, whether or not it's currently the best models that you might have available. It creates a really interesting experience where the tournament is kind of for everyone, and I think that's why we have about a 50-50 attendance, where there's a lot of new players, a lot of irregular tournament players who feel like it's a welcoming environment, fairly relaxed schedule, and a lot of opportunities to play well. Speaking of players, I think we've got one coming on now, our most veteran Leagues of Votan player, the most famous and well-known Leagues of Votan player, and it's Apollo Chang. And I think we're going to get Nick on here to interview you, Apollo. But while Nick comes up, we have what happened in the game. Why don't you start telling folks about the game and about your experience with it while I swap Nick in here? Fire away, you're on.
All right. Well, I didn't anticipate that there was the no pregame move, and that kind of was a little hurtful on this, because my bikes was a good chunk of it was pregame moves and trying to outflank my opponent.
Right.
And that kind of hurt me a little bit. And then and when turn 1, he came out, and I hit a lot, but I didn't wound anything. And that hurt me too.
So we talked to you about your game plan before the game a little bit, and you told me pretty verbatim you're going to walk down the street and shoot him with your beams. That work?
Yeah. Well, I did hit him. I just didn't wound him.
But you have the judgment tokens. The hits should just auto wound.
Yeah.
That didn't happen?
No. Well, the unfortunate part was that the auto, I only rolled 6s on the units that didn't have judgment tokens on. So it's as luck would have
40K right there.
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing 40K?
Since November last year.
November last year. So about a year now, give or take.
Yeah, almost a year.
And is this your first GW US Open?
No, actually, my first tournament was GW Austin.
Oh, really?
So,
I was there too. It was awesome.
I was 3 weeks into playing 40K, and then I decided to rush painted my army by myself, and then showed up to the tournament. I was just going to collect my prize and then leave, and then the event host guys convinced me to play.
Yeah.
So it was a good decision.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So having a good time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing about coming to these tournaments?
Specifically the GW ones, they're more friendly, much more friendly than the other tournaments, and I have a lot of fun, and people care, and but even all the other ones, depending on each one has like a different vibe, and if that's what you're looking for, every one of them could be a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, Apollo, thanks so much for
Oh,
coming on the interview.
no
Thank you for the awesome game. It was a pleasure speaking with you, and good luck to the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course. We're going to get Mike back in the booth here. Actually, we'll see if Mike can just send us over Ryan. I'd love to just get an interview on with him as well in just a moment here. Our methodical plans to this whole thing. And they're going the other way. He's on his way now, and then we're going to get Ryan. Just toss that right on your head, and then we're good to go. Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Doing good. How about you, sir?
Yeah, congratulations on your game right there.
Yeah, it was a tight one.
I know you were nervous about that going in. Links of Votan have a lot of tools to handle knights with their judgment tokens.
Yes, sir. In fact, it came into effect about that last turn. He was able to do 9 wounds with just bolters.
9 wounds at bolters.
Yes.
Knights are supposed to be tough from the bolters.
Supposed to be,
supposed
but
to be, right.
Votan ignores that.
So clearly, you walked in with your plan to control primaries, and that's basically how you approached it. And then you were able to turn the corner and actually get the damage off on the Votan army. At what point did you switch your plan from trying to just score the points and play the mission where you started to actually let's just kill him?
It started from the point where he kind of poked out his Hearthkin a little bit, and I was able to get calculated targeting off and just dump all of my mortals into a single big group of Hearthkin and just wipe them out. At that point, I realized he didn't have many Magna Rails left, and I was able to push forward and apply a lot more pressure and kind of just secure the victory on primary.
Yeah, and then they also had all of those bikes running around the table. They have a lot of firepower. Those autocannons are pretty fast. You seem to be really prioritizing them with your charges and your armigers. Were they a big threat to you? A lot of people don't even know what Votan do or how they operate, so we're trying to learn live here too.
Absolutely. The bikes are a big threat for me personally, not because of their damage output, but because of their maneuverability. If he had been able to sneak around and get on some of my back objective or some objectives I didn't want him to be at, he could have outnumbered me with my armigers because they only count as 5. He's got 6 of the bikes.
Right.
As well, once he really lines up and gets all of his shots in with his AP2, AP3, I can only rotate ion shields in one spot.
Right.
So that can put me to my 5-up, and that can be a real problem. Granted, a lot of his damage 2 weapons, which the bikes have a lot of, kind of nullified with my bondsman ability, which allows me to -1 damage, especially with the autocannons. And yeah, that helps a lot.
So, was this your first game against Votan?
This is not my first game against
okay, so you're more veteran perhaps than your opponent.
Yeah, I've played 2 games against Votan before this. The other 2 games were all on TTS. So we were able to get some of the rules. Once the rules came out, we were able to try them out.
Nice. Well, congratulations on the win. I'm going to switch the focus of conversation a bit. How long have you been playing Warhammer?
I have been playing Warhammer since late 5th edition.
Late 5th edition. Okay, I'm a 4th edition kind of guy, so I got you. It's a long time ago.
Yes.
What is your favorite faction?
Right now, it is definitely Imperial Knights.
Imperial
I
Knights,
love
yeah.
my Knights. I've been playing them since the Freeblade Lance was first announced and first actually came in Psychic Awakenings when those were all happening.
Yeah.
I realized, oh, hey, I can paint all my Knights however I want, and it'll match because they're all Freeblades. They're just there to have fun.
Yeah, that's so cool. I was actually going to say you've quite an eclectic Knight army.
Yes,
Like a
they're
white one, and there's some green ones, purple ones.
They're all Freeblades. They're just doing what they need to do.
Do you have like a favorite Knight? Do you have?
Do you mean Knight chassis or favorite one I've painted?
However you want to answer this question.
Okay. Currently, I love the the white Knight you saw on the table is one of my favorites because I took a lot of time with that white paint all with the airbrush and just love how it came out.
Yeah.
Favorite chassis? I love any of the chassis that allow me to punch things.
Awesome.
I normally don't bring a Crusader, but the Crusaders are just so good right now with targeting calculating.
Is this your first UW US Open?
No, my first one was actually in Austin.
Oh wow! So was Apollo's.
Nice.
Yeah. Is this your second? Or
This is my second. Yes.
And how are you feeling about the series overall?
I love the series. I've met a lot of fun people here. I love walking around, looking at all the armies that show up here, because there's just so many beautiful paint jobs out there.
Yeah. No, that's one of my favorite things to do as well. I really love the whole atmosphere, the community, the friends you make along the way, that whole element to it. What's your favorite thing about the event?
about the events themselves is the walking around and looking at all the paint jobs.
That's really cool. And you're 2-0 right now. Right?
I am currently 2-0, yes.
So you're looking to go the distance, bring this thing home. What are your expectations?
My expectations is I came into this kind of the same way I went into Austin. If I leave with 3 wins under my belt, I'm happy.
That's a great goal. You just come here, try to make some friends, enjoy the experience, and do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
Ryan, thanks so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations on your win, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah, we'll see. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Can I get Mike Brandt to the shoutcasting booth? Paging, Mike Brandt. Paging. Beep, boop. Boop, boop. Mr. Mike Brandt. To the stream. We got Mike back in the booth. Good to have him back. Mike, how have you been?
Just fantastic, Nick.
Just fantastic.
Absolutely wonderful.
Well, I'm happy to hear it.
Wow.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So I found out Apollo and Ryan both went to the GW US Open in Austin.
Yep.
And that was their first GW US Open event, and this is their second.
I mean, it's really good to see folks. I also noticed a comment on the chat that they all seem like super nice people, and if I'm going to be really honest with you, I think that's about normal for Games Workshop events and for tournaments in general. I think there's a weird reputation that folks who've never been to a tournament have, that they think, it's going to be a bunch of people who are really serious. And it's the usual case where people don't really think along the lines of what's logical. What it is anybody who goes to a tournament, actually most of them don't think they're going to win. Most of them are just like, I really like Warhammer, and this seems exciting, and there's all these people playing, and it's cool. It's kind of like the concept of the old medieval tournament, right, where it was pageantry, and it was, there was competition, and it was oriented around fairness and around like chivalry and honor and code and all the other stuff. And you do occasionally would have a knight who was dirty or would play by the rules, but they were largely shunned and not seen as very honorable when they would do so. So I think that that's kind of the concept of tournament that you're going for now, as opposed to, a bunch of serious-minded, nasty talking, gross. All those things are weird inventions that I don't think actually have.
They're not a real thing.
We see it's not real.
We're trying to share that with you visually.
Yeah, the best we can.
Yes,
right?
If not that audioly. No, seriously, I asked Ryan what his favorite things about coming to these events were, and he said just walking through the halls, seeing all the gorgeous armies, being part of it. And then I asked him as well, to your point, what his expectations were. He's 2-0. How's he feeling? He's like, I would like to win 3 games this weekend. I'm like, you're already 2
He's off to a good start. Right? That's really good.
You're very humble goals. I like that.
Yeah, it's fantastic, actually. Yeah. It's an interesting experience to actually know it. And then to often hear people talk about it who don't know it, you want to be like, you're missing out.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to disavow them of the notion so much as you want them to be like, these things are really fun.
Yeah, they really are.
I mean, you got best friendships that occur at them among people who almost never. I mean, Pete Foley's a good example. I had a book and box games you mentioned earlier. Pete and I, he lives in England. I live here. We've been through COVID, so we didn't travel much then. We've seen each other, 6, 7 events that we've been to total. We consider each other to be among the best of friends.
Yeah, Pete's great. I've only really hung out with him twice, and, same.
Yeah. So I think it's just easy to miss how cool it is to connect with the Warhammer community because we all share such a passion for this hobby, and we all. There's not a lot of people in the world that can really understand how much you enjoy it and how much you get out of it unless you go meet them out in the wild.
It can very quickly become a lifestyle because you really make so many real friends doing this.
Okay.
You make so many real friends doing this that friends are part of your lifestyle typically. So you really adjust and then want to go to more Warhammer events, if not to play more Warhammer, which is fun. More Warhammer more often.
It's a community hobby.
It's the community. You go to have the experience.
And it's different from a lot of different hobbies, I think, in that regard, in that there's a lot of downtime where you're doing things on your own. But in order to fully consume the hobby, collect, build, paint, play.
Yeah.
You can't play by yourself, and you don't play by connecting, via a video game or something like that. It's an in-person type of thing.
A common question I get all the time in regards to Warhammer is, can they make it a video game, or can you play it online? And anything's possible. They could design that. I'm not to say that's not a thing, but it would not capture the essence of the event or the actual interpersonal interactions, which to me is the point of the game and why it's a better game, or what the appeal to the game is over all the video games out there.
Yeah, and I mean, anyone who knows me knows me. I'm an infamous or famous extrovert. Everybody measures out on the scales of how extroverted or introverted they are. I am 100% extrovert, which I can tell you is a really hard thing. You only can energize yourself emotionally by completely discharging yourself physically in the process. But Warhammer for me fulfills such a deep need for human connection, because human connection is what Warhammer brings to those who are part of its community. We're waxing perhaps too eloquent about the nature of how cool this hobby is, but it really does feel special when you're surrounded by a bunch of people who share that experience with you, come from all different walks of life, really, in a lot of ways. And for me, it's always been that way. My career spent a lot of time working with veterans, and a lot of veterans are Warhammer players as well. And so even that, like the introduction that I had to the hobby and other things, was all oriented around connecting with people, doing good things, and sharing a passion despite wherever their experiences had led them there in the first place.
Yeah, I would say that Warhammer can be such an amazing teacher of life in a fun way because it's just a game, right? But it's because you interact with so many humans through the experience of playing the game, you learn a lot about people through different walks of life, as you said, and that can be invaluable.
It is.
As life experience.
Well, and how much have we learned by being part of it? I mean, an enormous amount.
Enormous.
So we got back to the split screen here, and we have an experience where two big chunky things. This is the chunk game, right? Like, you would have thought the game with the Knights was the game of the chunkies, but it wasn't. And the game of the little, the stolid Leagues of Otan, but no. The chunky game is the Necron game versus the Astraeus. And the Astraeus, for those of you who've joined us later, not only did it explode and jack up that boom counter, it exploded, then rolled boxcars for the distance of the explosion to explode 12 inches. Then it rolled another 6 for the first damage it did to something. Then it rolled another 6. Then it rolled another 6. Then it rolled another 6. And then there was one more unit for it to roll on.
5.
And it sadly only rolled a 5. So that happened, and now here at the end we've got. Wait. Oh, that's for the 5.
Right on time.
So, a little late there, Nick. So, but now we've got it again where we've got a chunky Redemptor who's going at the Silent King, and the Menhirs are gone, looks like.
Oh, man, the Menhirs were part of the
symmetry.
Symmetry.
Yeah, that guy likes the symmetry.
And now there's a Redemptor in the middle of the symmetry.
Ruining the symmetry.
It's not symmetrical anymore.
So also for the latecomers, the Silent King has been carefully placed every turn to be very symmetrically placed on one of those objective markers, either in alignment one direction or both directions. With the Menhirs perfectly positioned on either side, and it's been ruined. And I'm pretty sure that he's going to do something about that Redemptor now to deal with that situation.
I don't
There's
know.
also
I think
the
Redemptor's
Catan over
going to
there.
do something about him.
Maybe. We're going to see, unless it's already happened.
I do like the Nightbringer just
casually meandering toward Marines.
Through the Astraeus, still here, blah, 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 blah.
Yep, indeed. It's going to be interesting. But remember that Nightbringer had 6 wounds on him, and so that creates a problem because why? What's the thing that Catan have, similar to Gazcol and others?
He's got the phase cap. So certain models in 40K that really you don't want dying quickly, they have this mechanic that caps the number of wounds they can take in a certain phase, usually meaning it takes more than one turn to kill these models, no matter how much potency you can bring to bear on them. Nightbringer is one of those models. He's got 9 wounds, and he can only take 3 damage per phase. So in theory, it would take 3 phases of damage to kill him. However, he heals a wound at the start of each of his turns, so it usually takes 4.
The Nightbringer heals?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't aware. That's quite problematic in a phase cap model.
Yeah.
You have to basically finish him in one turn, or else he's not going to go away so quickly at all.
Well, if for armies that have damage in one phase, like Tau, he's basically immortal. It's too long of a process, and you have to work around him. An interesting game we actually commentated earlier in the U.S. Open San Diego was a triple Satan army versus Tau, and Tau killed everything but 3 Satans, and then there were just 3 Satans that could not die wandering around the board. It was just really funny.
Fascinating situation for this poor Tau to have to deal with. Yeah. So right now we've got that Redemptor. Do we know a little information there on this table about whose turn it is and what's going on there in that battlefield, Nick?
So it looks like it's turn 3. The players are updating the scores themselves and keeping this tracker up to date for us. So I'm assuming that this is correct. Primary points, the 4s actually very well could be true because no one's really successfully held objectives in midfield from each other. They just keep battling over them. Now we might start to see like the Redemptor on the right here successfully holding this objective. I don't think the Silent King actually benefits from OPSEC. He himself is Zerakin, not the Custom Dynasty. He's not an Eternal Conqueror, so that Redemptor is contesting that objective. The Necrons, I'm sure, have been getting 4s by being on this one. The Deathwatch have been getting 4s by being on this one. But the Deathwatch, or at least the Necrons, don't really have many models left. So I don't know.
They do have a few Scarabs that are hiding behind those walls.
Scores updated now. Deathwatch have 16 primary to Necrons 12.
And there are Scarabs in this general vicinity and in this general vicinity.
OPSEC Scarabs, that's the plan.
And once those are forced to come out, if they are forced to come out, of course the Redemptors can't get that. It's really going to come down to what happens between the Silent King and that Redemptor in the middle.
Yeah.
It's an interesting
if the
battle, despite
the
the.
Silent King has to go through this Redemptor and then continue doing work through the Death Watch army. I think once he goes down, 2 units of Scarabs are not picking this game up.
On the other hand, there is that Catan down the side, but you're probably right, Nick. It's an interesting situation, and I don't think the Necron have enough power left to take the points back that they need.
Another thought is that the board is split up into table quarters for the purposes of Purge the Vermin, and this Redemptor is on his way into this quarter, and no one's ever going to stop him. Maybe the Silent King could, but the Silent King could.
But he's missing his minions now.
Yeah, and there'd be a big help of actually picking up the Dreadnought, because now the Silent King does still have guns, but probably not enough to really damage the Dreadnought effectively. He could go up there and chop him up, but he's busy getting beaten up by the first Dreadnought.
It's quite a Dreadnought problem he has for himself right here.
The Necrons maybe used all of their anti-tank taking out the Astraeus.
The Astraeus actually worked in the favor of the Marine player.
What do you mean even actually?
I am just
Of course
so
it worked in favor of the Marine player.
surprised, excited, jazzed up about it.
Worked in favor of the entire tournament and all 750 of our viewers. Astraeus came to play.
Well, and right now the Redemptor's getting poked at by the Silent King, but he's only getting damaged a little bit there. So, yeah, I do think this is a very dire situation for the Necron player, and we will see what he can pull off with the remaining time. We've got about a half hour left in the round here.
I really got excited because I thought one of our chat guests was named Fate Weaver, but it's just a word that's really close to Fate Weaver.
Perhaps Fat Wesker should change his name to Fate Weaver.
Yeah.
For you, Nick.
For me.
In honor of your great love for Fate Weaver.
Thank you. Thank you. Fat Wesker, please do that.
It's just a request. It's not a mandate. You choose your fate.
Germany's, we would love to get a Sigmar stream going at some point down the line. Definitely something we are considering options for how to do. But one thing I would like to point out is that the Sigmar tournament actually starts tomorrow.
This Sigmar tournament starts tomorrow. We've got over 100 players signed up, so it should be quite an exciting thing. We will also make sure, just like we did last year, to cover some Sigmar during the grand finale, where we have 8 best overall and 8 best general Sigmar players coming from all over the world to compete for the Games Workshop events sort of finalist award for the year. It's our second year of doing it. I'm excited about it. We will cover some Sigmar. We'll cover some 40K. I'm almost certain we'll try and sneak in another Sigmar versus 40K game, because those were fascinating last year with the Giants and the Knights battling each other on an open plain. And so it should be good. We'll get some Sigmar coverage in, and we're also in the process of vetting and looking at potential commentators and other things for Sigmar so that we can make sure we have a really high-quality crew to do that. And, of course, Nick and I just played in a Sigmar doubles event recently.
I was going to say, Mike, look no further. You have an undefeated Age of Sigmar champion sitting next to you.
We really do. Champion indeed. Nick is a champion, and he is undefeated in Sigmar. Those two things can be put together, I suppose. And once your expertise gets up, perhaps that's what we'll have you do.
You're already up. I know everything.
All right, that's it. You guys heard it here first. Nick is ready to commentate Age of Sigmar as a professional.
Do you want me to start right now?
Right now.
Okay, so Age of Sigmar is this game. It's like Warhammer, but it's not, and they have hammers instead of the...
Stunning commentary, Nick. Really beautiful. I've never heard much better in my life. I can't even think of a better way to articulate that than almost anyone's ever heard before, except I might say that actually Age of Sigmar is a game that's set in the mortal realms across the many different stages and spaces. We've got mortal realms like Gur, realms of fire, realms of earth, realms of darkness and shade and death. We've got all sorts of interesting things occurring there. In the game of Age of Sigmar, there's quite a few substantial differences from 40K, such as the fact that you can't come within 3 inches of an enemy model except when you've charged them into combat, as opposed to the 1-inch rule in 40K itself. There's the fact that there's lots and lots of really big monstrous creatures. There's an entire monster activity table when they engage with each other, such as roaring at people to remove their ability to be stratagemed, and there's a great deal of interesting interactions with movement. There's endless spells. There's giants, and there's all sorts of different wound counts and statuses. There's no toughness that's rolled for. Everything just rolls with its stat to wound for its abilities. We could go on and on about all of the differences between the two, but I got to tell you, having played it with you,
That's
I
exactly,
think I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. You took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was saying.
Fantastic. So, what do we have going on here? It looks like something's missing from the board since we started talking about Age of
We
Sigmar.
might have gone a little sidetrack, and Dreadnought died. Dreadnought did not explode.
Extremely disappointing. That Dreadnought did not take the lead from the Astraeus.
Yeah.
For those who are asking, there's 26 minutes left in the round. It's going to be a close one. It'll really depend. Now, I could tell you, Nick, I know there's not a lot of power left in that Necron player, but if the Silent King can do something about the other Dreadnought, which only has 5 wounds left.
Well, Jeff basically said during the interview, I was like, how are you feeling about the game state now, having lost the Astraeus and having it explode in the middle of everything? And he was a little shell-shocked. I don't know that he was like immersing himself in the What did
Was
you
he
say?
drift shocked?
Drift shocked. This little drift shot from these Stratus explosions. I don't know that he was making strategic analyses in that exact moment, but more or less his analysis was there's still a Silent King.
There's still a
There's
Silent
still
King.
a Silent King.
The Silent King, though, is wounded. Do we know how many wounds the Silent King has left? It looks like potentially only 3 wounds left in the Silent
It could
King.
what if it's just the 3? I mean, the minions are gone.
You never know when someone's counting up or counting down. But there may be only 3 wounds left in the Silent King. The Catan, on the other hand, even if he has only 3 wounds left, would now be up to 4 and is most likely to do a lot of damage.
Mike, are you
to
a count
those
up or count
Marines.
down kind of
I'm
guy?
a countdown kind of person because I don't expect my opponents to memorize the wound total of all of my units.
Yeah.
And I think it can be impolite to expect them to have to constantly remember how many are left by doing subtraction. Whereas if you count down, all I have to do is read the number that's there, and they know how many wounds are left on the model.
And then I always hear people say, but then you might as well start with all the wound dice on the models, like at max wounds, basically.
I just don't put wounds down if it is at max wounds.
Yeah,
so if there's no dice, that means the model
don't
hasn't
have
been hurt. As soon as it has been hurt, we put the
Or-
total number of wounds left.
You could also use those little widgets we were talking about.
But again, then you go down the rabbit hole where you end up with 11 characters on the board, and each one of them has a 40mm widget next to it, counting a little dial. And that was a time of life for me that I don't want to return to.
You don't want to be like Mike Brandt was 2 years ago.
Apparently, it was more like 3 years ago.
Thanks,
to be fair,
thanks for that
to be
correction.
fair,
Really, really meaningful.
So, anyway, I think this game is actually more interesting than we thought a second ago. We were going, look, the Necron doesn't have much left, but the reality is the Silent King can deal with that Dreadnought, which only has 5 wounds left before he gets killed himself. And if the Catan does what we expect him to do down there, it might actually be more interesting than we think.
Well, I think one of the challenges to this board state, both from a commentator perspective and a player perspective, is these players have gutted each other. They've just gone offense, offense, offense for a lot of time. And it's because the Death Watch are all spread around the table and Necrons don't have many resources left, a lot of the units on the board only have one more turn of doing stuff, and they're not in range to interact with each other effectively. So
And the
not
Death
much
Watch has
to
a
actually
lead.
do.
The Death Watch has a lead.
And the Death Watch have a lead. So, and the game is coming to an end one way or the other. It's turn 4. It's a 5-turn game. There's 25 minutes left in the clock. I have every expectation that we'll finish. We have one of our judges standing at the table right now, making sure it's all going at an appropriate pace. I think it is.
It is. We got 25 minutes left and not many models involved.
Yeah, but the challenge is, like, Necrons have to come up with some points, and they're out of ability to really interact with the Death Watch meaningfully.
Yeah, it's really going to be problematic for them. I think you're right. And so the points may come down to the winner here, but both armies have kind of been deleted from the board.
Yeah. Yeah, both armies. Well,
They don't call it Warhammer for nothing.
that if they didn't call it Warhammer, it would be Age of Sigmar, and that's something called something totally different.
That's actually called Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Nick.
That's what I said.
I agree. Totally what you said. So, now that we continue to teach Nick about the story of Age of Sigmar and how it is in fact a Warhammer game, we are going to focus in on the remaining 25 minutes of this game. There's not much, is there? The Dreadnought's going to shoot. Those couple of guys, is there a librarian over there who's going to try a mental interrogation, I suspect, to get a couple extra points, a psychic interrogation.
See, the players are trying to figure out what they can do that actually impacts the score and what is worth doing and what matters, much like we are. And that, unfortunately, can lead to a lot of time spent thinking about the position and not much time picking up the models and rolling the dice.
I like that 64% of our voters from our viewership actually count down.
Thank you.
They agree with us. They think that's the right way to do things. The rest of you, I would love to hear from you in the chat about why you count up.
64% of voters is 9 people, and there are 750-some people in this chat, so I think the other 730 need to participate.
I mean, that was one way to call it out. I was just going to let everyone in the chat assume that hundreds of people voted. But I want to know, why do you count up? Oh, the orc doesn't count. I think Apple to Apple is my favorite person now for just not counting wounds.
Not counting.
What's the approach when the opponent asks how many wounds left? Do you say, guess? Do you just wah at them really loudly and expect them to translate that into the number that
I think
particular
that's
sound of wah actually was?
Maybe the orc way is to actually just start attacking them, and then they'll be wounded, and they're not concerned about how many wounds you have.
When they have only 1 wound left, do you think he says 1 wound left?
That was not there, Mike. It was a little too forced.
Yeah, I was so glad I made that joke. My life is now complete, and I think it's all about taking risks in life, including the risk of wasting that good a joke on only 700 listeners.
I have an appreciation for that spin zone.
Yeah,
I
the
really
spin
do.
zone is where I'm at.
You have a magnificent talent for that.
I know. It's one of
Really
my
do.
one of my artful skills.
Oh, look at this Dreadnought. He's chonking.
A Dreadnought is going for it. I think that's called going for it, actually.
That's very descriptive, Mike. He's
It's-
like, we could go north and get down here and survive and be out of line of sight and
All you
block.
gotta do is
the
just
points.
oh my goodness, that Catan only has 3 wounds left.
Oh, you know what does flat 3 damage? These last few souls.
Last few seals.
Only takes 1.
So there is a lot of potential here that Silent King and that Catan could go down.
That's a World Eater's dice right there.
I'm a
Blood for
little
the Blood God.
confused. I mean, those Catan maybe are actually just World Eaters in disguise.
Yeah.
World Eaters are known for their sneakiness. In fact, most people have said that you'll never know a World Eater until you look under his Catan cloak. That's a common phrase in the Imperium.
Everyone says it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an adage,
And
you might
you
say.
would know, since you're a catechin
A colloquialism
lover at
or-
heart, then you get around, you talk to the
Yep.
the Imperial
Everywhere I go,
guardsmen.
people say World Eaters look like Catan sometimes.
Yeah.
It's a pretty common
Under the
thing.
cloak.
Yeah. This is not official lore, by the way. This is just what they say down in the lower districts of the Hive World.
Yeah. The Hive World.
The Hive World.
Like Hive Gene Stealers?
Any Hive World. No, not Hive Gene Stealers.
I don't know. Well, any
Well,
Hive World.
most Hive Worlds have Gene Stealers.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm thinking, yeah, that's a common occurrence there.
Oh.
So, when you wonder what do Mike and Nick do in their free time, what do they talk about when they're off stream?
Is anyone wondering that?
Basically
Is you
this.
just saying that now?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Actually, I could see that 7 people asked that question.
7 people did ask that question.
So I was trying to make sure we answered them.
We have
Clarity.
to. Right. Mike, do you want me to go first? Do you want me to go first?
You go first.
Okay. Well, I like to play with my dog.
Oh, you want to actually tell them what we do in our free time?
Well, that was my answer.
Well, so I get up in the morning and I take my 9-month-old to daycare.
Oh, that's
And
very
then-
exciting.
And then I work at Games Workshop and talk about Warhammer all day.
Do you work with James?
James Workshop?
Yeah.
Only when he's alive on Christmas.
Okay. Okay, cool.
You'll remember he's only supposed to be alive at Christmas.
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be alive for you to work with them. Some people work with non-living things.
I mean, I guess we are talking about the Necron game still.
I
But
mean, it's
aside from that component of the experience, I then talk about Warhammer usually a little bit here and there.
a lot
Call my
of
buddy
talking
Nick.
about Warhammer.
Yeah. And then,
Sometimes Mike and I call each other to talk about Warhammer.
And then after the making dinner and having the quality time with the family, binging our favorite shows of the moment, a couple times a week I play Warhammer.
You play Warhammer. So
Yeah.
You ever get sick of it?
Yeah, and then I usually go play golf or
Yeah.
play some Warhammer.
Yeah.
There's some Kill Team, Warhammer Kill Team. By the way, it's not called just Kill Team. It is a Warhammer game also, Nick. Just want to make sure you don't make that Sigmar mistake again.
No, it's called Kill Team. There's a wall for it right there. We got an explosion!
Did Silent King explode?
No. We're already at 7 and it's round 2. We
This
need
is
to
very
stop
exciting.
putting
The 11 guests and the 12
vehicles
guests are so absolutely wrong.
We need
This
to-
has been the explodiest game ever. The Silent
It
King
really
exploded.
has.
The Astraeus did a 12-inch explosion. There was another explosion on this board, too. Before that happened, the Catacomb Command Bars exploded. These guys are very explosive.
This
Is
is
it a
an
high-oxygen
explosive
planet?
table.
Like, what's going on here?
I don't know. What causes explosions?
Yeah. I mean, it's called fuel mixtures. It can be a combination of, like, perhaps the magazine going off. In the case of the Silent King,
12-inch explosion? Another
way.
one?
Our second 12-inch explosion in the same game.
What are the
So
odds
for
of
anyone
that?
who's joining us, we're going to go over the fact that the Astraeus exploded earlier.
yeah.
The drifting Astraeus.
The drifting Astraeus.
Majestic drifting Astraeus. It had many adjectives that it developed over the course of the game. And when it did go down, after surviving a charge from a Catan, a Catacomb Command Barge, and a bunch of Scorpec destroyers, it subsequently did pass on to the Land of Dead. But when it did, it exploded with a 6. Then it rolled 2 6 to explode 12 inches. Then it rolled nothing but 6s until its last impact on all the units that were affected by a 12-inch explosion, which it rolled a 5 for. And now the Silent King has exploded with another boxcar 12-inch explosion. What?
The captain just died.
Did the explosion kill the captain? And it killed the other guy behind him.
Wait, was it the Redemptor that exploded?
No, it was this.
Oh, maybe this is a separate thought.
Could be a separate thing occurring.
Yeah. Why is nothing getting pulled? The Silent King is there. Oh, no,
yeah.
they're checking 12 inches from
Yeah,
the
the
Silent
King exploded and killed.
Oh my God, that was just 12 inches. Like
Yeah.
it was just that far.
That was an intense.
12 inches is quite a lot of space, apparently. How many mortal wounds? We just got through saying how the armies can't really interact with each other.
Boomhammer 40,000.
Boomhammer 40,000.
I think that's what we're calling it from
We
now
have
on out.
add that to the lore. I am Lore Master Nick, and that's going in.
Did the Redemptor survive the explosion?
Yeah, he only had.
He had 5 left, but his dice is gone.
No, I think he's counting up.
Oh, he's an up counter.
Up counter.
Okay.
I don't know that that's true. I think that's true.
Well, it's apparently a 68% chance he's an up counter based upon the poll in the chat.
That's
we
true.
now have an official stat. 62%
Well,
of
there'd
people.
be a 32% chance.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, forget my counting skills. Just remember the actual numbers.
You're not the math guy. That's
I'm going to spin that as just showing off your math skills for people, giving you an opportunity to shine.
Mike, you're really good at talking to people. Excellent at washing things. Your spin cycle's amazing, but the math not there.
Fair shout on all fronts. So Boomhammer 40,000 has occurred on this table. We know there have been 6 explosions from this game, basically, and we're kind of looking at an even more barren board.
There's even less stuff now.
There's just not a lot going on anymore.
There's some scarabs hiding
now
behind
I wonder
walls.
what happens with that. Are those last few seals shot at the Catan yet?
Yeah.
That's the real question.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what's left in this game.
Like, can the Nightbringer clean up the entire flank?
Can he bring some more night?
Although
That's
this is actually like going to create an ultra low score because Jeff lost that objective, didn't he?
Because he boomed his own guys off the board.
This is amazing. This game
The
is
points have all vanished.
No, this win is going to come in like 40 to 35. Like
It's a very high scoring, very deadly affair, let me tell you. 40 to 35 would be a huge score in baseball.
That's true. It would be a good score in golf too.
Have the eliminators shot at the Catan?
I can only
They
imagine
whiffed entirely,
so.
so those eliminators are looking at trouble.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to shift the point score, though, at this point.
No, I think there's a little too late.
Well, I tell you what, Nick, it has been an incredibly exciting 3 hours spent talking with Warhammer 40,000 about you this time around.
It has, Mike.
When this game wraps up, we're going to pull on these competitors and see if they still have the ability to talk straight with all of the explosions that have happened, if they can actually hear the questions you're asking with the volume that those sorts of things make when they're near you, when that occurs. But I am kind of dumbstruck with how exciting it's been with all the booms. I never thought, when you guys started doing the boom counter, and I was, observing as the head of show here, I thought maybe that's a little silly, but now I'm deeply in love with it.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to have a lot of FOMO if I'm not streaming with you in a game, that I'm missing all the booms, and this is difficult for me to
Mike,
reconcile.
I'm sad that our time together is going to come to an end soon. I've had
It's
quite.
okay, we'll do it a couple more times this weekend. We will probably do round 2 every day, guys.
Yeah.
Nick and I will be back. You're going to get, either Paul at some point here is going to join us. You might have Dr. Werner Born as the second voice. And I can tell you, he sounds like a certain famous celebrity who I shouldn't name. But when you hear his voice, you're going to be like, is that? And I'll let you guys figure it out. And he literally has the voice of a famous celebrity. So when the time comes, if you hear Dr. Born's voice on the microphone, we'll have to see if everyone can guess who he sounds like. Other than that, what do you think this Nightbringer is going to do to end out and close out the game?
I think he's measuring.
Is he trying for points? He's skipping.
Is he
skipping
thinking
the
about
eliminators?
like a 12-inch charge to this other unit on the objective?
It's a Hail Mary Catan is what it is.
Hail Mary the Catans. I like it.
Hail Mary the Catan. Hail Mary the Nightbringer.
Hey, that's a world eater in that Catan, and you know what? I think
Named Mary.
Is going named Mary.
Mary
the world
Mary
eater.
The world
He's
eater.
underneath that cloak.
Bringer of night. All right, so we'll see what Mary the World Eater does, and there's not much else, is there?
I don't know.
I think he has a couple of. So
was that
no,
Mary the
Nightbringer's
World Eater is doing his mortal wound
mortal
thing?
wound effects
Yeah.
to get rid of those eliminators, so they don't
That was
shoot him in the
clever.
back.
That was clever.
And so now that Mary's dealt with that, he's going to focus on the charge. And
He might be charging backwards. He was just seeing.
I think he should go for the Hail Mary personally. It's just my things. But my curiosity is,
Oh,
are there any of those?
He took a wound on Overwatch, it looks like.
Did he really take a wound and drop down to one left?
No, he healed a wound.
He healed
the
up.
die
Yeah,
went to the wrong
exactly.
direction. Yep, he healed up.
So, yes, he Catan. I love Notley's commentary. He's really
Commentary's got some good puns.
probably the actual star of the stream. There's the two of us making a lot of mouth noises, but then there's Notley dropping the hot jokes. every
Notley
single
is
second.
definitely stream maestro extraordinaire. That is his official commentator role.
I mean, that's what he gets paid for. Stream. It's kind of a weird job to put on a resume, though. So
No,
we're hoping that he just stays with us and doesn't move up to the NFL or some place where his skills would be better put to use.
I'm just saying, once we colonize Mars or something, he could do a lot over there.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Notley, first colonizer of Mars.
The first stream maestro extraordinaire on Mars.
I mean, they would need that.
Who else is going to do it?
They're going to live stream all the things they do on Mars. I'm not even kidding. There'd be millions of watchers, or at least more than 700. Probably 703 to start.
Don't get too excited. I was thinking 704.
Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it here.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of downplay, the Nightbringer took care of business with those
That one,
eliminators.
Those eliminators got eliminated. I'll
They
tell
did.
you that.
I mean, that's what you get when you miss a 3-win Nightbringer with a bunch
They
of
were
flat 3
standing
damage
1
weapons.
inch away
They
from
had
them.
one job.
It's
Couldn't
like,
pull it
just
off.
shoot the thing. You are going to die if you don't get this done. I guess they all chose death.
And elimination is in the name.
Oh, poor guys.
Maybe they're called eliminated
Poor
now.
pals. Eliminateds. Eliminateds.
So we're going to get to the top of 5 here in just a second.
Top of 5.
The final scores are being input. There's not a lot left in this game, Nick.
Nope. There really isn't. I don't know what they're discussing at the moment.
I think they're just kibitzing about the end of their game experience.
Yeah.
They do have some scarabs that are still alive there underneath the ruins. Presumably at the end of 5, when the Necron player gets a chance to score end of game objective points, he's going to make a grab for a few objectives. Maybe that gets him some points back in this game, given the fact that he's shut down most of the primary points that the Death Watch player was able to get here at the top of 5 when the time comes to score. He's not going to get too many.
No, but remember,
He's going to get 10, though.
Grayson did go second. And the person who goes second can score a lot of points at the end of the game because they score primary at the end of the game.
Again.
And in this mission, holding that bonus is worth an additional 5.
And he hasn't scored his points for Code of Combat yet.
No, and all of those.
And we know that there were some characters that killed things here for the Necron.
I don't know that. Maybe it's not just characters. Nightbringer's not a noble. It's got to be a noble character.
Well, and the noble counts the Silent King, right?
Or the Silent King.
When the Silent King killed the Dreadnought, does that count?
He killed the Dreadnought. That should count.
Yeah.
So maybe that Code of Combat's not been updated.
We'll go see if we can get them to check that Code of Conduct score, Warner, see if this thing's a little closer than it might sound. Because the Necron player does have some scarabs left alive, and that does enable him to go grab a couple of objectives at the end of the game.
Death Watcher moving down, trying to tangle with that Nightbringer. I wonder what their thought is, because he can only do 3 damage per phase, so to kill it, they have to shoot it and then charge it.
And that's exactly what it looks like he's going to try to do.
Do you want to charge the Nightbringer?
I think if they don't, they run the risk they're just going to get several mortal wounds and then get charged in the bottom of the turn.
But you don't want Mary to come out and start blundering you.
Mary the World Eater has shown his merit, that's true. However, if they can get him down to 1 wound left, then all they got to do is get that 1 failed save through.
1 punch.
And does the Nightbringer remind me, do they have a 3-up save in addition to the 4-up invul, or just the flat invul?
Just the 4-up invul.
I mean, that's 2 wounds through, and they got the 50-50 on their favor.
One of our famous sayings here, Mike, is 4s be fickle. Least
4s
trustworthy number in 40K.
Be fickle. They are not the most reliable of numbers.
Actually, I think 3's the least trustworthy, personally. I don't.
3s lull you into a false sense of security.
Yeah, 3s make you feel like you have a good save, and then 2s everywhere.
30-some chance to fail, and so every fail feels worse because you're like, I should have passed.
Should have passed, yeah. And on the flip side, 5s feel great because you're like, I'm supposed to fail. I passed some.
Speaking of which, the impact of that, when I first started playing Warhammer 40,000 many, many moons ago, one of the first armies I acquired was a Necron army. I built that thing up, I painted that thing up, I was all excited about it, and then I played my first game with it, and I failed every single leadership 10 test that I had to take. I mean every single one.
Mike.
It was so scarring that I immediately pivoted
just roll
to
too well.
Built and painted a Tyranid army, which at the time, thanks to Synapse, never had to take those tests. That was the formative moment of me for Warhammer 40,000 and how I choose to play the game.
I understand that. There are some units, like Obliterators, which I don't care how good they make Obliterators. They are just not a unit that I am allowed to use. I've been burned by them many, many times.
Yes, I've seen that happen.
And I'm done being burned. The water's hot, I get it.
I hope you don't get burned any further in life.
Don't keep sticking your hand in the fire. Just don't work.
And someone asked us, is Necron game still going? It is, because most of the things are dead, and so it limits the amount of things they can actually remove the remainder. It looks more like a kill team game in terms of the number of models
on a really
that are on
big
the
board.
A very big game of kill team.
Yeah.
And, that is a thing you can do. You would be playing basically a 4-on-4 kill team game. You take 4 kill team boards, stick them together.
You could do it. There's no limit. Sky's the limit. Take 16
remember, there's
kill
no
team
range
boards.
limit in kill team.
You could make a board that's not even a square or rectangle. You could take a lot of boards and make a triangle.
I think that would be a thing you could do. And that's about all there is to say for it. I don't recommend
Think
it.
outside the box, Mike. Think in
Yeah,
triangles.
triangle is definitely outside the box right there, Nick.
I'm saying.
In fact, it's not even 3-dimensional space at that point.
You don't want to be a square.
One of the best units in the game, said by Nurgle Matthew. Indeed.
What were we talking about? Necrons? Necrons are one of the best units in the game.
Necrons are a unit. In the sense of, like, man, what a unit.
Who am I giving this faction award to? Oh, the Gene Stealer.
The guy with the 3rd arm. There's a 3rd arm player here. He's got 3 arms in reality. He's playing Gene Stealer Cult, so it seems appropriate. It's giving us a little bit of consternation, but we think we'll get through it. Once again, guys, it's been really exciting to share these past couple hours with you. It has been Boomtown, USA. Chicago may have had that name once, but today it is the U.S. Open in Chicago, which has been explosive in the most literal sense of the word, as many, many models have boomed their way out of both of the games that were streamed this time through the experience. Most notably, the Silent King and the Astraeus, which didn't just boom, but double boomed, and went so big as to double boom as big as you can double boom. Those double booms being 12 inches apiece, mortal wounds aplenty, mortal wounds in their dozens across these boards, and it's been one of the most explosive experiences I can remember in my course of time streaming during the last 3 hours.
I've been playing 40K for 20 years. I've been to a lot of tournaments. I've seen a lot of games. Streamed a lot of games. Never seen that in my life. Probably never will again. Happy I copped for that.
It was the boomiest. Don't think about never again, Nick. You know, the odds are always there that we may see it again, but
I really thought you were going to make a Hunger Games reference there, and you didn't.
I stopped at the last moment. I heard myself head in that direction and decided, what are the Hunger Games? We don't know what that is, and why would we talk about it here on the show?
That's not in the 41st Millennium.
No, there are no Hunger Games. In fact, the whole 41st Millennium is probably a good deal more dire than that experience.
They're very well fed up there.
Very little celebration.
Yeah. No one's hungry.
No.
I'm actually kind of hungry. Could eat.
So what do we have next? The Catan.
The Catan's taking 2 wounds. He's
yet.
taking 2 wounds from the shooting. So all you got to get through is 2 punches on the punch.
2 punches on the punch. If they do indeed charge and punch. If they don't, though, what's the point of having moved there in the first place?
I don't know. I want to know what this Dreadnought's doing, because he's like,
he seems to be.
He's very unsure about which objective he's
going for. He may be getting ready
for.
to charge the Scarabs that are on the outside of that wall.
Well,
and if they are within,
if they're right up against it, the Dreadnought can fight them through the ball. That's
I can't imagine he would have gone there for any other reason.
Well,
so he's probably looking to get rid of units, and if you can get rid of that Scarab unit, it makes it really hard for Grayson to actually move to enough objectives to take advantage of that going at the bottom of the last turn and potentially shifting that final score.
And there it is. You just saw the charge and onto the objective. 40K is always
perfectly good move by Jeff. Clever there, man. Jeff's in his first GT, and he does a good move there. He charges through the wall, touches that Scarab unit to kill it, hopefully so that it doesn't have a chance to get on the objectives, uses his combat movement to get on the objective, and changes Nick Donova's perspective from what is he doing to, well, that was a dang good play.
100% that. I mean,
all right, and then we have the charge going down on the Catan as well.
Oh, we hit the charge in the Catan. Do you think these Marines are going to get the 2 wounds in?
I think these Marines need to get the 2 wounds in. They hope to get the 2 wounds in, but it doesn't really matter because that Catan, even if the 2 wounds aren't caught in, is not going to be able to get to that objective movement-wise. So the Marines have taken care of the unit. They don't have any scoring to do anymore. The key thing for them is to prevent the Necrons from getting onto as many objectives as they can. The one thing they haven't accounted for is there is another Scarab unit in the other ruin that's away from the Dreadnought. That Scarab unit could potentially stretch across 1 or 2 objectives. If it's able to do so, then that will allow them to get the 15 points anyway. But even short of that ability,
even still, the primary now is 30-6. The most points
I thought it was 16 at one point, but you're right, it's 6. I thought for some reason he had 12 or 14 on the primary earlier, but I was mistaken. He's not coming back from that. The most he can get to is 21. It looks like this game is just about set, so we're seeing the final moves. But I love to see Jeff using even the last few minutes of the game, playing appropriately, playing precisely, not wasting his opportunities on the board, not wasting his opportunity in the limelight here in the stream, doing clever moves that even caught Nick Donovan himself off guard, and having a fantastic end to this game.
Yeah, Mike, really well articulated there, I would say. Jeff, I love to see this level of meticulous precision is how I'll describe it. Just, you know, the clock's winding down, Jeff is up, doesn't matter, no pressure. He's going to execute this game to completion properly.
Anything less from the Drift Master would make me sad. However, we may have been wrong about the points score there. Remember, Code of Combat may have had some points scored during the course of this game and has not been added in yet. Purge the Vermin is still potentially scoreable in some capacity by Grayson, and he in fact had 16 primary points. However, Grayson is also celebrating. It looks like the Catan.
Something just happened.
Did the Catan explode?
Another explosion!
USA continues. The boom counter has gone up to 8 in just 1 round here, guys. The Catan also explodes his way out of the experience. Mary, the World Eater, has gone out in only the way that a World Eater can. Mary, the World Eater, has been hidden as a Catan, wearing Catan clothing the entire time, as commonly happens, and has now also exploded like a Catan, causing everyone to question whether Mary, the World Eater, was in fact a World Eater in the first place, or was in fact in this entire time an actual Catan shard of the Nightbringer, which, having his necrodermis pierced, has released his vehement demise upon the poor Marines in his immediate vicinity.
Absolutely. So one of the interesting things here is that Grayson's pretty much just got some Scarabs left now. There's real nothing left in the tank as far as...
But remember, Grayson at the beginning of the game, when we asked him, what is your plan, Grayson? How are you going to get through this game experience? He looked at me, he cocked his head sideways, he pointed at his Scarabs, and he said in an inquisitive tone almost, Obsec? So perhaps there's something we can't see. We didn't see the move that Jeff made. Maybe there's some way that Grayson is going to use those 2 or 3 Scarab bases and grab 47 points here in the final turn.
Well, you
to
do
completely
score,
flip this game.
even just doing the move, taking these scarabs right here and walking into that central objective, that gets you, that one move gets you 4 points for holding the objective at the end of the game. It gets you 2 points for holding the objective at the end of your turn, and it gets you 5 points for holding the objective at the end of the game also. It sounds a little repetitive to say it like that, but there's 3 different instances of scoring points in that objective. So that objective is worth 11 points on its own, and it's a guaranteed move that's just sitting there.
Points are points are points, and right now we've got a situation where Grayson does have some ability to get some points left, but he really is doing it with just scarabs. Now, what I'm really curious about is
sure that Code of Combat is 0?
the Necron. Well, certainly the Silent King did kill something in the middle of the board. We saw that happen
saw a
ourselves with our own
Dreadnought
2
go
eyes.
down. That's why I'm
Our own
like, are
4
we
eyes, our own 6 eyes if you
sure?
count your glasses. And so I don't know what exactly is happening here on the scorecard, and it gives me some suspense and wonder about whether or not they've updated it.
It's actually 8.
It's actually 8.
Oh, this
is
game's
a
actually
game.
quite
We have a real
nail-biter.
game here, guys. So 8-8 is going to make a 4-point net up on those two, form a 5-point net up on that primary, which basically makes it a 21 equivalent on the primary. So if you can get 10 points here on that final score, assuming that the other scores have been updated, there's a real good chance that Grayson can actually take this game back at the very final moment. And that makes it especially important that Jeff is playing as precise a game as he can here at the end.
Let's do one of those things called the little points projection. This is what the players are probably
Points
doing
projection,
right
a
now.
handwritten points projection from Dick Navati coming down the way to you guys right now.
So Jeff's done. He's got 30 primary points, 12 on Long Vigil. He might score grind them down again. Probably will because the Nightbringer died, and I think the Scarabs died. So that's going to go up to a 9. So 12 plus 9, second interrogation. I'm going to assume that's done.
There's no characters left to interrogate.
Yeah, so 30 plus 12 is 42, plus 6, or plus 9 is 51, plus 6 is going to be a good old 57.
We're projecting a 57 for Jeff.
67 with paint, yeah. And then 11 points for primary for this move right here. That's a guaranteed lock, so that's going up to 27 on primary for Grayson. Purge the Vermin. No one's in this quarter. No one's in that deployment zone, so that's going to be full 15 on Purge. Code of Combat, it's going to stay at 8. Ancient Machineries, I think that's going to stay at 8 unless I'm missing a unit on the board somewhere. There's actually a Scarab right here. Oh,
Which takes that objective.
Takes this objective and actually holds 2 objectives
He has
to the Death Watch 1 objective.
It's two to more plus the 2.
So this is actually 12 points on primary.
And the center hold.
Plus the
so
center,
it's 14
which is
on
7. So it's because it's 2 at the end of the game plus 5 at the end of the 2 at the end of the turn plus 5 at the end of the game. So it's going to be a 19-point primary swing.
Which is going to take him up to 35 on the primary.
So 35.
I'm pretty sure these Necrons.
Purge the Vermin up to a 15. That's 50 right there. Code of Combat's at an 8. Ancient Machinery's at an 8. I think the Necrons, despite getting tabled, obsec Scarabs the game.
His plan all along, he said it at the beginning.
He turned
he
one as a
turned his head
question mark.
sideways and went, obsec, and pointed at his Scarabs, and sure enough, right there at the end,
Now we'll see.
dramatic fashion.
It's just the quick math.
It's quick math. We could be missing something on the Death Watch score. You never know what's actually going to turn out here. Just like we thought when the Death Watch had it seconds ago before we realized.
I'm so
he had
sad
8 on the
about
Code
the
of Conduct.
Astreus of all the
Fantastic.
things.
The Boomtown USA game is actually becoming a really exciting finish, despite the fact that it's a handful of models here at the very end.
57-74. That was the final. 67-74
because the domain scored
The
the
paint- so
67.
57 was
so the
right.
projection was good with the 57,
but
70, and the 74 beat him. So by 7 points, 4 Scarabs have turned the tide and won at the end.
That is truly amazing.
What a game, actually. This
Warner-
was actually a phenomenal game. Drifting Astreuses, double booming explosions, double booming Silent King explosions. I mean, it was really fantastic, like all around the board. And I just don't know how much more perfect a game we could have had in round 2 here.
No, you really can't ask for a better round 2 game. Like, of all things, we got the Astreus because, like, of course you get an Astreus. There's only so many of those. And wow, did it not disappoint. Like, Astreuses. This is a stream team move.
I mean, this was a fantastic game. These were 2 great opponents. We had at least Jeff in his first GT ever. Can't wait to hear from Grayson as well. We had phenomenal play all across the board. Honestly, they were playing 2 armies that were not exactly, quote, meta armies, right? There were some really interesting things that they were each bringing, and yet the game came down to literally a handful of dice rolls.
Like the last moves.
And just whether or not that Death Watch player could quite finish off enough Scarabs, and he just couldn't quite get to all of them. In fact, 1 Scarab surviving in that combat that Dreadnought pulled off was a key part of the play that took him an extra, basically 10 points.
That gave him 8 points right there on primary.
Was it 10? Oh, yeah, it was an 8-point shift on
which
primary.
Would have run 74,
which was the
goes
difference
down
by
to 66, and that would have been a 1-point game.
So that 1 Scarab surviving, his 1 obsec Scarab, won the game. He would have lost by 1 point if that one guy hadn't survived, done a little Scarab move, and gone, what did he say at the beginning?
Obsec Scarabs?
And that
What
was
an
the
amazing game. You can't make that up, folks. That was one of my most favorite games to commentate.
I'm pretty
ever.
sure that,
Like, that is-
actually was
that
phenomenal.
really is an amazing game.
I mean, like you can't make it up, man.
No,
It was
that's-
we're like watching the World Series right here. We're at the Chicago U.S. Open. We're at the weekend of the marathon. Baseball has started in its playoffs as well. I'm feeling in a sporting mood, and I'm excited that we had such a phenomenal photo finish. One Scarab survived combat with a Redemptor Dreadnought, snuck around him, and that base of Scarabs grabbed that objective and turned a 1-point loss into a magical 7-point win at the buzzer. Basically a perfect game of Warhammer.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. Get ready for the third
We're
round.
going to talk to Jeff. We're going to talk to Grayson here.
We're going to try, but I think we should really take a break before the next round if possible.
That's probably true. We're going to take a
there's
break here,
back
guys.
to back.
Thank you for listening in with us. I'll be on again this weekend. Nick will be with you all weekend. He's a champ that way. Thanks for enjoying Boomtown USA here in round 2 of the Chicago U.S. Open.
Hey everybody, welcome back to round 3 of Chicago Grand Tournament U.S. Open Series. My name is Paul Murphy. I've got Nick Nanavati here, but you know that. You've been holding it down all day.
That's right. It's Nick Nanavati, and it's time to party.
So good to see you. So good to be back. So good to see the folks in the chat.
Paul,
actually
we've missed
some
you.
of the games. Oh, I've missed y'all. Okay, so, and look, I've also got my eye on the thing that matters right now, and that's the explosions.
Oh yeah, let's pull up that explosion counter real quick and give that a shout. Did you know we've had quite a few? We actually, before I reveal to you what this number is,
I got to pick something, right?
You got to pick something.
Okay.
No, I've gotten a guess. We had round 1 commentator Zach. He had a guess. Mike Brandt, round 2, got a guess.
Okay, so I'm going to go with, I'm going to say this time 15.
15.
15.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what our numbers were. Zach went 12. Zach went 10.
Yep.
Mike went 11. I was going to go 12, and then I switched it to 13. But we agreed if it's a 12, it's a tie. And now you're in here high and mighty at 15. You think there's a lot of explosions coming this weekend?
15. I think that what we've seen, I heard a little bit about what we saw on the last table.
Oh, you have insider information.
I have a little bit.
Oh man.
But I didn't know we were there. I didn't know we were
there. Yeah, we're on track.
I just know that I heard that the Silent King and the Astreas
actually
you missed
it. You missed the round. That was one of my favorite streamings I've ever commentated, that round 2.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. I have to go back and watch that. I encourage anybody who's just joined us to go back and watch that. Chat, hope y'all are doing okay this evening and, out there hanging out, watching these cool games of Warhammer 40,000. What do we have on the table right now? I know we've got some folks we recognize.
That's
some
right.
armies, but we love to see.
This is one of the toughest tournaments, the U.S. Opens we've had so far. There are so many competitive names in this field that you'd recognize. You see on the top tables frequently. And these are 2 prime examples. Gary Frank, community leader, Mark Aish, an Team USA Army person. He works in the military, and then he plays under that team as well. So Gary's actually playing the Space Wolves. Mark is playing the Demons. The factions are swapped. We'll get that adjusted really quick. It's just the names. But the mission is going to be Tide of Conviction. We got Chaos Demons versus Space Wolves. Really, really exciting. This is a Monster Mash variation of Chaos Demons. It's beautiful and really cool to see on the table. We got Bellicor, a Lord of Change, might be Fate Weaver. I'm not even sure. Do we have Fate Weaver on the table? Hold on.
It's hard to see how many heads we've got right there, but we're going to figure that out.
That just hit me.
Yeah, I know.
Paul,
that's
you got to
your boy.
talk now. I need a minute.
Yeah, Fate Weaver is your boy. But, we have seen Chaos Demons actually work their way into the meta with their unique presence, with their unique saves that they have. They're actually got a lot of tricks with the Locust now. It works much differently than it did in previous codexes.
Just a Lord of Change.
Just a Lord of Change. That's okay.
So we got a Lord of Change, not Fate Weaver, a Bloodthirster, Scarbrand, and Bellicor, all hitting the scene today.
That was okay with the names switched to they're in the right spots. I was like, Gary's playing demons? That's uncharacteristic.
right. Well, I saw it was like Mark is not playing Space Wolves. That's not it.
All has been right in
here.
No,
Mark is actually a fanatical demon player. He's as long as I've known him in the scene, he's been either on demons or chaos or some form of evil faction, and he loves his Monster Mash.
I love it. We have Scarbrand, the Exiled One, says they love seeing demons making regular apperances. Who would have thought Scarbrand would like to see the demons?
I know. Me too. Demons are my favorite faction. Yeah. I'm very excited for this round.
No, so they've been creeping in, and players are starting to get, I guess, familiar and comfortable with how they build their list around with this faction.
Yeah. So I want to take a minute here and talk about some of the secondaries. So we've got Mark's secondaries here. Psychic Interrogation, Grind Them Down, and Reality Rebels. Grinding Down is a generic rulebook one. You're going to get 3 points at the end of the battle round if you killed more units of your opponents than they killed of yours. In the Monster Mash style build, you really only try to present the 5 monsters as targets in the first place, so that's a great thing to try to achieve. Psychic Interrogation, he's got Bellicor, Lord Change can do it. He might even have a little small caster designed for it.
He's got a power model to do this and a backup for the backup of the backup.
Yeah, someone's going to
bank right here.
Yep. And then Reality Rebels is a demon secondary. This one's really interesting. How this one works is it's similar to Purge the Vermin, which we just saw in Necrons, but it works a little differently. You're going to divide the board up into 4 quarters, and then you're going to get 1 point per quarter at the end of your turn, so you get to do the stuff and then score. for having more units in this quarter than your opponent has units in the quarter. So it's very hard to stop, and then you also get a bonus point if you have a unit in the center of the board, within 6 of the center.
And he's probably getting there anyway to line up those interrogations.
Yeah, he wants to be in the center in the first place. So this is Mark's in a good place with these secondaries right now. Let's get back to the table and we'll see if we can get Gary's up here in a second. Mark's going first, which is awesome for him. Demons love this kind of momentum. They want to go first, especially this kind of demon army wants to go first and just start putting the pressure on instantaneously. As you can see, Bellacor's kind of hanging out on the side flank over there, while the phase cap Bloodthirster can only take 8 wounds per phase, and the Lord of Change with a 3+ invulnerable save and all kinds of stuff. They're taking the center core.
That Bloodthirster might not be that difficult for the Space Wolves to get through, though. I mean, Space Wolves they've got. We'll see what's exactly in Gary's list, but they can also dish out damage in every phase of the game as well.
That's true. Space Marines definitely have firepower to damage the thing. Although it is tough to say Feel No Pain for Invul. Like Alas Fusil's not going to get much done to it.
The Smites, if there is any in there, Bolters, they're going to do some work there. And look at that, 3 Land Speeders on this table.
Yeah. The Land Speeders are a really interesting choice. So pulling up the Space Wolf secondaries now, we've got Glory Kills, which is awesome. That's one we don't typically see much. I'm just going to read this with everybody. You scored 2 victory points if any character units were destroyed by a Space Wolf unit from army this battle round. All of those greater demons are characters, so that's 2 points for just doing your job of killing something. If no character units were destroyed as a result, and then scoring points if monsters or vehicles were destroyed. So basically a great secondary for this exact scenario. Kill monsters, get points. Raise the banners. Raise the banners is one, which is really cool for the 6 objective style mission, especially since the objectives are right on your side of the board. Going to be a bit challenging against the demons because the demons put so much pressure on you. You don't have time to do actions, especially since the demons are going first, and especially not on the midfield objectives. But if you can get through the demons and raise banners late game, that can be a really strong pick. And then a Mighty Saga, another Space Wolf secondary. At the end of each battle round, score 2 points for each of the following achieved by your Space Wolf's Warlord. It's probably one of the characters. Well, it's definitely one of the characters in there. If he kills a character, monster, or vehicle, if 5 or more models were destroyed, or if he's within range of an objective. So really easy kind of passive points just for using your Warlord. I like that.
Yeah, like getting some points for doing the things they want to be doing anyway. I think that's what that this objective is kind of screaming to do.
Let's get back to the table and see how the movement phase is all going.
Lining up some ranges there.
So you can see that there's
doing that pre-measuring I know you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. We're covering the P's of Warhammer without you, Paul. What are the P's of Warhammer?
Preparation, pre-measuring, palling, preposterousness.
You got it.
Yeah.
You nailed it. This is a really interesting mission. We haven't even talked about that. It is Tide of Conviction. Tide of Conviction is a Hold 2 style mission, domination style, with 6 objectives, as you can see, kind of placed all through the table. And might I add, I love these demon objective markers. They're just so cool.
They do look nice.
They're very pretty.
And I know that people ask about the objective markers all the time. Those spheres on the table there, not spheres, the disc on the table there, if you're on one of those pieces of neoprene mat there, you're considered to be in range of the objective.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a really nice guide there. The objectives, you get 2 points for holding an objective on your opponent's side of the board. So you divide it like this. Teams will get 2 points for controlling either of these at the end of their turn. Space Wolves will get 2 for holding either of these at the end of their turn. Unfortunately, with the demons being as aggressive as they are by nature, especially this build style with all the monsters, and with the demons going first, Space Wolves are really going to struggle to make any sort of aggressive pushes onto these objectives. So Mark is going to be scoring a bunch of points, and Gary is not, in the early game at the least. The nice thing going for the Space Wolves here, though, is the other part of this mission kind of makes up for it. At the end of the game, you normally get your points at the bottom of turn 5 once the game ends. That's still true, so you already have innate value going second. It's a lot more in this mission, because at the end of the game and at the end of turn 5, you'll get functionally 2 points for holding either of these at the end of turn 5, 2 points for holding each of these at the end of the game, and if you can muster it, 4 points for holding that last one at the end of the game. If you can also collect 12 points on primary by holding more objectives than your opponent, you can essentially get 12, 4, 4, and 4 for 24 primary points, all at the end of turn 5.
Looks like Mark had a pretty conservative 4 points for the Warp Storm this turn.
Mm-hmm. So the Warp Storm is a really cool effect that demons have now. You basically roll 8 dice at the start of the battle round, and then for each 4-up you get a Warp Storm point. And then you can spend your Warp Storm points on all kinds of abilities, ranging from like bonus attacks and trapping people in combat to doing mortal wounds out and giving your army +1 to cast. And you can spend them. If you don't spend them in the battle round, they just disappear. So
they do refresh every turn,
yes.
though. So you create a pool every turn, and that gives you a little bit of extra gas.
It's very random, though. Like, the average of 8 4-ups is 4, so 4 is the normal number. But the Warp Storms are priced pretty interestingly. Like, if you have, there's some really powerful 4s that you don't know if you'll be able to pull off, because, you never know if you just, 4s be fickle.
Yep.
As they say.
Well, then also there's some generic unmarked, basically, or undivided, I should say, chaos powers, and then there are some for each of the chaos gods.
Mm-hmm. I like this formation that Mark is doing with the Bloodthirster and Lord of Change in the center of the board. He knows the Bloodthirster is not really going to die in one turn. He could take 8 damage from shooting. He could take 8 damage from combat. Even both of those is a very tough ask, given how tough he actually is. However, he's got 20 wounds, so doing 16 ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah, you got to hope for some either double up smites or something like that, and then get in there with the shooting. Although I think the shooting is there, and I think the melee's there, I don't think we're going to see that kind of stuff happen in the Psyche phase. So that both is going to be there for at least 2 turns.
And he's great protection for that Lord of Change who hates close combat but loves to be in the middle of the board just dishing out mortals.
Yeah, and also they're up there in Warp Locust range. So if he comes up there, if Gary advances, gets in the thick of that, and then doesn't clean them out completely, he's going to be able to bring in some demons right next to him if he has any in reserve.
But this isn't the only game there is to talk about. Why don't we take a second and hop on over to our other table? We've got a really exciting showdown for you.
I like it that we've lined up the vehicles here. So we have Death Guard versus Dark Angels.
Yeah, really exciting game on this one as well. I want to get some close-ups of this Death Guard army. I think it's absolutely gorgeous looking. All the models are just so vibrant and so technically well painted. And then the Dark Angels, some closest to them would also be nice. Like, it's just such a clean paint scheme, that half and half. This is a really interesting maneuver here. These Rift Cannon bearing, what are they called? Dark Talons? Is that what they are?
Dark Talons sounds right. Yep.
That's Dark Talon. Go with that.
We're going to go with it. Chat, let us know what the name of those planes are in case we got it wrong.
This is a really cool army.
Typically, Dark Angels, in the meta anyway, have been known for their durability, how tough that they are, because, we've seen a lot of Terminator builds. This is another variant of available in the Dark Angel Codex, seemingly kind of maybe going with like a Raven Wing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a Ravenwing army, very similar to Sasha Edelkraut's, which we saw last event at Nova Open. He played round 3 or 4 and had an upset. He actually lost to Brian Jones and his Knights. But here we've got John playing a very similar list. It's featuring all Ravenwing. It seems to be a new flair style of Dark Angel. It's really being popular amongst more competitive Dark Angel players. It's centered around multiple Dark Landspeeder Storm Vengeances with the plasma cannons, multiple of the Storm Speeders with the Las Cannons, Las Talons I think they're called. Couple of these planes to shoot people with mortal wounds, that's really good. And then a lot of these Talon Mastery type things along with some Ravenwing bikes to help out with the actual mission. And this army is all about bringing the speed to the pain train.
Yeah, being where he wants to be, delivering a bunch of firepower. It looks like he's going up there to opt to pound down that, what's it going to be, a unit of, those look like maybe Blight Lords over there with the base sizes in that ruin.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get some close-ups of that Death Guard army. I really want to see what is inside those ruins.
I may have mentioned this earlier, but I saw that when the army was setting up. It is gorgeous. Lots of good details.
These are the Dark Angel secondaries we can go through. So he's gone for such an aggressive approach to this game. I love it. Assassination. You get points for killing characters. We got to go to the Death Guard and kill their characters. Death on the Win. To score 2 points each time an enemy unit is destroyed by a Ravenwing model from your army that moved 12 inches or more during your movement phase. everything in John's army is going to move more than 12 inches in your movement phase. And for the record, you can even do zigzags in a circle to just burn the movement for the sake of it.
Zip around,
Yeah.
show off a little bit.
Show off, do some wheelies to get some points.
Yeah, and Dernicus King says, it's a savage list, especially going first. There's just so much firepower, and that looks like what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and then he's even taken behind enemy lines, which will score points for being on his into his bones deployment zone, especially in the Dawn of War style deployment. If we can go back to that overhead, which is the entire length of this, the deployment zones for these players is enormous. If these speeders can just zip on over kind of very easily with their immense speed, they can just rack up from the corner behind enemy lines points.
Yeah, we see some models being removed, and that is no easy feat when you're dealing with Death Guard.
Well, the Rift Cannons are one of the best weapons in the game at shooting at the Death Guard. Death Guard have disgustingly resilient, which is -1 damage, of course. But the Rift Cannons shoot 3 mortals every time they hit you.
That's a lot of damage.
And it's a lot of not damage, technically, because they don't reduce it.
Oh, indeed, yeah. Good call there.
A lot of wounds dealt.
Yep. Ones that get past things like the Armor of Contempt, too. So the Death Guard benefit from a higher toughness, disgustingly resilient, and Armor of Contempt. They got a lot of things stacking them up. It says, I'm going to sit here for as long as you need me to sit, unless you're getting mortal wounds thrown down range.
So Michael Fox, this Death Guard army we're showing you, has actually made the showcase, which is the basically you take the top painted armies in the room and they make the higher echelon of painting for a competition and who's actually competitive for best painted in the entire event of the 250 players here. So that's a huge accomplishment in it of itself. Really excited to see Michael Fox's Death Guard up close and personal and in the showcase, which I think is tomorrow evening.
It should be, yeah.
Maybe it's tonight.
Yeah.
It's tonight. Ooh, it's tonight.
Look at those tanks. Tanks can bring a lot of good firepower. They also have the ability to fire indirect. That did, kind of fall out of fashion with some players. But on the sides of those tanks, some pretty potent last cannon type effects.
Look at the. I just want to look at these models. Like everything is converted. Those, I guess, these are poxwalkers or cultists made out of the Skaven from Age of Sigmar. There's some warp lightning coming out of that plague mortar. I don't even know what these models are. That is a Space Marine captain, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. This is sweet. That's an Inceptor.
It looks like there's a warp staff on that also, so that will be the Malignus, is it the Putrefier?
Oh, yeah.
Not
yeah.
the Putrefier,
No, it's the
Malignant Plaguecaster.
Ooh, good shout, Paul. You know your Death Guard.
It's coming back to me.
Is there a bloat drone in this army?
I didn't see any blow drones.
Oh, Paul. There's no bloat drones.
Look, this general's got it figured out. And, a lot of hobby intent went into this one as well. This is going to be a brutal turn one, though. I mean, you got to
This
think
Raven Wing army is all about doing an alpha strike.
John feels like he's got him right where he wants him, I bet. Going to be able to get up, do a lot of damage from range, only expose, the things he's used to exposing each time, which is these planes, and just seeing what the Death Guard can do.
Yeah. So the second here, we'll go through our Death Guard secondaries. But John's got to be feeling great about going first. I would say Dark Angels going first and the Demons going first are both two armies that get a lot better when they go first because they get momentum on their side and tempo on their side, and that's huge for that style of list.
Well, and these, I was going to point out that a lot of the pieces you would see in an army built like this can be kind of fragile. So you want to be able to, like glass cannon, you want to make sure they get up there and do something. But, the land speeders and stuff actually been proven to be quite durable when we've seen them in games.
Yeah, they really are. So let's real quick just talk about the Death Guard secondaries while we brought them up. So Bring It Down is going to be getting points for damaging vehicles, or destroying vehicles, I should say. Killing a vehicle, there's a lot of vehicles in John's army. So this will be a very natural secondary. He's going to want to just achieve this throughout the game. Now, John doesn't have so many vehicles that he can really get maxed out on Bring It Down, but it'll be a natural score to achieve. The Spoiled Ground is a really interesting one. It's Death Guard secondary with a lot of different criteria to it, and then 3 points for each of the criteria that you satisfy. All of them are about standing in different places at the end of the game, usually in different table quarters or on objectives or within contagion range of objectives. But the real tricky part is they have to be alive at the end of the game and all over the board to really score this secondary.
Isn't that always the tricky thing in Warhammer, though?
No, you don't have to be alive.
Make it to the end of. Oh, you're true. That's true. You don't have to.
I like to get tabled and win anyway. I find achievement in that.
Yeah.
And then we got Spread the Sickness. That's a Death Guard secondary. This is a standard, classic, easy one. You just walk up to an objective, you say I'm spreading the sickness and you score 3 points. 4 points, actually, if it's out of your deployment zone.
Recently used this as an example of a, if you're trying to focus on the scoreboard in a game, this objective has a bunch of things that you check off on there. Death Guard infantry. Did I take Death Guard infantry in my army?
Let's head back to the overhead.
Am my objective secured? Do I need to roll that 4+? What is my risk? How do I pair up what's in my list versus what I plan to be doing on the tabletop with some comfortable secondaries that I can choose, and how to make sure that you meet all the criteria. That has a lot of criteria to pay attention to.
Definitely. I like that Mike and John have both taken secondaries that are perfectly in their army's plan. John is like, I'm going to come to you. Don't worry about it. I know you're slow. It's cool. I'm coming to you, and I'm going to shoot you. And all of his secondaries reflect that. Mike, on the other hand, is like, I don't have time to do anything besides stay alive and fight back.
No, he wants stuff. His whole thing is he wants stuff and units left at the end of this turn that he can maneuver with.
Yeah, he wants to get through the damage. He knows the Alpha Strike is coming. He doesn't want to be worried about having to do this and that or whatever. He wants to put all his resources into survival and then counter offense and get rewarded for it by scoring points for doing it, but bring it down, worrying about the points later with the spoil ground. You have to worry about that till turn 5. And Spread the Sickness is just so good, it's free.
I do like that he has gotten his tanks up there and almost like to be the bait. Like, please shoot at my tanks. These toughness 8, with invulnerable save tanks.
Yeah,
and
right.
Maybe don't shoot my troops.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Please shoot the tanks. Don't shoot the guys behind the walls.
Yeah.
But it almost makes me feel like the troops might not matter as much in this game because I guess they have to stay alive. That's important.
Yeah, you got to spread the sickness with them. Remember those?
Oh yeah, they're critical for the secondaries and the primaries.
Yep, and it is kind of cool when you can match up a secondary with something you're going to be doing for the primary anyway. I got a question on the ruins. Yes, the ruins do block line. The first floor of each one of the ruins completely blocks line of sight, but they also benefit from the obscuring trait there, and so the benefits that come from that.
This is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen the layout of the Dawn of War like this. And we got that up on screen. That's pretty nice. Did you know on the ruin in the back there, the ruin's supposed to be like all the way back here? I didn't know that.
There you go.
We have judges set these tables up, so regulation.
One of the coolest things about this edition is the be able to assign the keywords to pieces of terrain on your table.
Yeah.
You get full, in a tournament like this where they're all preset, but, in your home games, you basically have kind of full reign to do whatever you like because each one of those traits can kind of mix up the play experience. And if, you kind of get tired of doing something one way, the replayability of this game is doing something a little bit different the next time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So let's check back in over on our Demons Friends table, see what's going on. Looks like we are getting some... What is in the middle of the board there?
That is you talking about the Bloodthirster?
No. I'm talking about a little stuff right in front of the Bloodthirster.
I think he flung up some flamers there.
The do look like flamers, don't they?
Yeah, flamers.
How did flamers get there, though? It's turn 1. Oh, Bellicor Shrouded Step them. So that's a psychic power that Bellicor gets you access to, where you just pick up a unit and deep strike it 9 inches away from the enemy. So yeah, absolutely, Flamers just got teleported to that spot and probably flamed something right on that objective.
Yeah, that is part of kind of what we call the shenanigans that you can do with the Demons list. Is that there are a lot of ways to get up really up close and personal,
very
quickly.
Lot
closer than you might expect. The Demons do not have to worry about 9-inch charges most of the time.
Yeah. Now, the Flamers are an interesting thing to zoop on up there. They're a great unit to teleport, such destructive firepower, but that close to the enemy, especially an enemy like Space Wolves, they're just going to get charged, and they're terrible in close combat. They only 6 up and vulnerable.
They can Overwatch like nobody's business.
That's true. He could Overwatch like nobody's business, and that's not an Overwatch anyone wants to eat. But Space Wolves have walls right here. You can charge from behind the wall right into there. I guess it's a little bit far, but it's not that far.
I suppose you could also try to launch a charge from out of range of the Flamers, but that's again you got to make it very difficult for him. And also with the land speeders might be able to also soak up some of that.
Yeah, right. The speeders are great resources to just you know, you could fly a speeder right here and then fly your assault marines or whatever right here. And now the speeder died to the Overwatch, so your assault marines don't have to. But at that point, you are trading a speeder and a unit of assault marines for 1 unit of flamers.
Yeah, he also may have a cyber wolf or something in there that.
I think these assault marines are probably on the bottom floor, and they're just putting them on top for ease of gameplay.
It's for our benefit.
And for everyone home watching, you know, they care about you too.
Yep.
And then they're going to try to, the angles. Tech Priest Warner with the angles.
Looked like flamers to me.
Yeah, that's some flim flams if I ever saw
So it looks
them.
like he's measuring to the Bloodthirster.
Oh, you can also see with the flamer towing the objective right there, that is a really easy charge. Because remember, they're on the bottom, so that guy is like really in that room right there.
About to get, come in from outside of line of sight. You would not provoke the Overwatch in that case, no matter what.
I wonder what the flamer shot at. See if we can get some details on what they actually killed. There's no way they went up there just to be stand their position. They had to be trained.
Of course they did.
I don't buy that for a second.
22 flamer shots into the eliminators. 2 eliminators go down to the flamers.
And all the eliminators went down.
Looks like they killed all the eliminators. Yeah.
So they killed 2 units of eliminators. I think 1 with the Lord of Change and then 1 with the flamers. And that means if the Space Wolves only kill the flamers in retaliation, which is realistically the only thing they can do, killing big man on campus is going to be real hard. And killing Bloodthirster Man impossible.
And if you don't start on the Bloodthirster, you're never going to finish.
You can't just let this. This army is putting the pressure on. I can respect that.
Yeah, and I think though that plan 1 is to get 8 wounds in the shooting phase on the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, I don't know that the Space Wolves have that kind of capacity, especially with no las fuels. Like assault cannon, multi-melta speeders could get it done, and you definitely point your multi-meltas in that direction. But also, the fours be fickle. What if he just passes? He's got feel no pain.
And it's also, we know that that assault squad unit right there. We're talking about what they're going to be able to pull off, but they're basically on that one-way ticket situation. As soon as they get out there and mess it up with those flamers, they will bring them down. But then they're going to basically be cut down like wheat by the Bloodthirster. I think they've actually got to be careful too. I don't know this for sure. We can check on that, but I believe the Bloodthirster could actually heroically intervene into a combat. So Gary's going to have to be incredibly careful about where he places his models in the charge. It's very possible that the Demon player has set up a very unforgiving situation here. Gary, I'm sure, sees that. He's going to try to navigate around that.
Tech Priest Warner has gotten some updates for us. What a multifaceted individual. Mark described his plan and his approach to the game to Warner, and it's time to share with the class. So very on point, Paul. The Flamers got put up there along with the Lord of Change using Warp Storm points to boost his casting abilities. Basically dumped Mortals and Flamers into Eliminators, killing 8 out of 9 of them.
Yeah.
And from a strategic level, the entire plan for Mark is remove the shooting so the Place Cap Bloodthirster doesn't really die ever.
Just gets to waltz around.
Yeah, murdering stuff.
Yeah.
Because if it's only close combat, it takes like 4 phases or 3 phases to kill the Bloodthirster. And if you let the Bloodthirster act in your phase, my phase, your phase, my phase for 3 times, 3 turns, like the game's over. He's killed everything. So that's a really great strategic
Does a lot of damage. The Bloodthirster has got all kind of juice, essentially. It can do a little bit of shooting. It can do a lot of chopping down in combat, and also flies.
He's just amazing versus the armies that only do damage in the combat phase or only do damage in the shooting phase. If you don't do damage in multiple phases, he will run through you because you can't kill him fast enough.
We'll see. And actually, we're just theorizing that the Bloodthirster might actually be able to heroically intervene as well. I think it can. So Gary's going to have to be incredibly careful when he comes out of there with those Assault Marines on the Flamers.
Yeah. The Assault Marines coming out on the Flamers is definitely a trade, and I like the aggression towards the guns. I think that is a good strategic trade from Mark. The question also is going to be if Mark only presents 1 killable target and he's killed 2 units, then grind them down is just scoring. Reality Rebels is just scoring right now. That's already up to a 3 because these 2 quarters were done, and there's definitely a unit in the center. So this is a 3 primary. I think with the Flamer tapping onto this objective is at a 2 for Mark. We'll see if we can get these scores updated as quick as we can.
Yeah, let's jump over to the other match, actually. Take a look, see what's happening there. See what the density of Death
Man,
Guard.
I want to look at the
still.
pretty demon
Oh,
table.
we'll come back
Fine,
there, because that's going to be a critical
fine,
moment there.
Fine. Okay, we're over here.
Uh,
That's a bloat drone. I see one. I see one.
You see one?
I spy with my telestrator.
Nice.
Look at that. I'm on a close-up of that bloat drone.
Going up there actually in pretty good range there. Even, let's say, even if he doesn't move off that objective
Grab a close-up of the Death Guard.
and is not able to get a charge, if he even was the plan to get a charge, could have been that it advanced up there on the objective. The bloat drones have a stratagem that allows them to heroically intervene. And so if John goes up there to try to contest that objective, he would be able to use that command point to jump in there and do some damage in that phase. Yeah, going up there.
Oh,
support.
both bloat drones. Oh, man. 2, double down. Paul,
They
we
were hiding
almost
from
had
us
Fate
earlier.
Weaver and bloat drones in the same round. If we're all missing is Blood Angels.
Their blood drones were hiding from us. That's
We do have Space Wolves and Dark Angels, too. There's a lot of elements here. Oh, why did I fill you in? You missed the entire beginning portions of the stream today.
yes.
All right, so here we've got some things going on. In addition to the explosion counter, we've got this beautiful bloat drone. Look
that.
at this thing.
Yeah.
Look at that blood. This is the reason this guy's army is in the showcase. Look at that.
That's a demon prince, I think, on the other right next to him. I don't know
Oh.
that that other one's a blow drone.
Perhaps. Mayhaps. We shall see. So well, I'm filling you back in. Don't get distracted.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I lost it.
You filling back in on the early games of the tournament.
But there were specific, no, the early stream things. Oh, that's right. I'm a lore master.
Okay.
I'm a lore master now. I am a professional AOS commentator because I'm undefeated in it.
Okay.
Out of the 2 games I played with doubles with Mike.
Yep.
And
I mean, your results speak for themselves.
hold on, we got one more to share with you. There's more information. Someone is the stream maestro master, but we haven't determined who.
Okay.
That's the award we're gonna give out.
Oh, nice. What are the criteria for that?
Well, we haven't really defined it, so
Oh.
I want to bring you in on the loop here. Get your creative thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. The singing and dancing, is that part of it?
Definitely a factor. Why not?
Yeah. These very critical movements here. I think measuring out the range. So it's what you do it now. Move the wall out of the way, which is you know exactly where it goes. It's in the way right now to get your good movement. He knows. Oh, look at that! Like a big roll.
Yeah, that was really good. So I think that was just oh, is that a charge?
That's a charge.
That's a
No.
charge. Wolfen going in
Yeah.
on the Bloodthirster, being really careful to stay outside of the heroic intervention. I love how they did that. They moved the ruin out of the way.
Yep.
To pre-measure, and then pre-measure is one of the P's.
Yep.
Plan pre-measure, Paul, and just make sure everything's kosher above board. That's just good 40K. So the Bloodthirster is probably taking some damage from shooting. You can see there's a wound dial right there.
Yeah,
Looks
but
like 2.
was it the 8?
I feel it's definitely
It's
not. It's definitely not the 8.
We'll see if we get any notes from the table here. I don't think so. So the Wolf Guard, the Wolf Guard actually have the Chapter Master ability rerolls.
And they're going into the Flamers right there.
Yep, and +1 to wound goes off from the Chaplain.
Yeah, the Flamers are going to die.
And the Assault Pack guys there, the Blood Claw, I'm sure those are Blood Claws, they get rerolls to hit.
Yeah.
The Wolf Guard also have rerolls. Reroll basically everything for the Wolf Guard. And that may be what we see going into the Bloodthirster there is the Wolf Guard. We're getting some updates from the scoreboard as well. We had a question go by. It's like, looked like the Death Guard were missing some points on the other table. I was like, no, because they just went second. And, and the Dark Angels did a bunch of damage.
So the Bloodthirster did take his 8. He has 12 left right now.
That's critical.
That is critical.
Okay, that is exactly what Gary needed to do. I think great.
That's the multi-melts putting
decision maker on
Yeah.
his decision making on his part.
Yeah, great target priority.
Yeah, and now he's going to probably do another 8. If that is the Wolf Guard, those look like
Wolf,
they could be.
if the Wolfen smack that thing hard for another 8 more.
Those look like Wolf Guard Terminators to me.
No, they're Wolfen. Wolf.
There you go. You got a spot on the table.
We actually got his list right here. So top to bottom, Gary's got a captain on a bike, a Primaris chaplain on a bike, 3 units of troops, some assault intercessors and cursors, the usual. Unit of 5
The
wolf guard,
huge.
the huge. Unit of 5 wolf guard with lightning claws, storm shields, 1 thunderhammer. I like the tech thunderhammer, and this is a master artisans and whirlwind of rage. Interesting combination. Master artisans is going to provide a reroll to hit for every activation, and a thunderhammer hits hard. And he's got 3 units of those, so 3 units of 5 wolf guard with jump packs and lightning claws and all that. So that's what one of those squads that's getting missiled out to kill those flamers is right there. Oh, they also have combi meltals on all those sergeants, and I guess those combi meltals went into that thirster and hit.
That's good times. You see all the die roll now. Gary is rolling dice.
That's good value for Master Artisans as well. So we got 3 units of 5 Wolfen, 3 Land Speeder Tornadoes. It's a very 3 of times list. Pick unit you like, take 3 of it. 3 units of 3 Eliminators to round it out.
I mean, Mark has basically dared him to do this, and Gary is doing it.
Yeah.
He's coming out there, but what's the result going to be? That's going to be critical.
Yeah. This is some good 40K you're watching right here. I'm curious to see if these Wolfen just hit the 8 again.
I do like seeing this, basically 2 longtime iconic factions slugging it out here on the table. Is peak Warhammer.
We're getting some updates from the table boss as well. Table boss, I mean Tech Priest Warner.
What do you think about the demonic save in general?
I think it's awesome. You get saves from railguns. Who doesn't like saves from railguns? Also, I remembered another thing I had to share with you, Paul.
Okay.
We have a new name for the table boss. It's got to be Warhammer themed. So we're calling him the Runt Herder. The Runt Herder.
The Run Herder? Okay, sounds good.
Like that guy who herds the runts, the grunts.
Yep. Yeah. I know what a Run Herder is.
Do you, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
I've built several of them.
So here's another freshly primed entry from the Hobby Challenge we're getting up on stream for you.
Oh, so the Hobby Challenge is where did y'all talk about that already, about what it is?
Well, we touched on it. Mike touched on it, but why don't you fill him in again for the new
the Hobby Challenge is there is basically a table full of bits and parts from lots of different kits. The players are given one model to kind of base their diorama or creation around, and then a base, and then the rest is up to them. They're able to, again, put together whatever it is their heart's desires based off the bits that they have. And this is pretty spectacular. Look at all that. There's a lot of depth in that. And that was made by someone earlier today with just random sprues.
This is absolutely beautiful. It's a diorama, and it's got demons. Bonus points for Zinch. And not only that, we have the one, the only Cat from this Hobby Challenge here to share some stream team talent with you. So we're going to go get here on real quick.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, those, I said, built out of just a random bit of sprues. I should say a bit. It's a ton of stuff there that folks can actually, sift through, get what they want, make what they want. I think we'll get Kat to explain what the rules are on that. But Kat, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
So we were just we saw that amazing picture of somebody's Hobby Challenge entry.
Yes.
And are you over there with that? Because I know you do a lot of the classes and all kind of stuff here on the U.S. Open Series.
Right. We have a whole series of hobby seminars that we're hosting for every single event. It's an array of hobby experiences now. So what you were talking about a bit ago, the Hobby Challenge, is something that's we hold it at every event so people have the opportunity to create something completely new. So they get the opportunity to use a special model and build out of an incredible pile of bits.
Sometimes it's the event-only model. Sometimes it's some other limited edition thing or whatever. It's like that's the subject of the experience, and then they get to kind of go nuts from there.
Exactly. And then we have a bit of a challenge at the end, and there are prizes awarded. So that's fun. And some of them get completely built out, and they're all subject to having the same platform, same size, same model. The model has to be included in the story. And then Dan Osborne.
Yep.
Exactly. He runs the challenge, so he handles that. He makes it so fun. Oh man, he makes it so fun.
And I'd actually, they've named these things. Each one of these creation gets a name and a bit of a story. And,
full immersion.
No, he sent the picture earlier out to our chat, and he's like, "This is, I forget what he named it, or whatever." But like, I'm intrigued just after knowing the name, and that was different than this thing. Like there's talent over there going on.
And that event started today. So in that amount of time, we give them the model in the box. You get a base and a model in a box, and you have to go from there, and a pile of bits.
Yeah.
And we're partway into the day one. They have until Sunday.
Oh wow! So they can just keep doing it, making stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
and we'll
awesome.
prime it out. We're going to give them everything they need for paint. Oh my gosh! And so
so like painting is tomorrow? Is that what?
yeah, wherever they're at in it.
Okay.
So they buy the pass for the weekend, and then every day they can come back and they can work on it. So and then we rotate in new bits.
Yeah.
So we keep adding new bits and moving them around, and so they have different things to choose from every day. And these things just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
This
full
is fun.
Stories.
I don't know if people remember this kind of thing, but this kind of thing actually happened at like games days in the past. And it's so awesome to see this type of thing come back into the U.S. Open Series and have players get to experience it. And then, we get to see these awesome creations that they've had.
Exactly.
Can you tell me a little bit about some of the other hobby seminars and stuff and the classes and stuff that you teach and
Absolutely.
that people, how are people enjoying them, and then for what skill levels are these classes for?
Those are such great questions. So at the events, with the Opens, we have a series of 5 different classes. So what we're trying to do is kind of invite everybody in of all different skill levels. And we have people that come in and actually sit through every single one of our hobby classes. And if you do, you're literally going to get an entire exposure range of skills by the time you leave the weekend for everything you would need to go from either beginner to tabletop or from tabletop to competition level. And we have master level classes, we have entry level classes, we have everything that someone who's getting into the hobby needs, plus everybody that's already in it can level up. That's our goal.
As a follow-up question, is it, do people need to bring anything? Can they just come and get the ticket and sit down and go? What is it? What should they prepare for ahead of time, if anything?
Oh, I love it. Okay, so this is so fun. What we did was kind of create the environment of, if I was a student, this is what I would want to experience. And what I would kind of like to experience is coming away with a model and everything I need to support that experience. And in the hobby, that means paint, brushes, the model, the instruction, specifically how to use our Citadel products. So for every single class, if you were to come through each one of our classes, you're getting exposed to all of our product line in our hobby arena. So if you walk into our classroom, which is an experience in itself, we have every single product in there, I believe, that we carry in the hobby. So everybody can come in and experience it. Every single class is tailored for everybody to walk out with something new.
Something that they didn't come with, even if it was baseline skill level,
Exactly.
You've never touched a brush in your entire life.
Exactly. Or if you walk in your competition level, we want you to walk out with something new too.
Yeah, and y'all have painted actually some of the display miniatures we have over there in the store and everything. So they're going to be learning from masters.
Yes.
Y'all are absolutely, just wonderful artists and painters.
Yes.
And you also, everyone, there's a comment in the chat of someone that is in a couple of classes they offer today and absolutely loved them. And that seems to be a very consistent experience from everyone that I've encountered on these open series that have taken the class. So, that's good times. It's cool that anyone can do it. And I know, we kind of focus a lot on the tournament, but there's so much other stuff here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have people that are coming just for the hobby experience now. And we invite people to do that. I mean, it's if they do that, it's about 2.5 days of classes. But our very first class at every single Open is on Thursdays. And every single Open, we have a master class that's 4 hours long, 4 or 5 hours long, depends on the model that we do. This weekend, Sinessa.
Okay.
We got to go AOS, we got to do Sinessa. It was airbrush, it was purple, it was skin, it was amazing. So for that entire session, you have a bunch of people that are actually playing in tournaments. So they're starting their tournaments after that day. So we come in early.
Okay.
We're all still getting the store ready and getting the tournament set up. And Caleb and I go in and teach that class that day. So everybody has an opportunity to take a class if they want to.
Another question is, if someone is struggling with a particular thing, I can't get teeth right, I can't get leather pouches right, or what have you, do they have the ability to ask those types of questions in the class, even if it may not be the specific model or curriculum?
Absolutely. And in combination with, and I would go in this direction because it's what I would tell a student in class. So you just asked me about how do you paint orc skin.
How do I paint? Yeah, how do I paint this clasp on this pouch?
Exactly. One of the things I can tell you is we can go over it in class, and we'll show you how to do it. We'll teach you the skills you need for it for specifically that item. But also, if you have questions when you leave class, we have such a huge library online with our own videos for hobby that everything that we touch on is supported with all of our videos. So we have our entire Warhammer array of classes, Games Workshop online videos. So they get to have hands-on with all of our products that they're actually seeing in the videos.
Nice.
So they can come in with those questions. Maybe they've watched a video and they're like, okay, I'm going to try that. I get it, but I'd like to understand a little bit more about that. We get those questions. So it plays off of each other.
Oh, well, good. Well, this has all been great to hear. And I again, love seeing the models. Thanks for coming over and spending the time with us and chatting with us. We're going to jump back into the games and see what's happening. We left people hanging on what's happening with the Bloodthirster and a Lord of Change and then some Dark Angels fighting some Death Guard over here.
Oh.
By the way, check out these armies. There's some nice hobby over here in this area.
Oh, my gosh. There's some beautiful freehand out there, too.
Yeah,
absolutely stunning. Thank you, Paul.
Oh no, thank you very much. And I said, people, if you've heard about the hobby classes, didn't know what to expect, hopefully that was some info for you. And I highly encourage you to check them out when you're able to get there. When we come to your town, or you can travel to come hang out with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I can't wait to hear some more about it and check in on you later on. See the results from the students.
Well, I think Caleb may come talk to you, too.
Oh, no,
yeah,
nice.
He's going to talk to you about the Titan class that's at Santa Fe. We have a Warhound Titan class that we're doing, a master level 3-day class at that open.
Nice.
So
that's an
much
intimidating
fun
model
to talk about.
Heck yeah. All right.
Big things planned for everybody.
Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
We'll get Mr. Nick back over here. Nick, I don't know if you've got your eyes on the games over there, seeing maybe what the camera had not seen. It looks like still some congestion over there on the Space Wolf table. Oh, is that the? No, it can't be going down. It can't be.
Bellacore
Can't be.
He might be teleporting himself.
Yeah.
That's a stratagem. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's using so Bellacore is really cool. He's got he's got every mark. He's Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. He's really cool. And one of the strats is 2 CP stratagem. Pick up your Tzeentch character and just teleport it. And he
gets access to it because he has all the marks.
Yeah.
So that's one of the coolest things. When people are starting to build their chaos list, finding those, kind of mega characters. And Abaddon is one of those that has all the keywords. There's a lot of things you can do with these characters.
Right here, you're watching Bellacore get teleported behind the Space Wolf army, with Scarbrand appearing out of reserve.
Scarbrand also appearing, with the Locust.
The Locust ability.
So in the Demon Codex, we kept talking about the Locust. What the Locust does is it allows you to bring a model. Normally when you come in out of reserve or Deep Strike or, whatever your vernacular is, depending on kind of which edition you jumped into this game. But when you appear out of the Immaterium or the Warp or what have you, you would have to place your models, no closer than 9 inches from enemy models. The Locust allows you to bring that in within 6 inches.
6 inches of the monster himself. So Bellacore basically has to be next to Scarbrand. And then Scarbrand can be 6 inches away from the enemy. So it's a nice, easy 6-inch charge into whatever. Scarbrand has some amazing abilities. He's got a unique one that helps both friend and foe in certain scenarios. Nobody within 6 of Scarbrand really likes to fall back. They have to test the leadership test on 3d6. And demons have all these negative modifiers. And if they fail, their leadership test on 3d6, which is very likely to do. No fallbacks for you.
Scarbrand is an interesting character, too. I don't know if you know much about his lore.
I am the lore master, Paul. Okay. You want me to lay it on you real quick? Scarbrand was a bloodthirster, who pissed off the almighty Khorne gods, and Khorne smacked him down and ripped off his wings, and now Homeboy just walks around. And by that I mean Deep Strikes off of Bellacore.
He has the Bellacore taxi service.
He has his own personal Bellacore now.
Beluber.
But yeah, you see, I know my demon lore.
No, you nailed it.
Nailed it.
It's giving a seminar over here.
I'm a lore master. So sign up over here.
Over here, I guess let's jump over to the other table if we can. see what's happening with the Dark Angels versus the Death Guard.
Who are you rooting for here? Not, I know we're not supposed to have, but like you have your personal
I
favorites.
have no favorites.
Like
but,
I'm rooting for demons.
I do
I'm not supposed
appreciate
to
it.
say
I do appreciate it when the Death Guard do well. Death Guard are one of the factions that I play with somewhat regularity.
And there are 2 blow drones on the table. That's not a demon, it's a blow drone.
That's the blow drone, not a demon
Both
prince?
of them are blow drones. I got a close-up view.
And it looks like he did charge into the bikes over there and made short work of them.
He hit the bikes, and I saw the players actually. He's making a great use of the plexiglass terrain right there, so he can't actually be shot at from anything on this side of the wall.
Oh, good. So with that keyword being the obscuring, so he's not
Well, he wasn't.
He wasn't. He wasn't in the terrain. If
They
you're
always
touching,
do that. They have like a sixth sense.
if you're touching the terrain there, then you would be able to be seen from things that are either within it or just on the other side of it. If you're not touching it, you would get the full benefit of that obscuring keyword. Otherwise, it is the true line of sight, so he was able to put some damage on there. Picking up that blow drone, limiting what the additional damage it can do. Because honestly, listen, also remember that if he had not shot that, he's still got that command point heroic intervention in the bank there and be able to jump in there if he didn't take him down to close combat. So he set it up to where he had to come over there to be pretty close, and if he had not killed him, he would have gotten the ability to out of phase charge with that stratagem. It's such a powerful thing. You have to be aware of it. It is something that, if you aren't aware that it can happen, a Death Guard player could really get you by surprise with that thing.
You can get Dylan something too. We got plenty. Thank you so much, Kat. You're a sweetheart. All right, Paul. I'm arranging for tableside service over here. We are in good hands.
Nice. Coming over here, looks like the Plague Burst Crawler is still going pretty strong there. And they can put out a lot of damage. And right now, those I would imagine that those speeders are not just placed on the top there. They are actually on the top there.
Oh, they are on the top.
I would imagine they are, so they could shoot.
This is a firefight, and I really like the way the Raven Wing is using their speed to navigate the table and really stay out of the Death Guard. Because Death Guard have a very predictable charge range. There's no reason they should be getting many charges out. The Bloodstone's being the only fast element they have. So he's just staying just out of harm's reach with all of his land speeders, these storm speeders.
Yeah, and good on Michael for actually getting over there and getting that blow drone in combat. I mean, when John's making it his mission to stay out of engagement range, Death Guard don't move very fast. All that momentum and speed is on John's side.
Yeah, absolutely. The momentum and speed is on John's side, but I think he may be getting a little overzealous here. It really depends, because these speeders are in charge range. They are in harm's way. They could really take some pain if they don't clear this ruin. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to clear this ruin out, basically create space. This is called zone clearing. Let's cover that tactic right here, because it's a great example of it. Zone clearing is how shooting armies actually take combat space away, or to create ability to move up the table without dying. So you take your shooting army. This is especially good for mobile shooting armies. So your land speeder Vengeance is over here. And you just kind of fly them over to your opponent's side. And this is important because you took behind enemy lines, and you have to actually get behind their lines, and that could get you in trouble. So these land speeder Vengeances are on their way downtown, and they're like, oh man, the Death Guard castle is right here. They're going to kill all my land speeders. That's not good. The way you zone clear is if you bring these land speeders down, maybe you bring these things down as well, and you shoot everything into this thing up until the point where there's nothing left. And this ruin has no more Death Guard in it at the end of the Dark Angel turn. And then the very slow Death Guard that are kind of ponderous, they're not going to be able to retaliate against those speeders, except when the reality is these guys live, and then they're totally there to retaliate against the speeders.
Those speeders, got to be a high priority target too, like I think you were just mentioning.
Yeah, I'm talking about the tactic here that John is trying to employ, and I don't know that he's going to be successful in it. He wants to come down here with these speeders and clear this ruin, which creates space for those speeders on the table that it's out of threat range, basically. But if he messes it up, and more of this lives than you care for, this is probably going to mess those speeders up in response. And that's not good for John. What do you think?
No, I don't. I think you're spot on there. I think that's one of those to where there's a gamble here, hoping that you can dig through some of this durability. The planes can't be dead, can they?
The planes, I think, they either died or flew off. We're in the Dark Angel's second turn right now, so it's one or the other.
Yep. The planes can't be dead.
They could be dead. They flew deep into the Death Guard castle, and when you fly into the Death Guard castle, they get very mortal wound destructive.
Yeah, and
I could see them dying that close for no reason.
That's what I'm thinking. I guess they could be dead because if they weren't dead,
they'd be over here shooting stuff,
yeah,
right? Like they wouldn't.
And those
who flies off?
speeders wouldn't be there because those have been the only targets of opportunity over there. That's a big
the speeders just moved here. The speeders were here a minute ago.
Okay, got it.
So, let's see if we can get back to our demon table. I'm curious to see how the shooting resolves, but we don't have to watch the dice necessarily. I really want to watch some of the developments in this table, which there are an interesting amount of. Lord of Change fell back to hold that objective. I wonder why. There's also these little orange horrors, not to be mistaken with blue horrors. Totally not the same on that objective.
Well, all he has to be is within range of, I guess, psychic interrogation.
You want the Lord of Change doing stuff. He's awesome. I guess you don't want the Lord of Change getting charged by Space Wolves. That's not so awesome. Of all the monsters, he's the limpest in combat.
Yeah.
You see Bellicor and Scarbrand both hit the charge right there. That castle is not happy about it.
No, that does not feel good.
Did Bellicor just hit the 9? I think he just hit his 9. Oh, man. Hate to see Bellicor hit the YOLO 9.
He is the Master of Shadows, can slip in, where you least expect it.
He's big. Where's he slipping?
He turned sideways there and scooted. He crab walked over there.
He's really cool. I love this demon army. I just love demons, Paul.
I know you do. A lot of options in the demons too. A lot of even hobby potential.
It's creative freedom to any modeling.
Yep, that is the case. With that though, you kind of don't want both of those greater demons to be able to get in there and do that because Bellicor does almost everything. Bellicor can psychic well, can fight well, is a force multiplier. You hear that thing turn, that term thrown around a lot. But he does do what we just saw right there, get Scarbrand all the way across the table, and now into combat.
Bellicor started his turn here, teleported here, brought Scarbrand
brought another 350 points with him.
Yeah, Scarbrand took his taxi ride and just charged into the backfield.
Yeah.
Bloodthirster is having the time of his life, just murdering stuff in close combat.
And look, I'm spying the table from here. As Gary's going to the book now, he's figuring out what can I do right now.
Gary, if you're Gary, and you know Gary, Paul, if you're Gary, how are you feeling?
I don't know that he feels too bad right now. I mean, the Space Wolves are kind of meant to be in close combat. Even even the most basic troops with the Whirlwind of Rage and Artisans?
That's what Artisans is 1-4, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're even the most basic of the Space Wolves, even if it's a successor chapter, is going to be able to make a difference in combat. So they might be playing directly into each other right now.
I hope you're right. I mean, I feel like this is a tough spot. But Space Wolves are really good at fighting close combat. They got Fight Last all over the place. Demons don't like Fight Last.
Well, what Mark's done.
6-inch heroics everywhere.
Mark has spread Gary out, though, and that's great. I mean, great for Mark. As far as he is not allowing Gary to kind of collapse with all of his redundancy in the threats and rerolls and buffs and everything onto one section of the battlefield. It's forcing him to spread things out.
Yeah. Oh, look at this dual screen action. I don't know how Warner Tech Priest does this, but I'm for it. So, the Space Wolf for Demon game is super interesting. There's just there's so much fight control, and the game is only progressing into Assault Doctrine for them. So whatever Space Wolves are left are going to be so potent on turn 3.
Oh, I forgot about the doctrines. I don't even know if we talked about that.
No.
Most people are, in the chat, let us know if you're familiar with Space Marines and their doctrines. I'm sure a lot of players are, but as they progress through the game, they get slightly different abilities. Starting the game in Devastator Doctrine, getting into then Tactical Doctrine, to where their bolters and bolt weapons and things are a little bit more effective. And then moving all the way into the Assault Doctrine, and then the Space Wolves get a little bit of a bonus effect in the Assault Doctrine, making their melee combat way more savage.
Okay, so here's a fun one from the Space Wolf table. Scarbrand just charged a unit of Wolf and slaughtered the whole thing, as you could imagine. But they fight on death for free. And they get a bonus attack from Scarbrand because he kind of just helps the other guys out.
Yeah, Scarbrand is...
And all those Wolfen, they're taking their stabs at good old Mr. Scars.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to kill him.
Fight on death is something that we see come up.
Scarbrand has 1 wound left. Oh, Bellicor has 1 wound left. Because Bellicor also just murdered some Wolfen. The Wolfen fought on death.
Bellicor with 1 wound left that means that slows down a bunch.
Yeah, Bellicor's like not even present right now. He'll die to a bolter at this point. A crack grenade.
It's not a glorious,
you hate to die
not
to
a glorious thing. What I was talking about, fight on death is an ability that we're seeing make their way onto more and more data slates, either as a base ability or as something that certain units can use from the out of the stratagem pool with their command points. And that means typically the way they're worded now is if you destroy those models and those models have not been, battled yet, have not fought yet, they can fight on death. So before you remove the model, they get to their full complement of swings. So, charging in to them, may not even be the best thing you want to do. I mean, it's maybe your only option because, your Scarbrand, you have 2 axes.
I mean, you got to get through the Wolfen one way or the other, and you want to ideally shoot them or psychic them because then fighting on death is not going to really take into effect here. Charging the Wolfen is like walking face first into what they're designed to do. You might as well have gotten charged by them in a way. But at least they're off the table now. Man, Bellicor going into 1 sucks, but Scarbrand's healthy. Scarbrand actually has only taken 3 wounds. So
only 3 wounds.
I think we got we got the roles reversed. The Wolfen fought on death on the.
That's
Bellicor.
probably the best. The priority though is taking down Bellicor, as we just saw what Bellicor can do.
Scarbrand is going to help the Space Wolves out here with that +1 attack. Because if you think about it, giving a Bloodthirster +1 attack is giving 1 model 1 more attack, even though it's a really good attack. Giving 5 Space Wolves 5 attacks. 5 attacks.
You have to also imagine there's armor of rust somewhere in this.
There's fight last baked in, I'm sure.
So that is actually real bad for Scarbrand or the Bloodthirster over here with the wound caps.
Yeah.
So when I know y'all probably have walked through how the charge phase works and everything in previous rounds, but typically you've got the priority of whoever charges first.
Bloodthirster just went down. Oh my God.
With whoever charges first or whoever is a charger typically can fight first in the combat. There are ways to get around that. And then there is a fight last, which is the effect we're talking about with the armor of rust.
Yeah, Bloodthirster's went down right there. So Bellicor's on 1 wound. Bloodthirster's dead. And Scarbrand, he's healthy back there, but there's a Space Wolf army back there.
Look how cool this looks.
I mean, it's a beautiful shot. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful army.
Yeah.
I'm so sad the demons are dying.
But
switch tables.
of an army to do it, the Space Wolves are basically built for it.
Space Wolves love playing defense. They love getting charged. They're like the only army in the game that wants people to try to come charge them.
Yeah, and then they're one of the Space Marine, or actually one of the only Space Marine armies that I believe have kind of multiple access to fight last.
Yeah, they have multiple fight last. They have 6-inch heroics as a stratagem. They have the best fight control in Space Marines, and that's really good.
That's a great way of putting it, the fight control. I love that, yeah.
That's a great thing to use against a combat army like Demons. Now, Demons had a lot of momentum going for them turn 1. I mean, earlier this turn, there were 5 greater Demons on the board, and now there's like 2, because I'm counting Bellicor's dead in my mind.
And if this is accurate, not being able to, I guess, are we still in the demon turn?
We gotta be, right? Because then the Space Wolves moving around.
Bellicor just died. Looks like Bellicor is about to die.
Something's happening. There's a whole bunch of commotion at the board.
There is.
We got spectators. We got judges. We got Tech Priest Warner working on a camera.
There's no commotion.
Commotion.
There's no commotion. We're actually just invested now. We're invested in what's happening.
I'm creating commotion.
Yeah, exactly.
There's actually 2
okay.
people
No,
watching the
Bellicor's
game.
still there. There was no confusion. The players know exactly what's up. We're just we thought there was some action over there that
Let's
had not
stir
happened
the
yet.
pot a little bit, Paul.
No, I'm not
have
stirring
some
the
fun
pot.
with things.
These players don't need us doing that.
They can't hear us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They can't.
That's an important detail.
A bunch of folks still, watching in the chat. If you were just joining us, we are here in Chicago, Illinois. My name is Paul Murphy. This is Nick Nanavati.
And it's time to party.
Let us know where y'all are tuning in from, hanging out in the chat. I'd love to see some of the familiar names, but definitely don't want to know where y'all are at in the world right now.
Just as a station identification, as some call it, we are in round 3 of the Chicago U.S. Open. This is the 3rd event out of our 5-event series. The winners of this event for the best overall and best general tracks will both qualify for a wonderful saucy ticket to New Mexico.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'm excited.
Did y'all talk about the finals and the narrative and everything else?
You can never talk about the finals too much.
Well, that's it. It's actually one of the things is that through these events, the overall winners are actually going to get an invite to the Invitational there. But what's one of the differences between the finals this year as opposed to last year is that it is not just invitational events. Other people can come and join in the festivities also. And there's the grand narrative there, which, as I understand, it's you will be part of the lore at the end of this thing.
We've got quite an international crowd. Germany, late night Germany, New Zealand. Love New Zealand. Never been there. Want to go. Pennsylvania,
I'd like to go too, yeah.
exotic, southern France, England. Thank you all for tuning in, especially those of you who are tuning in possibly the wee late hours, the early hours, whatever hours.
Thanks so much for taking the time out of the day to come hang out with us, looking at Warhammer.
More Warhammer, more often. Oh, that's another thing. Okay, I got to fill you in more stuff. So, Zach, we learned a lot about Zach today. Zach's uncle is James Workshop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is Zach Brockner.
Yep.
And he just has he's a problem. We're working on it, where he has to just yell blood for the blood god often.
Oh, I thought that was going to come up. That is, how often did that come up?
I mean, blood for the blood god.
Now you've you have also succumbed to the rage.
They should not have given me access to the button clicking. I have too much power. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. We have the technology. We might as well use it. This board looking a lot less congested.
Yeah, there's a lot less. Well, you got to remember the order change went backwards, and there's 750 points of demons right there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looks less congested, but not because there's not much less stuff. Although the Bloodthirster going down, I thought that was a beautiful plan that Mark had concocted. Let's shoot the guns, and then the Bloodthirster wins game by himself.
Bloodthirster going down, Bellicor being on 1 wound. I think the look of this table, might actually change a bit here in the next little bit. We shall see. Yeah, we'll see what's. If we jump back over to see what's happening on the Dark Angels versus the Death Guard.
So, okay, this is exactly what we kind of were just talking about. Good to see it unfold a little bit. The 2 Dart Landspeeder Vengeances down there shot into the Death Guard and didn't kill him. And now the Death Guard are retaliating and charging these things. Although it looks like there's not that many Death Guard models there.
But they don't need to be a lot there. They got a lot of war gear packed into those squads.
It really depends which ones they are.
Yeah. Oh, the bombers did. Okay, so we actually just heard that the planes did go down. They had. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because they would have otherwise just kept on shooting forever.
Yeah.
These Plagueburst Crawlers are getting aggressive. Do they have entry cannons or do they have the Flamers? It's got to be the Flamers if you're driving up with them.
No, he's getting line of sight. He's basically moving up there as almost like mobile objective claimers.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just driving on forward. It's pretty cool.
He's going up there and trying to get line of sight, remember, so he doesn't get the negative for the indirect fire.
Got a bloat drone crashing through the wall here. John is really getting laid into by the Death Guard. This is pretty surprising.
Well, one of the things we talk about is that the Death Guard, don't have fast movement. They just don't.
Well, Death Guard, yeah, right. Death Guard move 5. It's one of their biggest challenges. And an army like Ravenwing can really punish them for that fact by staying just, at over arm's length from them at pretty much all times. All you had to do is measure 17 inches away from things like move 5 Plague Marines, and that's a theoretical 12-inch charge plus 5-inch move, and Stay outside of that, and you were good to go, and your range is way longer. However, I think the terrain placement on these GW tables, this format, especially the fact that on this mission, 3 of the objectives are really holdable from your castle out of line of sight, really forced John to go over and around to get line of sight angles, which put him in harm's way.
Yeah, I like this in the chat. That Maximus is painting Space Wolves while watching the Space Wolves. That is pretty cool. A little hobby inspiration. Then Plague Burst with the Entropy Cannons are still very surprisingly potent. There's a lot of P's in here. Again, potent point pushers. Thanks for that comment. Yeah, and then I agree with moving them up the table is going to create some interesting things for our decisions for John. John wants to be firing at some of the more, I guess, accessible targets, and would probably not want to be firing into these toughness 8, with invulnerable save tanks if he can help it. But it looks like that Michael's not really giving him an option.
No, Michael's really putting the pressure right back on him. Usually Death Guard against an army that shoots this much would have to hide and kind of cower from the mortals and all that. But he took it to the face, has lost a lot of stuff, and he was like, I'm just going to keep on coming. I'm coming. Slow and steady. Very true to Death Guard form, kudos to Michael. You can he can feel his passion for his army with the Death Guard here. Obviously, the way he has hobbied it all together is insane. He's made the showcase.
Oh, labor of love for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can tell he's put the time in to learn it too. He's just such a Death Guard fanatic. Really loves his army.
I like how they're playing. Both the players are playing here.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're trying to utilize the strengths of both their armies, and also both trying to kind of find a way to minimize what their weaknesses are here. So with the going up there and especially over here on this side right here, how this engagement worked out, I think that it might have been just a bit of a misstep to have those bikes there, to have the blow drone even get a shot at getting there and charging in there.
Yeah, I think John's been a little off in positioning in a lot of places, and Michael has done such an amazing job capitalizing on that, really just going for the charges, hitting the charges. He knows it's a risky plan, but it's the best plan, and it's working out for him.
And then, with his positioning where he was now, he's forcing all this interaction to come forward.
Yeah, and that's one of the best things Death Guard can do. They can, if you can get your opponent to come forward at you, which is what John has signed up to do with his speed on the secondary plan, then you can circumnavigate the move 5 problem because your opponent is driving towards you.
Yep.
Really good plan there.
I see this angle here, that other blow drone getting in there, and probably going to make some short works of those motorcycles. I mean, they are, as far as Firstborn Marine goes, pretty tough. They get the extra bit of toughness or wounds also being on the bikes there. But things with the grinder there going in there, it will do a lot of damage. That's exactly that blow drone is living his best life.
Absolutely. The blow drone charging into those bikes is really, you love to see it. I'm so excited about the blow drones, Paul. You of all people should be excited about the blow drones. Where's this excitement?
Can't get enough of it. That's what you want to see. It looks like we got another speeder being removed. If we go over to the overhead, we'll see some damage being done. That's pretty impressive, getting a lot of damage out of this Death Guard.
Yeah, I mean, the Death Guard are really laying work into the Dark Angels right now. Not what you'd expect to see. Dark Angels versus Death Guard, I feel like the mobility makes this almost a non-match because the Dark Angels can really avoid them. But through really good use of terrain and objective placement, I mean, just learning the terrain that's falling on the objectives really facilitated this kind of scenario. But really great use capitalizing on the board you're given.
Get some charges too, making the rolls here. Actually had to roll those out.
We always talk about how 40K is won lost in the movement, and we don't just mean the movement phase. Any opportunity you have to move your models, especially when your movement characteristic is 5, when you charge 2d6 and roll an 8, wow, it's like an entire turn went by.
Yeah, you feel amazing when that happens.
No, seriously. So the Death Guard are really moving around the table. They are here. This is way more spread out than Death Guard ever get to be, and this is a great position for them.
I wonder if it's because the army composition of the Dark Angels here is kind of affording him that ability, needing to rely a little bit less on aura management, or just also being able to utilize the base level lethality of the figures that he has in his army, and not needing them to kind of pack up with each other.
That's absolutely right. The Death Guard here are Plagueburst Crawlers, Bullet Drones, all that's autonomous. It doesn't need to be supported by anything else. It can just go out on its own. And it really is just barreling towards the enemy. I think John maybe has targeted a lot of the infantry elements of the Death Guard, but it's the vehicles that are really catching him and messing him up. And while the infantry are still around defending that side. It's a tough ask. Okay, so right here, you saw a little fist bump from the players. Liked that action. I think they had a little...
sportsmanship on the table.
Yeah, I don't know what the interaction was. I think maybe the misunderstanding about the placement of a model, and they resolved it, and they fist bumped about it. You love to see that.
Yeah.
Some great sportsmanship.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we get any table notes from this table as well to get you some of the more granularity of the action.
Absolutely.
Maybe while that's happening, we jump back over and look and see if the landscape has changed on the Demons versus Space Wolves.
Those land speeders come forward a little bit. Looks like Gary's getting cheeky for some points here.
Yeah, what do you think this is? Either to get that objective or to maybe...
You get 2 points for just holding it. And also, if you're contesting it, then it's bonus points on primary. Now, I do see some horrors underneath, or probably flamers. Flamers underneath there. But maybe only like one flamer's on the objective, so one flamer and one speeder is the same contest. Who knows? Or maybe these Wolfen are trying to go flamer hunting instead of chicken hunting.
I wonder, so with the dice that are being rolled right now, I think we're in at least in the, okay, here we go. I just saw it, the finger point table at Be'lakor. I'm like, why did you not start with Be'lakor? Yeah. No, I think they're still shooting.
Yeah, these are commie meltas going in.
Yeah. Like, I think you got to, I don't know. I mean, I would have started with Be'lakor first. That is, although I will say, though, that I'm saying that because that's my system, how I handle it, my own superstitions. Maybe Gary has different superstitions, and so that is to determine the order in which he does the attacks.
And right there, Be'lakor goes down. Hate to see it.
I don't know.
He always goes down. He made a paper.
So he is and he isn't, right? But he is certainly a fire magnet. When Be'lakor is on the table, you kind of dictated what your opponent's plan is.
He's a piece that you need to kill. You cannot let him just walk around being Be'lakor for too long, and it's worth your effort to do so.
Yeah.
And the fact that he pretty much died for a unit of Wolfen is really not good for Mark over here.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, he did take the Wolfen are a power piece, though, a power unit. When you see them in a Space Wolf army, you have to basically always be aware of where the Wolfen are. You can never lose sight of the Wolfen. Take your eyes off the Wolfen, you're basically making huge mistakes.
Totally agree, but I don't know that dealing with them by walking into their trap and charging them is the best way to approach it. Well, if you only had combat, you get through it, though you get through it. But there are flamers and there's a Lord of Change. There's a lot of options for handling the Wolfen aside from smashing into it with a Be'lakor.
Yeah, but that also may have been only how Gary positioned his stuff.
Surely,
so
yeah.
if he had that castle that was essentially surrounded by Wolfen, and your flamers can't be everywhere. The flamers are absolutely amazing, but they there's still only so many units, and they can't necessarily get everywhere.
Flamers can be everywhere, Paul. They really can.
I get you, but you gotta really want it.
I'm just saying. Be'lakor YOLO 9'd a charge. Instead of putting him there, Deep Strike with Shroud Step those flamers right there and have them flame the Wolfen. Next turn go in with Be'lakor and Scarbrand. There's no more Wolfen, and you have a Be'lakor.
Thinking 2 turns ahead is not always a luxury that the players have, especially they can be looking at the scoreboard.
And a timed format too.
I can't necessarily be doing that. I got to get up there and get these off the table. Some bias that the players bring. I was talking about Wolfen. It's like I know that I've definitely been mauled by Wolfen before. So if I see an opportunity to take some of them out, I might make a risky move to do it. Yeah, maybe not the best trade.
You've been mauled by Wolfen before?
Oh, yeah. I don't know who hasn't.
I mean, I personally haven't. Like, sounds really painful.
It is. It's terrible.
It is.
They got Thunderhammers, man.
Yeah. Oh, we also learned that Age of Sigmar has hammers.
They do.
And
lots of them.
Warhammer 40K has other hammers.
Different hammers.
Thunderhammers.
Yeah. That's true.
It's been a day with that.
It has, yeah.
It's been a day.
Well, I missed you. I'm glad to be back.
I'm glad to have you back. Look at that Yanari in third. Cameron Pinheiro playing Yanari. Well, that is a faction. That's a choice.
So this is the top 8 leaderboard you got on the screen here. I look at this variance in the. This is the same thing we saw from Nova too. Like a pretty mixed, collection of armies.
Cheeky leaks of Botan in there.
Nephilim has made a big difference in the points that armies can score, and so I think that is kind of influenced and helped us broaden what armies can be brought effectively to tournaments.
Absolutely. Just look at this. This is awesome. All the armies in this. There's one repeat. It's Necrons.
Necrons are high point scorer list right now.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily Necrons are winning the tournament. They just have the most points because that's what their army's MO is. That's what they do. Score points. That's how they play the game.
Yep.
John Miller doing really well with Archangels. That's who we're watching right here. This is an undefeated table, one of the top tables up there. It's a 7th place seed, John Miller. Let us know who you want to see. There are definitely Nids still. Nids and Harlequins are both still undefeated. I know John Lennon is playing Tyranids and Jack Harpster is playing Harlequins, and both of them are very favored to do well in this tournament. Other players like Andrew Gagnon are undefeated. He's playing Tau. So there's a lot.
Saw him do really well at Nova as well.
Yeah, he made top 4 of Nova. He's what? And it looks like he's doing well. We just got an update from the table boss. So that's 3 games theoretically down. The tournament's still young, right? This is round 3 of an 8-round event. But in the snapshot of time we are taking right now, in the middle of round 2, round 3 rather, that's what we're looking at.
Yep. Look at Space Wolves closing in. Saying, Scarbrand, you have a lot of wounds. About to turn it into past tense.
Well, it looks like I'm sure somebody is charging in to make Scarbrand fight last. You don't want Scarbrand interrupting and killing stuff in the in-between phases. By that I mean the way Space Wolves are dogpiling on the Scarbrand, dogpiling. The way the Space Wolves are dogpiling on the Scarbrand, it's going to be one unit activates, Scarbrand takes some damage. Next unit activates, Scarbrand takes some damage. By the end of it all, maybe Scarbrand's dead.
No, there's a lot there. Look at this. The primary chaplains right there. Looks like there's lots of Thunderhammers, lots of Lightning Claws.
Oh yeah, it's got the damage, but it does it in bursts, is what I'm saying. So Scarbrand can spend 2 CP and interrupt with a counter offensive strat, and then allocate his attacks to anything that hasn't already swung. So after the first unit does some damage, Scarbrand interrupts and then starts murdering the other stuff. And then maybe those Thunderhammers and Lightning Claws aren't there anymore.
I just think that we're going to see an Armor of Rust or something over there. Scarbrand is never going to get to swing.
But that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
Like if you don't, this is the fight control we're talking about. That we don't know the Armor of Rust is over there, but like it's got to be over there.
There's a bunch of stuff over there.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if we get some notes there, see what's happening.
Looks like.
Yeah, Armor of Rust did fight last on Scarbrand.
Yeah, there it is.
So that is a relic that the Space Wolves have access to that allows them to nominate a unit to fight last in combat, and Scarbrand is an excellent target for that. Also spent an additional command point to ignore the -1 hit penalty on the hammers, so I would imagine that that's going to be enough to get through the big demon. And that is, Scarbrand is tough. This is just a bad situation for him. And, that's what we just saw. Scarbrand's out. Scarbrand has been picked up probably with all those Thunderhammers. Again, Scarbrand's amazing. The tactic was pretty amazing. Just kind of went into the wrong situation.
Wow. And just like that, there's no Greater Demons on the board. Lord Chicken's also dead. Wow. Was that all 4 of them on turn 2?
That's strong.
My demons. My poor demons. This is quite the comeback from the Space Wolves. I really thought, top of turn 2, there were 4 Greater Demons charging Space Wolves, and it's like, this is awful.
Most of the demon saves, though, are weaker in close combat.
I think almost across the board. Some of them, the Greater Demons actually have 4 up in both, like the Bloodthirster, but a lot of them do get weaker, like the Lord of Change.
So I think it was just Space Wolves are just expertly suited
to fight
for this.
Yeah,
this is,
what an interesting game. I did not think Space Wolves were going to command this match so well.
Well, still a lot of game left to be played. And there are, we've been talking about the spectacularness of models getting beat down on the tabletop, you still got to score points on the objectives.
Well, Flamers are good.
Yeah.
Flamers are one of the best data sheets in the game. But there's 500 points of demons on the board. There's more than 500 points of Space Wolves.
Against probably a cool 1,800 points of Space Wolves.
This is like the 300 versus the Persians, but the Persians are also Spartans.
You are going to be asking a lot of the remaining demon units, that is for sure.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Horrors are probably thinking something a little bit different.
Looking at the Ravenwing versus Death Guard table, let's see if we can get to the overhead of just that one. I want to see. Okay, so there definitely are. The banner was actually covering up all those, which made the Dark Angels look like they had nothing left. I'm glad we got to this view, because the Dark Angels do indeed have these Storm Speeders, which is really important to crushing this left flank over here. And we all know about the crushing the left flank win condition. That's a joke. Is it?
Was it? Just curious. Okay, there we go.
That it was now.
Yeah. There we go. So with the, I don't know, it's still asking a lot of these land speeders too.
I can't believe what I just watched on the Demon table. I'm really not over that yet.
Yeah, and
there
processed
were
it.
4 monsters, and there's 0.
Yep.
And there's been 1 battle round.
Yep.
That all happened in the same battle round.
Yep.
What?
Oh. Yeah, this is, but he does got, so it looks like a lot of bikes still on the table. A lot of good objective positioning still on the table here. Yeah, and there's still a game.
Yeah, no, there really is. This is still very much a back and forth battle.
It does look like he kind of boxed John out on at least one primary.
John's not scoring well on primary or his secondaries, which is really surprising because Dark Angels should have a really good time with that, especially this Ravenwing variation. However, Michael is just commanding the table. We could have, if you had asked me who I thought was going to win the rounds at the beginning of this round, I would have said Demons and Dark Angels. And neither game is over. This game is far from. We're just watching Plagueburst Crawler go down.
Yep.
But and there it is. Just got pulled. I don't know. This one's still back and forth, but the Death Guard are scoring really well.
Being that far ahead on the primary, I know we're only in turn 3, and it looks like that. It looks like that John had the opportunity to score and then just did not score. You know, and that's a bit of a problem.
Are we sure that score is totally up to date? Or let's just get confirmation if we could. I know Tech Priest Warner is currently working behind the scenes on the preview screen to show you guys something super awesome, and I can't wait for that. So we'll get to that in just a second. But in the meantime, we're watching Death Guard get shot.
Yep, that's kind of what they do sometimes.
I mean, Dark Angels do shoots.
Yep. Death Guard, kind of good. This is kind of both armies good at doing something.
Python Knight, we are having some good games today. You should, if you haven't catched the round 2 stream, it was one of the best ones I think we've ever done. We had an amazing Deathwatch army in Astraeus. Is that what it's called? Astraeus, the huge tank. It's
That's
got
the
30
Primaris
wounds.
big tank, right?
It is the Primaris huge tank. It's awesome. It's so cool. And it exploded, adding 2 to our vehicle explosion counter because it was so epic. It exploded 12 inches and then did 24 mortal wounds to 6 different units, including like the Nightbringer. Entire squads were depleted. It was a travesty of beauty.
Wow.
And then, like 20 minutes later, Silent King exploded for 12 inches. It was just one of those games.
Silent King moved up in the center of the table too to kind of have that commanding presence.
And this round right here, this Death Guard army. Actually, before we talk about the Death Guard army, let's talk about this beautiful, also a Death Guard army. This is Matt Aaron. Matt has an amazing Death Guard army. It's made the showcase. This is actually just his display board. His army is being used on the tabletop in the middle of the round, which is why there's so much empty space.
This
you
is
can see
gorgeous.
the display board.
Yeah. A lot of effort, a lot of work doing this. I follow him on Instagram and have seen this kind of come together a little bit. It is amazing.
Yeah. So that's another army that's going to make the showcase along with some other high-level competitors on the painting scene like Andrew Gagne. He won Renaissance Man at Nova because he's got an amazing-looking Tau army, and he's quite the accomplished general, making even top 4 this year.
We know that every army, has an opportunity to kind of really show out with your hobby talents and your paints. You see players get really, really creative with their stuff. Death Guard, though, they do kind of jump out as like, there's some opportunity.
We've also got Blake Law out there. He's got he runs his knights to all these events, and they always get more and more impressive every time you look at them. He's brought 4 new ones to the show, and they look all kinds of different. Knowing him, he'll probably just wander up to the stream and ask to be put on an interview anyway, so I'm sure you'll hear from him.
Great competitor, and it's been cool to see him on these U.S. Open Series events, time after time. It looks like John is attempting, he's doing what he can at this point with his limited resources.
John,
but also, both. If it only takes a couple of pieces getting taken out, and then they're back to equal footing as far as like what's available on the table.
Yeah, both armies are actually very elite. So it's while there's not many models on the board, it's kind of an even board state material-wise, I would say. It looks like the score is totally accurate on the Death Guard and Archangel side, completely confirmed. But there's also the way scoring works in Warhammer 40K is it's kind of time sensitive. Some people's scores will jump ahead while others will stay behind because points will come at different times in the game. Like the Spoiled Ground is all an endgame secondary, whereas things like sorry, we're getting an update from our table bosses. I will confirm with you what their information is.
Oh my goodness! So actually, we just got an update from the field. Is that World Eaters just took down Jack Harpster and his Harlequins. You may know Jack's name. He's been also a competitor at the U.S. Open Series, but also just took down the Nova Open recently, which we streamed from. Where we'll see if we can get any more info from that. Yeah, you did. World Eaters.
What in World? Yeah, we just heard Jack Harpster lost to World Eaters, and you know what? I want to get this World Eaters hero on for how did he do it story.
Well, we were talking about also, a little bit in the preamble, but with us is that World Eaters are pretty well suited for going into Harlequins. Harlequins, we know them to be a real dominant faction. A lot of skills, a lot of lethality, a lot of attacks, but probably only slightly edged out by.
I think that might be our first upset of the tournament, really. That's going to be. I did not expect that one.
No, that was from the field. We actually discussed some interesting stuff from the table.
It's very possible. Jack could still come in and make top 16 and go on to win this tournament because some 3-1 players do sneak into top bracket, but he certainly has his work cut out for him.
Well, no, that's you don't want to put yourself in that position. You don't want to put it into where it's like, oh, now somebody else has to lose out there. My fate is now not in my complete hands.
And don't forget, it kind of is out of your hands to a degree because it's based on player win percentages and your opponent's win path. So based on the difficulty of the opponents that they face, that's what determines their tiebreakers rather than their own how many points did I score in this game.
Yeah.
So
we're actually talk
Dylan,
to.
I don't want to butcher this. Matusek. Hope I didn't kill that. He's the World Eaters hero that we all needed to see. We're gonna get him on real quick.
Gonna talk. This is a very corn-centric round here. Gonna be interesting to hear him. Basically, hear how the game went, if you don't mind. Dylan, would you? Hey, Dylan, can I get you over here? Dylan, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Welcome to the show. If you can slide those headphones on. So, Dylan, you actually just played Jack Harpster, who we know because we've seen him on the U.S. Open Series, and I actually know he's actually just recently took down Nova. And you're playing World Eaters. Let me know. Well, tell us what's in your list.
So my list is Demon Prince, Dark Apostle with Illusory, of course, 10-man brick of Red Butchers, 5 units of 5 Berserkers, 2 units of 5 Possessed, 10 Cultists, a Land Raider, and 2 Rhinos.
A Land Raider, the souped-up Land Raider.
Yeah,
with, So tell me, if you can, tell me a little bit how it worked out. It's like I think it was a close game. Is that correct?
Yeah, I won by 1 point.
All right, so what were your secondaries, I guess, and how did you approach this game against the Harlequins?
So my secondaries were Banners, Long War, and Assassinate. banners and long war are pretty standard for World Eaters. We don't have great secondary choices, to be honest.
Assassinate's an interesting one too, I guess, because you're kind of banking on them and maybe him moving his characters forward, because that what we've seen is that it being in play gives some agency to your opponent to maybe hide those points from you.
Yeah, two of his characters, he's got a Solitaire and a Troop Master that are very interested in coming to fight me. So, honestly, Assassinate was not a great choice, but it was the best of the worst choices.
Sure, fair enough, yeah.
And I did end up killing 2 of his characters by the end, because eventually he has to commit somewhere.
Yep.
So, I mean, the plan was really just to try to have more trading pieces than him. Where it's kind of the battle of glass cannons, because any of his stuff can charge mine and kill it, and I just can do the same to him. So.
They do have speed.
Yeah, they have way more speed than I do.
But you can, once you actually touch combat, your speed almost, I think, is in parallel with him. With being able to move around and consolidate and that kind of stuff.
Kind of. He's playing Twilight, so they pile in and consolidate 5, and he can, hop over my guys. So his speed is better.
Oh, yeah. I did. Wasn't factoring in even thinking about the Twilight, too.
Yeah, so it just doesn't matter that much. We kind of just hit and kill, and that's about it.
So what did it for you? It's
just he had his turn 2 or 3. It just didn't stick for him. He sent 12 Harlequins into my butchers, and I got lucky on the saves. I passed a bunch of 3-ups. I only failed 2 out of 15 3-ups.
Yep.
And then I murdered him back, and that was a big swing. And then I just was able to crush that whole flank and continue rolling, basically.
Yeah, and how was your model count? Because I know that
I have a very large army. I give up 14 for no prisoners.
Okay.
I have 110 wounds of Armor of Contempt. It's a lot.
Yeah, so I think maybe we're able to win that numbers battle.
Yeah, it really is, because his units charging into me aren't a guaranteed kill every time, especially as he starts running out of command points and he can't do as many tricks. The Armor of Contempt and the high wound count, especially on units like Possessed and the Terminators, does start mattering more. I'm able to kind of win that war of attrition a little bit. Yeah, and his shooting into me is not very meaningful, so my Land Raider's kind of able to just drive wherever it wants and
deliver where you want stuff to happen. I guess, right,
and he's smart enough to send units to tie it up, but Corn cares not. It's just he's coming to me, that's fine. I'm not interested in. There's no subtle tricks with the World Eaters. It's if you want to come fight me, I'm happy to let you.
I like it that they got worked in there. So now you've taken out a great player. You've taken out a great list, and I'm sure you seem to be a faction specialist. Is there really anything that you're worried about here, maybe on going into round 4?
Oh, so many things. Yeah, World Eaters, don't let this victory color your perception. They're definitely not a S-tier army by any means. There are so many ways that games can go wrong. When I do win against good opponents that know what they're doing, like Jack, it's very often a knife edge victory for me. It's just, there are so many armies out here that can definitely crush mine.
Well, fair enough, but that's kind of the back and forth and kind of give and take of Warhammer 40,000, which is cool. But yeah, I think you did. You made good secondary choices. Obviously, made great decisions on the tabletop. So you seem kind of well prepared for almost anything you could face at this point.
Yeah, I've been playing World Eaters solely for 4 years now, so I have the reps, and I've fought World Eaters into everything imaginable, so I kind of have a game plan going into pretty much anything I can run into. And World Eaters are not a common army, so a lot of people don't really understand the danger
they've forgotten the how they work, I guess, maybe.
They kind of underestimate the peril they're in by moving closer to me at all. So it's it doesn't take much. All I need is 1 or 2 springboard combats to really start rolling through you.
Mm-hmm. That's what we've seen, is just being very confident and deliberate about where you're consolidating, and every time you get an opportunity to move a piece.
It's very much about positioning and timing with World Eaters, because we don't have advance and charge or 3d6 charges. We don't have any fancy stuff like that. So it's really just about, you need to be cognizant of putting your units in position to make use of their limited distance.
Well, seriously, congratulations on the win. I know it had to be a great game. Probably
it was a fantastic game.
Yeah, hard fought.
Yeah, and Jack did beat me once at Adepticon, so I owed him one. So I'm glad I was able to repay the favor.
Nice. Well, so congratulations. Great luck in your next round. Good luck in the bracket placements. And, it's probably not going to be the last time we're talking to you.
We'll see.
Dude, have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, you too.
We'll see if we can get Nick back over here. So, Nick, that was actually a great conversation.
Fill me in, Paul. What
yeah,
happened?
no, talking to Dylan, I mean, just basically, he was like, yeah, just kind of edged it out, and it was basically a big fight. He had to pick his battles. He had to choose, secondaries he may not necessarily have wanted to choose, but they were the best options for him. And then the play on the tabletop, recognizing what Jack was strong at dealing with and what he was weak at dealing with.
Like as a player.
Well, as a list capability, basically the list capability of how his list matched and played into his, and then made it happen.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And Dylan's a solid player. He did really well at Adepticon. I know he went 3-1, just narrowly missing the top bracket there, and mostly being held back on his own faction world leaders rather than his own player skill. He's one of those faction masters we like to talk about. He really knows his army super well.
No, he mentioned, he's like, I asked him, what are you concerned about anything, in the rest of the field? He's like, yes, everything. Well, not everything. He said, but there's a lot of things out there that, but what he did say that he plays his army a lot, and this is his primary faction, and that he has at least a plan going into every engagement out here.
Yeah, that's awesome. You love to see that. You really do.
Yes. These tables looking a lot less congested.
Yeah. So I went over and checked in on the temperatures of each of these tables. Over on Raven Ruler's Death Guard, John not feeling hot about his position with his Dark Angels. He's definitely feeling like the Death Guard are pushing him around. He's not scoring his points. And there's not enough material left. So
does he think he can't effectively threaten or contest these objectives because he'll basically get got if he does?
I think he's got a few moves left to try. Like he can still use the speed to his advantage. He hasn't been yet, so I don't think he necessarily is thinking of it like that. But that is where his biggest advantage is, and he's just kind of letting himself get charged by Death Guard, and that's not what it's going to take. So in this instance, I think he's getting in his own way a little bit, was my read of it. He's kind of, I don't want to say giving up, but he's not opening his eyes to potential win possibilities.
Oh, you think he's got kind of
he's got the tunnel vision.
Yeah, a little bit of fog going on because the game's just not going exactly like he predicted.
Focusing on things that are going wrong rather than what could go right.
Yeah.
It's a common thing. It's a common mistake. Everyone's made it before. It's tough to watch though. And then over on our other table, Demons versus Space Wolves, if you want to go check in on that, the writing's on the wall, unfortunately, for Mark, and he's very well aware. When Bellicor went into those Wolfen, obviously he's -1 to hit and no rerolls to hit, so he's very challenging for Space Wolves to just, no rerolls if you just don't hit. It sucks, and especially with those Thunderhammers. And Gary just rolled 6s. Just mad 6s.
Oh, that's what happened?
And 6s explodes. That's quite a lot of hits all of a sudden. And then Mark just failed 8 for 8 saves. And just boom.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So basically, granted, we say with the dice, the game does not always come down to dice. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of plays, a lot of things, a lot of maneuvers that players can do. But I will say that when one player is rolling super hot and one player is not,
well, especially an army like the 5 monsters. This is typically why I prefer not to play those kinds of factions. They are an army that I say embraces the dice rather than tries to mitigate the dice. Warhammer has dice as its random factor, of course, and you can choose to embrace it and let the dice viewed fate cubes kind of have a lot of control over who wins and loses your games. And in this instance, having a relatively low quantity of super high quality wounds for greater demons means that when you just fail your 4-up saves, it's going to hurt more than if you're failing 4-up saves on like pink horrors.
Yeah, and I like what Gary's doing right now. Is we saw him just use his, he's got a little bit of a moving implement to precisely measure out where those models are.
Gary's a veteran. He knows the competitive 40K scene.
Yeah, and this with the just being real super deliberate where you place that stuff. That's what we talk about almost each and every game, and when we see examples of it, I want to call it out.
I love the formations here. He's not skipping a beat. He's like, I'm going to screen your deep strikes. I'm not going to mess it up. I'm going to try to hit my charges. I'm going to be on the objectives if I don't hit my charges. String back to my chaplain to get the aura buffs. It's good stuff going on all around.
That Primaris chaplain got just a real, just kind of chunky base, and when you're dishing out auras and abilities, it's a good platform to do it from.
We've got more Space Wolves just jumping out over here. Very good. This is a really cool looking Space Wolf army, I've got to say. It's got a lot of stuff going on with it.
Yeah, no, I like the composition here.
Just a lot of units that do a lot of stuff well.
Yeah. And then making some use of the, actual the legacy, or I guess the signature units from the Space Wolves. It's a faction that just has so much character.
Definitely. A lot of coolness to this. I'm going to have to give this list concept quite a thought.
Of just basically how to work in some.
I like it. I'm going to play it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it does have. You get to
I'm going to start a Spaceful Saga, Paul.
You get to. Hey, that's a strategy. I'm sorry, secondary. But you do get to kind of experience lots of different phases of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spacefuls can be brutal too. You can actually play them like almost like what you might consider a traditional Space Marine list, such as like a Devastator type squads if they're called something different, or you can have mid-range shooting and focus on a lot of bolter stuff, or you can put in a lot of close combat. You could also build in 3 or 4 almost like gotcha areas to where you've got like I said, the fight last mechanic we're talking about.
So we've got a player interview coming on. Cameron Pinheiro, who's our Ynnari player, who's currently the top seed of this tournament.
Oh, wow. Hey, Ynnari's your jam. Let me get out of here and let you talk to him.
Yeah. I've been friends with Cameron for quite some years now, so I'm very excited to have this conversation.
Hey, let me clear the deck.
Yeah.
Y'all stay tuned.
So we're going to swap Paul on out and learn about Ynnari together. Who doesn't love some Ynnari time? All right, so. Hello, Mr. Cameron.
How you doing, Nick?
I'm doing great. It's so good to see you up here.
I know, it's fun.
3-0 with Ynnari.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
It's been really fun overall. It's a very unique army, just because Ynnari is the biggest thing here is having the Incarn, and basically forcing my opponents to play not only their own game, but also having to worry about the Incarn actually having to warp around all the time. Really just messes with their minds a lot. And then I've also had a few Falcons as well, too. And that's just been really fun.
I've seen Falcons do really well these days. And Falcons, Matt Schickman piloted 3 of them over to the Nova Open Finals. How have you been finding them? You use them similarly?
Yeah, actually, I talked to Matt before coming to this event because I was waffling before if I want to do like D-cannons with Ynnari or if I want to do the Falcons. And the Falcons have just been absolute all-stars. They're able to like throw some Banshees in there or some Rangers in there, and then it gives me some easy secondary accents between like behind enemy lines or like scout the enemy, just drop things in and really just mess with my opponent.
Nice, nice. Now, I know you as a player, we've been playing back and forth for years now. It's really good to see you up here playing an army right suited for you, the Ynnari. You do tricksy stuff with your Eldar. What are some of your coolest tricks that you do with your Ynnari?
Oh, that's a great question. So the fact that the Ynnari has both Eldar and Harlequin units just all over it is that you get a lot of the weird mind games of not only having to deal with Eldar with all their battle focus, setting up weird charges, having the Banshees, run in and really denial of the Overwatch for my Harlequin troops to run in, but you also get all the cool Harlequin strats of I like to surround things and maybe not just kill the final unit, and then if they try to fall back for me, I still have that 2 CP. I'm going to follow you in combat and stay in combat and not die.
Right. That's really cool. That's a good one. So there's a lot of things out here in the field, right? So what did you just play? What have you played so far?
Yeah, so my first round, I played a Space Wolf player that also had a Castellan. Pretty good guy. Very
Space
nice.
Wolf's on stream right now. They're murdering some demons.
Yeah.
I'm very sad about it.
Oh, I know you like your demons.
I do love my demons.
No, but I played Space Wolves. It was a mixture of Dreadnoughts and Knights, and it just really, that swings in my favor when I can just pick up Knights really easily.
Yeah.
The next round I played, like 10 baby Chaos Knights mixed with 2 big units of Flamers.
Yeah.
And that was just...
That's a tough army.
It was.
That's a tough army.
It was not a fun one, and especially we played Abandoned Sanctuaries, and so I couldn't even infiltrate with my Rangers or my Shrouds.
No. So what did you do? How did you overcome that?
God. He went first and pushed up really aggressively, and I just had to accept the fact that he was going to get a very high primary score.
Yeah.
And I really just had to pick and choose my battles where I basically picked off one flank and slowly kind of made my way around the table.
Yeah. Nice.
using the
blocking and clever play like that. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of field out there still to go. Are there armies or players you're concerned about, matchups you don't want?
A lot of players that I'm concerned about more than anything.
It's a Shark Tank down there.
It really is.
It really is.
It really is.
Making me jealous. I'm up here commenting. I want to be down there playing.
Yeah. It's I think, however, my day one was probably going to be the hardest few missions between Abandoned Sanctuaries and Tide of Conviction.
No, that's interesting because day one is a larger field before the better players kind of trickled and filtered themselves to the top. So were you leaning on the fact that the earlier, tougher missions were day one?
I was very happy to have favorable matchups today.
Yeah, right.
I played Knights on Tide of Conviction, and Yannard is pick up Knights really easily.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
Yes, right. I could be playing Necrons on that.
Or like Tyranids in Abandoned Sanctuary.
Yeah, no, like either of those games would be like, I'm not up here now.
Right. Well, that's awesome. So, what do you think your toughest competition is going to be? Like one person, one list, if you could identify one. You don't have to. I'm curious.
I'm going to name two things that I'm really worried about. One, we have to go with the Endergano.
He's a great player with Tau.
I hate the Sun Sharks. Everyone hates the Sun Sharks. The Sun Sharks can just ruin my life.
We saw two of them ruining someone else's life earlier.
And then I'm actually going to name Eric Forsman, one of my other teammates here. He's playing Leviathan Nids with 2 Harpies. And same idea.
Same planes, fly over, boom, boom. Because your army is very small, it's finicky, it's not tough and needs line of sight to hide. And planes and Harpies, they bomb you with mortal wounds, which sucks, and then they got line of sight and shoot you, which really sucks.
When I have 10 Harlequin troops that are like in cover and I advance them and get a 3 of Binvol on them and the Shadow Seer's -1 to wound, this is awesome. And then Chun Sarks and Harpies like, here's 10 dice, pick up that unit.
Yeah. Nice. So you've been to one of the GW events before. You went to Austin last year, right?
I did.
Is this your second one?
This is my second one, yes.
You're the third person who said, I went to Austin and this is my second one that I've interviewed today.
Really?
3 for 3, actually.
Nice.
Yeah. So what is your favorite thing about these events? Why do you keep coming back?
The players. I've been playing this game for 20 years now here, and I know so many people here. Like,
I mean, we know each other quite a bit.
Yeah. You want to know a little known fact that the stream might not know is that you were actually in my wedding party.
I was. It was a great wedding.
Yeah.
I miss you.
So I think it's really just the players. Like, we all love the game, and we all have a lot of fun playing the game and doing things. But it's really just the meeting the people, seeing them year after year. Seeing like suddenly someone has a ring on their finger, someone that has a kid that they're showing on their phone or something, and just catching up with them. It's nice. It's a very tight knit community, and we're very welcoming. And I like that the most.
It really is. And, it's so funny because it's an unprompted answer, but everyone's answer is really more or less the same thing. The community or the friends you meet along the way or something along those lines. And it's great to see because that's really what it's about. And as you said, we met through this game a long time ago. We played some game. We enjoyed each other. Play bears, catch jet bikes. And then all of a sudden I'm in your wedding party. A few years later, you're here sitting next to me while I'm working. And here we are.
I know.
Life's funny like that. That's what it's all about. Cameron, it's been wonderful talking to you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks so much. I will let you go. Enjoy this tournament. Someone find me a Paul Murphy so we can get back to this commentary.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks. All right. So it looks like we're heading back to our demon for the Great Demon Infestation of 2022. That's what we're going to call this. Maybe the Great Demon Debacle. Wow.
Checking out the tables.
Team
Players are
liability.
focused over there. They got it's still they're having good times over there. They're smiling, hanging out with each other, but also very focused on the game itself. They have not lost sight of the fact that they are in round 3 of a tournament.
Yeah. Well, you missed a very wholesome interview. Cameron got deep. Yeah, it was cool.
Okay.
It was a really cool one.
Well, the Yannari's an under appreciated faction right now.
Yeah. Because it started with Yannari, and he was going through all of his little Yannari tricks and tips and all that, and he's keeping it real. That was some good information we just got. And then I asked him my favorite question, which is, what do you enjoy about the Warhammer events? And then he gave a very thoughtful, nice answer, and I liked it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Team Liability met his best man and his wife through Warhammer. That is amazing, truly. Congratulations. All right, so where are we at with this game?
Yeah, so over there, I think one of the Heralds just went off and picked up an entire unit of Space Wolves with Psychic Power.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if you saw it.
That is good.
In this this area right here, or maybe I have the table flipped or whatever. There used to be some Space Wolves there. They are no longer there.
Because they got killed by something?
Yes.
Oh, by this little dude.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Oh.
I was not trying to get too close to the game because I didn't,
Yeah.
But I think he went off and basically just completely.
It's just a Herald of Zinch just going over there and murdering stuff. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, and then he's like, man, I should have just sent it a long time ago. And then Garrett on the other side of the table is like, yeah, we're Space Wolves. We're used to people just sending it, and let's, you just got to do it.
Yeah. More Space Wolves going down. This is the Flamer action. It's interesting because the Space Wolves made such short work of all of the monsters, but now they're really struggling to kill these Flamers. And the Flamers might pick this game up on their back and just carry it. Because what Mark has successfully done is actually remove all of the firepower from Gary's list, minus like a speeder. And now they have to just have things like Gempack, Vanguard, Wolfguard vets charging into Flamers. And I don't know that's going to be a winning proposition over time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're exactly right.
This would be quite the comeback if Mark actually pulls this win out.
He's got to. So Gary would have to commit almost like 2 units to every single engagement.
Well, only 1 unit on the board gets to Overwatch. You can just accept that you pick a tax of 1 unit dies today, and while everything else hits the charges. Or if you have something like this little guy, 1 space room with a jump pack on 1 wound, made to eat an Overwatch.
Well, unless he's your only objective holder, that's
made to do something that no one else wants to do but needs to get done.
Yeah. That's true. He's definitely put himself in that position there. And then, especially this year, it's like you have to put your, either a chapter master or the chaplain on objective holding duty there.
But you got to remember as well that from this position, Gary could just get real defensive. He doesn't have to be as aggressive as he's being. I think he's just riding the momentum. They're already on turn 5, but he can basically just chill, and he's got the points lead. He just does not mess it up and not give Mark an out with the Flamers. And Flamers are not good at digging people out of line of sight blocking walls. They do need line of sight to function.
Yeah. So he's kind of got to get out there, put himself in harm's way.
Yeah, he's going to have to come here to get line of sight, and then he's going to die immediately in response. And if Gary keeps continuing the assault at him, it's kind of like what John is doing on our Dark Angel table. If you want to take a look at that. We're getting a score update. Looks like Space Wolves are also dying now.
I'm telling you, this is the turn that I think that Demon Player was waiting on.
Yeah, Mark is really going for it. Here you can see the Dark Angels. They've actually cleared the peripheries a little bit, which is really good for them. That's exactly where they want to exist. They have 2 Storm Speeders in this corner, 3 Storm Speeders in that corner.
They're hanging around near some Death Guard Terminators, though, so that is...
maybe not for too much longer.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a couple of Terminators might struggle to take down even 1 speeder.
We're in the movement phase, right? So for the Death Guard, so they're about to hit these charges, or they're going to try to hit these charges. And as Death Guard life goes, you live and die on whether or not you hit the charges. And you can stack all of the math in your favor to try to hit them, but you still have to roll the number on the dice. Talk about an army that embraces the variance.
And with the other player, in this case, with John in this, he can move, knows exactly what the distance the Death Guard can move, and then, can kind of decide what he thinks is an acceptable charge range for him to want to risk.
Yeah. This is a really interesting one. But still, John's points are just nowhere to be found, even at this junction. Are they also on turn 5? This might be the fastest round of Warhammer we ever commentated.
Yeah, and so they're on the turn 5 on the other table as well.
Yeah. So, well done, gentlemen. Thanks for getting us out here early. So I think let's get back to our demon table real quick, if possible. I think Tech Priest Warner is using extra limbs that I didn't know he had to push multiple buttons at the same time in different places.
We ask a lot. We ask a lot from the Tech Priest.
Okay, so it is 55 to 31. The score update is a little bit. The screen's correct now. Okay, so this is the actual score of the mission. So it's actually much closer than we thought. But remember, Michael Fox's Despoiled Ground secondary is all caught up at the end of the game. So that 0 is just not really indicative.
Yeah, y'all talked about how the scoring sometimes it can look a little almost not necessarily descriptive of what is happening in the turn because of the way of when the primary scored. One player does it, and on their turn to activate their turn, they get to score their primary points, and then some secondaries are scored at the end of the game. Some of them are scored progressively throughout the course of the game.
Right here, John is putting his foot on Mark's throat. Or Gary is putting his foot on Mark's throat. The chaplain is boosting out to get the objective. This is bottom of turn 5 plays. Holding this objective, holding this objective, holding this objective are all worth a lot of points to Gary. And Gary wants his tiebreakers to be sharp. He's already got this game I'm pretty sure on the scoreboard just because of the primary differential there, and he just wants to max that primary out as much as he can.
Well, they're also going to be competing for not only just the win in this round, but also where they're going to be seeded in brackets later on.
Yeah, 100%. So this is round 3. We're finishing up day 1 right now of the tournament coverage. Tomorrow we have 3 more rounds, and then after the first round tomorrow, so kind of tomorrow around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock Central Time, that is when we bracket into different brackets based on your win record. How does that work, Paul?
So then, you'll be playing against people that have similar records to you going into that phase of the tournament. So after round 4, the tournament will be broken up into equal size brackets where people can then compete against, again, what we talk about with similar records, maybe similar, expectations of what their overall win versus loss record might be over the course of the weekend. But they're also competing for top prize of that bracket. There is going to be multiple places, multiple paths to victory, not just an overall for the event or a first place for the event. People can compete for first place in whatever bracket, 1 through 9.
Yeah. It is really, really exciting to see that even when your tournament isn't going the way you have wanted or you're not performing as well as you have, you get another shot.
When you drew it up,
You put yourself into a whole other tournament.
Yeah.
Starts tomorrow.
And I like that.
It's cool. It's a really cool format. I'm also excited for the the New Mexico finals where supposedly they're thinking about some double elimination action.
Oh, we just saw a handshake over there.
Handshake on Space Wolves versus Demons.
Yeah.
Get them scores in.
We're getting the update from the table.
90 Space Wolves, 48 Demons. Tough break for the Chaos Demons.
That is, but again, I think we just saw, almost like a list flip-flop here.
Well, the thing with the Demon list is it very much just runs certain things right over. Like it's designed to just put that pressure in your face that you saw in turn 2. 4 greater demons all over the board, on top of you, inside of you, and then some armies can't handle that much pressure at once. Space Wolves, they welcome to the Lion's Den. You know?
I think that it put him in a situation of what he had. He knew he had to do something with the demons, and then Gary did a great job of presenting what targets he wanted to be fought.
Yeah,
and that was and they could either sit there and stare at each other, and nothing happens, or the demons can try to make something happen, and they did. It just didn't work out this time.
Mm-hmm.
It's very possible that all those 4+ saves could have been made.
But
they just weren't.
That's the RNG part of this game. Like if you flip 8 out of 8 fails into 8 out of 8 passes, all of a sudden Bellicor has full health and the Space Wolves are really in rush.
Even the average saves.
Even the average, of course,
would have been a much different situation. There would have been less to bring to bear on Scarbrain. Then next turn, he would have had to chosen where he put that. Yeah, exactly. Where he put that Armor of Rust for the fights last. It would have been a much. We don't know if it would have changed the course of the outcome of the game, but it definitely would have seemed like much less of a risky play had it worked out, just on what we consider to be average.
Yeah, absolutely.
If everything else would remain the same.
So right now we're in the
those 2 speeders still on the table. They're kind of hiding down there behind the ticker there.
Well, I'm trying to see what Michael has to do because this is Michael's bottom of turn 5. Is that correct? So the game is pretty much done as soon as he's done with his actions, or am I missing the timing?
Yeah, that would be the case. Yeah, I think they're.
Yeah, and this is the charge right there. So this is almost the end of this game as well. This is the last kind of combat going on. What's the score currently at? Michael's got it on primary points? Yeah, for sure. And John went first, so Michael's only going to score more. So, really, it's 2 upsets if you ask me. List to list, matchup to matchup. I was going to put the money on the Dark Angels and the money on the
That's why we
Demons.
watch these games.
Today's been an exciting day of streams. It really, really be. Upsets, explosions. The explosion counter's at 8. All of it came from one game.
It may seem like it, that's for sure. Yeah.
What if it averages out real slow now?
Yeah, it probably will, yeah.
Dice be like
Well,
that.
we haven't seen it. Look at this Dark Angel game. We haven't seen any.
There's like 10 vehicles on that table.
Yeah.
Bring it down. Not a single explosion.
All the bloat drones. Heck, I think he could have exploded one
Are they
automatically.
just not telling us if the thing's exploded because they don't know? Have we been making a big deal of it?
I don't know. I haven't seen.
We're getting Tech Priest Warner on the case.
Yeah, I have not seen anything like. Typically, you can tell from the body language of the players when something like that happens.
We are there. Gary on the Spaceful table was very excited to tell us about explosions. He was disappointed there were none. Apparently, he watches frequently. Love to see that.
The players know what we need over here.
We got a bloat drone explosion.
There we go. It counts. We did have a bloat drone explosion.
Absolutely counts. Blowtron explosion. We're already at 9. We're 1 away from Zach's guess, and it's the first day. I'm feeling better about my 13.
Just don't let him pick what armies get on stream. So.
No, I mean, we got certain goals here. Zach goes next. No more vehicles, folks. Can explode. It's not going on camera.
Yep. There we go.
There we go.
These look like they're kind of playing cleanup here, trying to figure out. Again, you do play for every point, especially with plenty of time left in the round.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff here. And I think they're just talking through the last bit of the game here, scoring it out, and that'll really be that. Do you want to try to get on Gary or Mark for an interview, Paul?
I would definitely like to talk with Gary.
Well, let me go grab him. Talk about some Space Wolf action. All the underrepresented Marine chapters.
I'd like to talk to everyone, but I believe we at least have time to talk with Gary.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. Really curious as to how what the initial thoughts of Space Wolves going into Demons, and then how if it actually played out that way, or was it something a bit of an upset in his own mind. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Gary over here. He is coming. Gary, come and join us if you don't mind, my man. As a pleasure to see you play. Thanks for letting us watch you on the stream. If you can suit up with the headset here, so folks can hear you. Welcome to the stream.
I can hear you much better now.
Oh yeah, you actually been watching you play here for a couple hours or so now. You're playing Space Wolves. Space Wolves into Demons.
Yep, that's the second time today. So.
So
had them round 1 and round 3. So
Demons making their way into the tournament, especially now they've got their Codex update. Pretty good though.
Yep.
Although it seems like Space Wolves have all the tools.
They have a very good answer to them because Wolfen fighting, regardless, because Demons don't have a lot of shooting. So stay away from the Flamers. Don't let them kill the Wolfen. Force them to charge the Wolfen. And that game, the big tournament, Dice went crazy. He charged in with Be'lakor and Scarbrand. Made them fight last. Really didn't matter that much. But he killed all of them with Scarbrand. So I went 1 into Scarbrand, 5 attacks because Scarbrand gives them an extra one.
Attack, yeah, he benefits everybody.
And so they do minimal damage to him, but then I did 15 Thunderhammers into Be'lakor.
Yep.
And I rolled 5 6s. And
which turned into more hits.
It's double hits because I have Whirlwind of Rage and they always count Assault Doctrine.
Oh.
So it's 10 additional, so he takes Be'lakor down to 2 wounds. But the key part was I picked all those up. Be'lakor has nobody to fight.
Yep.
So now he piles in, and in one turn, I've never seen it happen. I picked up every Greater Demon in one turn. And I was like, those are the ones you're just like, I don't know what to say.
Of course it happens. Right? But on the other side of it, the plays that he made, it seems like I think he felt a lot of saves on Be'lakor.
Oh, he felt a ton of saves.
Yeah, so an above average. I think that play, if it worked out a little bit differently for him, you're putting you in a different situation.
Yeah,
as well,
absolutely. If both of them would have stayed back there, I would have had to have picked one.
Yeah.
And go, okay, I'm going to pick up this guy, and the other one I'm just going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
And honestly, I probably went after Be'lakor because Scarbrand hanging out and giving me extra attacks. Okay, they're both damage about the same. They're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, so. Be'lakor, we were talking about, is basically like a magnet. It's like such a multiplier and can do lots of things.
Yeah, one of the key things for go Space Wolves guys in the Be'lakor, if you do keen senses, you ignore his -1 to hit. And you charge him. One strat, Space Wolves have a +1 to wound. So now you ignore his -1 to wound as well. So now we're on even ground behind the store. Nobody's a heads up at all.
Okay.
So you're hitting on 3s, your 6s still explode, and you're wounding on 3s.
Yeah, look, if people haven't checked out Space Wolves in a while, and you do seem to have a demon infestation in your neighborhood. Yeah,
I did.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there because Justin lives out around here, and he's the demon guy that goes through there. I do got to give a shout out to Scout Rumpel. He's the one who has that list. Stole it from him and said, "Hey, I'm going to play this."
Oh, so you did a little list tag and bring it in there.
There's like 5 of us in the background to talk to each other. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I just want to actually think of with Space Wolf players. I know there's all kind of message boards out there, not message boards, but groups or whatever, to where they do happy to share information on how to make cool Space Wolf.
I made a massive mistake turn 1.
Oh no, what happened?
Massive. So I have 9 eliminators that are in there, and those guys are awesome. If you take Master Artisans, you get to reroll one of the hits. So they're hitting on 2s if they don't move. They move, they're still hitting on 3s.
Yep.
And if it's -1 hit, it's still 3s with a reroll. I put him too close. He went first, got up at Lord of Change, and he picked up 8 out of 9, turn 1.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's
We
what
saw that happen. We actually thought that, like, this could be a situation.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
Because I use those guys to get that phased bloodthirster to put 8 wounds on him. Just keep pumping eliminators into him, land speeders till he gets down to 8, then ignore him and go somewhere else. Because when you do that, then he comes into bloodthirster, force him to charge Wolfen. He's going to kill him, but they're going to put 8 wounds on him. Then you can pick him up the
You
next
did a
turn,
really
so.
good job, I think, in this game of basically forcing people to charge.
Yeah,
Wolfen.
that's
You know,
the
that was
key,
so the way you maneuvered your models, your screenings, and what have you, that was a really good choice. And something that may be counterintuitive is we often screen, which screening is a lost art, by the way. I want to know what the chat thinks about the screening.
I'm old. I screen all the time.
Yeah. So, but still, most people think screening of, I'm going to put something, the throwaway unit out there. You put one of your more critical pieces out there as the screen.
Correct. Because if you want to charge me, fine. Then I'm going to kill whatever you charge with. I just don't want them to get charged by, like, sisters.
Yeah.
When they charge in with a cheap unit and pick them up, that's not good because they can trade that all day.
Yeah.
Sisters is very hard for Marines because they just can't trade and they.
Oh no,
they
they're 80-point units and you're 120,
they don't
200
care.
point units. Yeah.
They're like, I'm this, so that doesn't matter. You're going to die. So. Yeah.
And they're very lethal.
So I think I'm 0 for the century against sisters. So
there you go. But still, I mean, that awareness, that ability to kind of almost also recover from what you thought was a bit of a misstep, really cool to see.
What I had to do there was take the every melt shot I had, because the tornadoes have a multi-melt assault cannon, and every Wolf Guard leader has a combi melter. So it's like, okay, I don't have the eliminators to shoot at them. Put all of them in range 12 or 6 if I can, and just start going into them. The good thing is, because he's not Bellacore, at Master Artisans let you re-roll that one miss. So you're getting more efficiency out of it. And I think I got one through at half range and was able to do 6 damage because D6 plus 2. And now it's like, okay, I just got to get a couple more down. Now I can pick this guy up.
Yeah. You got your eyes on anything going into the next round? What are you hoping to face?
I'm hoping not to face Tyranids or Sisters. Then I'm pretty good on that. So.
Okay, you feel everything else? Even Necrons? You feel like you got Necrons?
Necrons, the good thing about Wolves is since you're close combat-wise, you usually force through enough saves where you pick up the units so they don't get reanimations. But I haven't played against the Scarab screens yet.
Okay.
With them coming back, I haven't ran into that yet.
A little bit of list tech.
Yeah, but if you do Wolfen into them, it's 3 to pop, and it'll pick them up.
Yeah.
But Necrons just shoot Wolfen in their dead.
There you go. Well, Garrett, man, it was awesome seeing you play. Thank you very much for coming on and talking with us. I'm going to get Nick back on here.
Yep.
Great luck in the next round. I'm sure, we'll be watching you out there. That was some great. We know we have a lot of Space Wolf fans out in the chat and people watching after the fact or whatever. And when you say you got some list tech from other folks, maybe people get some list tech from you after watching this.
Got to go through and talk to them.
Awesome, man. Have a good one.
Community's awesome. Thanks a lot, guys.
It looks like they're still playing, doing some figuring on the score with the game here. Let's see if Nick has any insight from what's happening at the table there. Nick, did you get any info on what's happening with the Space Wolf versus the Death Guard here?
Yeah, it's been turn 5 for a while here, and it's actually.
Well, there's plenty of time left in the round, so they can really think through.
Well, it was actually turn 4.
Oh, okay.
Now it's turn 5.
I'm just saying, if they wanted to spend a little bit of time on turn 5, and there's plenty of time.
They are taking their time. Like they're being really methodical about every single move, but they're getting along. We just saw a Talon Master wipe out the Skaven cultists on here and steal this objective away. This is John's turn 5. Over here, we've got a Death Guard Terminator type of person who's got back there. Maybe it's Lord of Contagion or something. This is going to be huge for really racking up the spoiled ground points towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, this looks like a Ravenwing bike. He's holding that objective. Speeder's holding this objective. Talon Master's here. So John's going to score some decent points in this turn, but the Death Guard, they're already up so far. It's just going to max it out there. This is going to become a real score, and that is my assessment.
Yeah, and he might also get more bring it down points. I mean, basically killing anything at this point left on the table is giving him some extra points right there.
Yeah. All right. So looks like we got a judge at the table kind of working through the scores, what they need to do, making sure everything's good. And then they'll probably wrap up the round. We'll get a final score for you and probably wrap it up after that. Don't forget, we're coming back tomorrow. What time are we starting tomorrow?
I think 9:15.
9:15.
It's Central, 9:50 Central.
Central time. So 9:45.
There is also a preview tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
before us.
so
Yeah.
more Warhammer,
Yeah,
more
yeah.
often.
So make sure you keep your eyes peeled to the Warhammer Twitch stream and the schedule on the Warhammer community site for that.
Oh, I did actually. Eli Hartz is asking a question in chat about Dylan and Jack getting a draw on BCP. I did actually talk to one of the judges about that. They were informing me that they miscounted a single banner point and the loss by one turned into a draw. So Jack is still alive, which is good.
There we go. And look, if that kind of stuff happens, so if the players were able to reconcile on that.
Yeah, it's fair is fair, you know? Like, that's not an obligation of Dylan to necessarily go back, but just really good sportsmanship all around.
Still great to hear Dylan talk about all the stuff that how he approaches the game and how that game specifically, because right now Harlequins, I think people are kind of sleeping on them a little bit, but I think
that's Jack's whole hypothesis. He thinks the Harlequins are really underappreciated faction right now, and he's out to prove it with 0 practice games, and that's what he does.
They have all the tools still, especially with movement, a little bit of tricks to pull out.
There's the
handshake. We'll get the final score.
83 to 57 for the Death Guard.
83 points from the Death Guard. That's pretty good.
Well done, Michael Fox.
And limiting John to 57 points. I mean, that is also pretty good. And we saw John was making great moves and great plays. This is just a situation I think they both played their heart out. So look at what's left on the table. Not much.
Yeah, absolutely. So
let's come back to us. We'll close this out. We'll actually
out.
close out for the day since that's our last stream game. Absolutely appreciate everyone here in the chat hanging out with us. It's been a blast. Look, I've only been here for a little while, but I've certainly enjoyed it. Nick, it sounds like you've had an amazing day.
I've had a great day. I got 3 different commentators. I've really stepped up in my role here. I've worn every hat in this thing. I'm now Stream Maestro Extraordinaire. That was my self-proclaimed title. This has been a great day. Thank you all for hanging out in the chat.
Seriously, thanks to chat for hanging out. We will be back tomorrow morning. Hang out. You want to see the preview. You definitely want to see the preview coming out of Games Workshop Prime over there. And then after that, we'll be running our stream from the Chicago U.S. Open here, starting at our scheduled time, 9:15, 9:30 a.m., whatever times after that, Central Time. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see y'all soon. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great night.